Hey, yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. How is everybody doing today? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. We have got a lot to get through in today's show, guys. Oh, community's on fire. There's drama everywhere. Everybody's crashing out. It's just PvP everywhere. It's flagged. Everybody's involved. It's just, it's gone to shit, boys. It's gone to shit. We're still gonna have fun with it anyway, but welcome. Yo, Neil, what's going on? Zinthos, Daniel, welcome. Jamie, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Oh, what's new drama? Well, it's not really new drama. It's just a continuation of everything that's been going down, really, isn't it? We're gonna talk about some things. We're gonna react to a tweet from Rednew. We might have a little look about the Gacha casts. Have a little look to see what was going on in there yesterday, because I'm curious to see the conversations that were going on, and have a little look at that. And yeah, we got some videos to react to and just talk about some stuff in the space. There's a couple of videos I did want to check out as well for the hidden ones, which that game is looking so freaking dope. And they've released a couple of other videos, so I want to check them out. And then, yeah, I think the plan is do some dailies and maybe play some at Marvel Rivals, in terms of games. But yeah, I did upload a video yesterday. I'm sure you guys have seen it. It's been doing the rounds. Surprisingly, I think most people agreed with me, which I didn't expect, if I'm honest. I thought that video was going to get a lot more backlash, but it seems to be sitting around like 88% like to dislike ratio. So, yeah, you know, you finally got String Master. I haven't yet. I want to get I think I want to get Zhang Liao's weapon as well. I've started using him. I still haven't quite got to use him properly, but I'm actually kind of liking him now. I take back everything I said. I'll take it all back. Let's get started anyway, though, man. Welcome, guys. Welcome. It's good to see ya. How did everybody's weekend go? Did you have a nice birthday, Neo? Did you have a good day, dudes? Yeah, I did plan to stream yesterday, guys, but I decided to just get a video up. I have pinned the new video that I put up today in the comment section. If you want to check it out, Storm. But yeah, it's been a crazy couple of days, hasn't it? For the Wuthering Waves community. A little bit wild, if you ask me. Funny, I'll admit, you know, I put out that video yesterday, in regards to saying Tontas, you know, just saying, I think dude needs to take a step back, chill a little bit. You know, just calm down the PvP, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, I was surprised by the reaction to it, actually. Pretty positive. Before we get into anything, though, I was going to mention some stuff on that video. As I say, if you haven't checked it out, let me know what you think, anyway. But yeah, I'm thinking about getting I'm thinking about trying to get Yao's weapon as well. I don't know, man. I don't know. Pop that up. See, I was honestly, I was surprised by the by people's reception of the video. Again, you know me, I'm not here to pander to any particular group anyway, but I was surprised that most people was like, yeah, I kind of agree, dude, kind of agree. Don't get me wrong, got some backlash. We'll talk about some of those in a minute, because damn, bro, some people was wanting to write me short stories, and I ain't got time for that. I'm sorry, I ain't got. If you're gonna comment on my videos, just make it at least, you know, a couple of paragraphs, you know, like Neo's length of comments. That's fine by me. Couple of paragraphs. Don't write a fucking book, please. I ain't reading that shit. And you'll see what I mean here. You'll look at this now and think, oh, I'll write long comments. Trust me. No, you don't. No, you don't. What's going on, Filipino guy? I really like your video, dude. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. I still feel like I want characters more than signatures, even though they are so much of it. I agree, yeah. Personally, for me, I would prefer characters. At the moment, though, I just kind of want to bolster out my roster a little bit. I'd like to get the String Master and what is his weapon called? Verity's something? Verity's Handle or some shit like that? Dude, no, I write epics. Bro, somebody wrote the fucking Iliad to me today, and I just had to respond with, like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm not reading that. I ain't doing it. I ain't even gonna pretend like, I'm not even gonna summarize it and pretend like I got what you were saying. I ain't got time for that shit. No way. You know, if you're gonna hit me up with a reply, fair play. You know, if you want to, you know, try and pull your points out there, I'll try my best to see what you've got to say. And if it's worth replying to, I'll reply to it. But no, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. Yeah, Verity's handle. That's it. Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah. I do want to get that. Because I feel like I do want an electro team. You know, because obviously I've got Yinlin as well, and I'm thinking, man, I might as well build up Yao, try and get his weapon as well, and just try and have an electro team. Like I've got my team with Camilla, you know. I've got my team for Gian, even though Mortifi still needs a little bit of work. And then yeah, I've got like 3 separate teams then, and then 2.0 I can maybe start building from whatever the builds for the upcoming resonators are from 2.0. We'll see how it goes. You got 2 copies of Verity's handle in 1 temple. You guys need banning, man. I swear. I need to pull a saint and start banning people, because that makes me salty. That makes me salty. I have to go hard pity every single time, man. Every single time. I saw it, Senpai react. Definitely chilled out, but I don't think he gets it. Yeah, well, for the most part he did, but did you see him and Senpai getting into it in the call? Senpai ended up calling him a fucking retard. It's like he was just... I think his problem is sometimes he's intelligent to the point where he lacks self-awareness, you know? I think that happens to some people who are a bit smart sometimes. A little bit too smart for their own good sometimes. Not Senpai, sorry. Freaking Ryuki. Ryuki, sorry. Oh, you want about Senpai's... Oh, yes, sorry, my bad. I thought you was on about Ryuki's, the react to Ryuki's video. Yeah. No. I'll take it back. No. You're on about the It's Senpai video, I think, yeah. The It's Senpai video. Yeah. No, my mistake. I misunderstood. I apologize. No, he did. I don't think he spoke to It's Senpai. Yeah, I think, from what I saw, I didn't watch all of it, if I'm honest, but from what I saw, it did seem like, it was a bit more chill. Definitely. Again, don't get me wrong, I'm not one of these people that's like, I don't think Saints has issues with the game, because I know he's mentioned them, and we'll get into that actually when we talk about Red News Twitter post, because I wanted to comment on that actually. And I just don't think he's public about certain stuff, which is totally cool. It's more of his, the way how antagonistic he is towards people whose opinion he just either disregards or disagrees with. I just feel like, yeah, it's just a bit uncomfortable sometimes, you know what I mean? And like, don't get me wrong, I'll react to people's content, I'll critique people, I'll roast people, but I always feel like most of the time it's in all in, you know, good heart, if that makes sense. Unless somebody's really doing something shitty, or they're coming at me in a sort of way, I might be a little bit less PC, I guess. But I'll still try and take it lighthearted, because at the end of the day, I'll never let this shit get to me, because it is what it is. It's just YouTube. I think the problem is sometimes too many people recently are getting in the feels, and that's where we're at, I think, is that we're getting in our feels a little bit too much, and pretending that objectivity is covering our emotional attachments, when it's not. Yo, what's going on, Tornax? How's it going? Unstoppable force versus unmovable object. Yes, yeah. It was an interesting conversation. As I say, we'll have a little look in on the Gacha cast as well, from last night, because I'm curious to see what was going on there actually. Just have a little look, and we'll see. I think he just needs a break from reacting and just make content. Well, I don't know, maybe. I don't know if he needs a break from reacting. I think maybe, and even if he's, let's pause the music for this one. Even if his reacts were totally cool, I think he just needs to stream a little bit less anyway, because I'd like him to make more of his normal videos, you know what I mean? Because I think those videos were better than what we're getting from it, or at least more valuable, probably less entertaining. You know, truthfully, some of the, hey, look, I'm human. The Crashouts are funny, but I'm also a normal human that can see the funny part of it, but also see the, part of it, and that see that it might be funny for us, but the people on the other end of it's probably not so funny for them. But hey, don't get me wrong, I'm here for him. I'm here for him. But I think I would like more of that. You know what I mean? I would like more of that. Saints video on Senpai was fair. I saw little bits of it, and it did seem like he was being a lot more fair. Bro, he's the law. I am the law. She lives in California. We live in Georgia. I haven't seen her in years. Is she still around? At least you had a nice birthday then, dude. Yes, it is up. It is up. We're gonna have a little look. We're gonna have a little look. It's in a bit, dude. In a bit, Zinthos. We're gonna jump in. I was curious myself as well, to see what they were talking about. Like I said, they need to hurry up and drop 1.4 for ZZZ and 2. Yeah, dude, right? Straight up, man. I think we can all blame Kuro. If Kuro had a released 2.0 already, we wouldn't have the second civil war. It wouldn't be happening. Blood wouldn't have been spilt, the ground wouldn't be charred, and people's egos wouldn't be bruised, and we'd all just be playing our games gooning, right? We'd all just be gooning and having a good time. Until Wednesday morning. Oh, that's cool then, dude. That's cool. 1.4 is here in 2 days or so. They already dripped 1.5 characters. Yeah, I need to get back on ZZZ, actually. We're gonna have a little ZZZ, I don't know, a couple of days, actually, because at the minute, I'm like, I've still got stuff to do in Wuthering Waves, but I'm kind of just hopping in to do my dailies. I've still got to finish off the Pinsum event. I've still got to do the last 2 levels on the Elusive Realm and do, like, the certain character runs. There's a couple of character runs I haven't done, and obviously the last 2, whatever the character runs are, I need for that. And I still have yet to do Encore Story. I've just got no desire to do it at the minute. Not because I'm done with WuWa. I guess I'm not, but you know what I mean? I kind of just want to play some other stuff at the minute. So, ZZZ 1.4 is perfect timing, actually. I've kind of just been playing a bit of Marvel Rivals when I've got the chance to play. I haven't played much games the last few days, if I'm honest. I've kind of like yesterday, me and Rosie ended up going out. We went for food in the day with her parents, and then she went to church for like a remembrance service for her granddad. And then we went to the pub at the evening and just had a few beers and just chilled out. There was a quiz on and that, like, was being proper boomers, man. Was being proper boomers at the quiz at the pub. But it was good. It was good. I'm dead fucking broken women now. I don't even have a pot to piss in. Welcome to the club, dude. Welcome to the club. I'm with you right there. I am a brokey. Straight up brokey. But yo, guys, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated. Yeah, once again, support to shout out to everybody who checked out the video yesterday. Whether you agree or disagree, I am totally cool with people calling me out on my opinions. At the end of the day, I like to hear it. I do like to hear it. But let's have a little look at that video, and then we'll get into the red news stuff, and then we'll have a look at some other stuff that's going on. All right, we'll have a look. All right, let's get that gone. Let's move you guys over here. All right. Let's go back to this video. We're not interested in what I've got to say here. It's just, I just wanted to point out to anybody commenting on my videos, hey, look, if you want to call me out, call me out. If you want to conversate with me, conversate. If you want to put a contradictory point across, hey, if you want to roast me, go ahead and do it. Konnichiwa, what's going on, Vector? Welcome to the stream. More than welcome. Go at it. One thing I will ask you to do, at least make it so it's not a book, okay? I'm gonna be honest. I ain't gonna be reading that shit. So let me just go down here. Like we had some people disagreeing, saying, I agree with Saint, and that's fair. That's fair. Totally fair. I don't expect people to, agree with me at all. Reacting to his own video, rent can't be that high, bro. Yo, rent's bad, bro. Rent is bad at the minute, dude. Electricity prices in the UK at the minute are ridiculous, bro. It's insane. It's insane. You literally said what the majority think. I don't know if I did, but thank you. What I wanted to go down to is, where are we? This was a good point, actually. Honestly, I'm thinking the other way around. Saint is playing this Kurobot character because it gets him views and attention. People fall for it and click. Wouldn't even be surprised if all the ECCs involved orchestrated this drama. So conveniently timed when everyone's on holidays and watching YouTube right before Christmas, and then WuWa 2.0 on January 2nd. don't know if I agree with that, but hey, I like the theory crafting, man. Keep cooking, bro. Keep cooking. I says maybe I tend to think it's really how it feels, or maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe I am wrong. So this is the comment I wanted to get to because the scope, the scale of it was just incredible. Okay, let me bring it down so you can see it here. Right, got this comment. I was like, okay, all right, shit, okay. I guess lock in pics, lock in. We'll read it out, see what he's got to say, okay? And I'll just read the first paragraph here. I can understand his PvP. When people call you out in public unjustly, you respond. Simple as that. Fair. So far, as you said, he's made good points. For every short while, someone comes along and talks shit. It's not entirely, that is not entirely true. Okay, all right, I'll let you have that one. What do you expect him to do? Sit down and stay quiet about it? Let everyone smear his name with misinformation and he just sits still? Be it shit talking about him personally or shit talking about the game, as long as it's considered misinformation, I don't see why not to correct it. This is the problem I've seen with a lot of people who don't see an issue in it. They just don't see an issue in how he's correcting it, rather than, I haven't got, correct misinformation. You'll never hear me say, if somebody's putting out shit information about a video game, correct it, critique it, correct it, move the fuck on, just move the fuck on. It's not a reason for being where you are. And let me just point out, Vars wasn't shit talking Saint, nor was Gacha initially, but he went after them quite heavily just from their opinions, which, again, critique, correct, move on. Totally cool. Roast them a little bit. It's all good. All in good fun, as long as it's in good faith. It wasn't, was it? It wasn't. Let's not pretend it was. And if you think it was, I think you're a little bit biased, and that's fine. I'm not attacking you for that. I'm just saying it is. That's how I feel anyway. So yeah, I agree with some of his stuff, and I don't agree with some of his other stuff. I feel like some people have got plenty to come out to Saint, because he's talking about calling you out in public unjustly. I feel like he's been doing that to other people, so it's fair for the people who are friends with those people to come out. Now, again, I'm a third party. I know it's cringe for me to get involved, but it's got so big now. The whole space is just, it's not because I don't care, but it feels like it's falling apart, So that's why I commented on it. But anyway, I ain't reading all this shit. This is too much. You know what I mean? What's in the action? Have I copy pasted over my title? Have I copied over my title wrong? It's because I copied it from YouTube, bro. Don't roast me. There you go. Reaction. My bad. Corrected it, buddy. Corrected it. Refresh. Let me know if it's right. I am sorry. Yeah, I copy pasted it over from my YouTube title because I'm lazy. So yeah, I just responded back with Vars didn't call out Saint. He just posted opinions that Saint disagreed with. So Saint spent 5 hours going off on him. Gacha Smack didn't go at Saint. He posted opinions on cutscenes, so Saint went in on Smack. Bro insults his own chat for having the wrong opinion all the time. This argument that Saint only goes after those who go after him is BS, which I think it is. I have no issues with Saint critiquing people or calling out misinformation. It's how he goes about it that's just tiresome. And yes, I can comment on the public actions of Saint. I don't need to reach out to him privately, because he did say I should have reached out to him privately. It's like, why? Should he have reached out to Vars privately and says, bro, you're spreading misinformation, just letting you know? Should he have reached out to Smack privately? No. It's all public, man. At the end of the day, I'm going to comment on stuff that's public, and I get it. It is cringy sometimes, a third party, and that's why I tend not to do it too much. But I just wanted to on this one because it's been kind of funny, And yes, I can comment on public actions of Saint. I don't need to reach out to him privately. He doesn't know me, nor do I know him, which is true. Why is he going to care if I DM him saying, yo, bro, you should chill out? Dude's going to be like, fuck off, bro. And I'll probably be the same. Could he not have just reached out to all the people he went after privately, if that's how you feel? All I'm saying is, for the sake of his own rep and the community's rep, he should calm down. If misinformation on a game is distressing him, he needs to take a step back. That being said, at the end of the day, he's an adult and he can do as he pleases, which that's what I think. Dude can do as he pleases. I genuinely don't have an issue with Saint. I just think the way he goes about stuff sometimes is just kind of crass and a little bit tiresome. And it does, after a while, like you saw how Ryuka Sensei replied to him, when he was like, are you fucking retarded? Because dude just won't stop. And then he went silent for a second and carried on again. It's like I say, dude could go into an empty room and start an argument. which I just think's hilarious. But like, you know, I'm just calling it out. Like I say, I'm a balanced person. I can see it from both sides. It's funny, it's entertaining, but at the same time, I kind of feel bad for the people on the wrong end of his ire, shall we say? No, Smack tweet was misleading. What is initial tweet talking about? No, that wasn't his initial tweet. His initial tweet was talking about the cutscenes in Wuthering Waves, and I think Saint Tonta spent about an hour on that tweet. So I don't understand how your opinion on wanting more cutscenes with a terrible analogy is misleading. Explain that to me, why you think that's misleading. Because I don't think it is. I have a good idea. Gacha community should play Infinity Nikki and chill. It's been way too sensitive. It's true, yeah, it's true. You know what? I need to play that game, man. I'm about, like, you know, my Disney princess arc. I'm here for that, actually. Should we go on a Disney princess arc? So, like, Gacha Smack put out a tweet saying that he reckons that Wuthering Waves, Star Rail, and Genshin could have more cutscenes. You know? Yeah, I'm not talking... That's not the tweet I'm talking about. That's not the tweet I'm talking about. That was fair to criticise. And as well, I'll say one thing about that. The very first time that happened to me about the what's it popping up, I missed it. I was talking to chat, I turned back, I was like, where the fuck's all my shit gone? And then I checked, because I ain't gonna go out and post it on Twitter. That's not the tweet I'm talking about here, what I'm responding to. He spent an hour talking about how, you know, he was pretty much going in on Smack. That's why I think Smack after a while started to get wound up and then responded to, you know, the tweet that he put out initially. Which to me, Smack made a terrible analogy comparing WuWa to an anime, and One Piece at that. But what Saint was getting twisted on, that ZZZ was left out of the conversation, and ZZZ's got less cutscenes than all of them. Oh no, he's got less cutscenes than Wuthering Waves. Even though it's a patch behind, ZZZ's got less cutscenes. So he went on and on and on and on and on. But you can't expect anime from a gacha. You can't. And that was just Gacha's opinion, and I disagree. Gacha Smack's opinion, and I disagree with it. Does it need an hour to go on about it? Do you see what I'm saying? It's not about what he's saying. It's about how he's doing it. A normal person doesn't spend an hour rejecting somebody's opinion. You know? If you think that's normal, that's fine. I just don't. That's all I'm saying. I just don't think that's kind of normal. But anyway, this dude responded, right? Okay, let's leave Saint out of it for a sec. And I was like, okay, I started to read it, yeah? And then I opened it up. And I was like, okay, all right. I was like, okay, oh, okay, oh, what? Shit, damn, bro, it's never fucking ending. And I was just like, yeah, I just put, bro, I'm gonna be real, I ain't reading all that shit. Let's just agree to disagree. Who sends a comment like this, dude? How fucking deep are you in this? Dude called himself a YouTube tourist. You ain't no tourist. You, what is? I don't care to read any of this shit. You know. I don't care to read any of this shit. Like, this is too much. This is what I say. If you're going to comment on one of my videos, yeah, hit me up. Disagree with me. You know, plenty of people do. Psypuri does often, and we have good back and forths, you know. And it's typically, you know, we're always polite about it. Dude agrees with a lot of what Saint says. Well, I agree as well. I just disagree with the way he says it. You know, I always try to have discussions with people, and I feel like I'm quite good at not talking down to you guys. I feel like that anyway, right? I definitely, you know, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, if I ever come across condescending, but I try not to be. Because look, I'm a dumbass from Wolverhampton. I've got no reason to be condescending to any of you guys, because you dudes half of you guys are probably fucking much more intelligent and eloquent than me. So I ain't even going to try that, because I've lived long enough now to know that typically being condescending never really gets you anywhere. It just makes you look like a dickhead even when you're right. You know? So, yo, what's up, Charlie? So, yeah, I was just like, yeah, I ain't reading this. Somebody commenting it saying, okay, this is Saint yourself here, defending yourself here. Is this Saint on his alt account? I don't know. But yeah, I was just like, I ain't reading all this shit, bro. Bro's posting me Reddit links to say, like, you know, use this for a next video. It's like, no, I don't care about it enough, dude. Sorry. You think I'm smart? I play Nikki, brother. Are you smart enough, dude? You have, because that's what I like to say. That's one thing I like about my chats. I feel like, well, I'd like to think I'm balanced enough that people can come in here from all communities, from all opinion points, say their opinion. Hey, flame me. I don't care. You know, fucking hell. Flame me, man. I'm here for that shit. You know what? I love a bit of fucking that back and forth. And I like to think that like I'm not creating an echo chamber. And I'd never try and think that like, you know, I'm smarter than any of you guys. I feel like I need to get a Nikkei, but the gameplay looks boring to me. This story's quite good though, bro. The story's quite good, Griever. Welcome to the stream as well. I watched Saints do his vid. I think he's chill now. Yeah, maybe. I've said this. I hope he reflects. You know, he's a smart enough dude to potentially look at his content recently, and no matter what he thinks about where he's correct, and actually think, yeah, you know, maybe. Because when you look at things in life, you know, if you start getting into trouble, you know, like you're getting into arguments at work, in your personal life, in your relationship, online, all these different avenues, right? There's usually, if you're doing this all the time, you've got to look and be like, what's the common denominator here? It's me. You know, is it just all these people are arseholes, or is it that I'm kind of creating some shit here? I think there's times in your life when you've got to just reflect and be like, I know I'm right about this, but that's not the most important thing here. You know what I mean? I need to try and salvage relationships, because being right won't comfort you when everybody hates you. And I know some people have got the attitude of, like, I don't care what the people think. But, like, this is his peers. I think this is people he you know, I would hope that he'd want to foster some relationship with. You know, there's levels to this. There's a level where, you know, I don't give a fuck what people think about me. But then there's that sort of attitude of, like, well, you know, let's just concede some ground here. You know, let's be normal. Let's give back and forth like a normal human being does. You know what I mean? One thing I will say, and we'll get to it in Red News tweet about saying, there's some things I can understand where Duke came out swinging in some stuff. I get it. But same situation still applies. It's never going to be a good ending, I don't think. I think it's time to bench Soldier 11. What are you guys saying here? Nah, Pix is a citizen. Dude, that guy is a fucking... That guy is he's not a tourist. Dude, he's not a tourist. We might get round to watching a bit of Saints vid maybe as well. Think about Saints, he's passionate about WuWa, and there are a lot of people who shit talk about WuWa more than Hoyo games, and fans of Hoyo will glaze anything, so Saints doesn't like that. That's fair. That's fair. What I'll say is, in a part of the video where Tectone says, did Vars's video really bother you? And he said it distressed him, right? It distressed him, okay? I'm using his words. I'm going to do what Saint likes to do here, right? Right? The definition of distress, okay? Extreme anxiety, sorrow, or pain. If a video that's giving out maybe a bad look on a game, right? And even if that person gets paid to do it, even if they're a figurehead of the space, and it's causing you anxiety, sorrow, similar to anguish, suffering, pain, agony, ache, affliction, torment. To his distress, he saw that she was trembling. I am sorry. You need to take a step back. Sorry, you do, man. That is on you as a grown-ass human being. That's on you. And then to call the dude the enemy. What is this, man? What is this? You know? What is this? Like, dude might have misspoke, you know? Which I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but I can only go off what he said. That is something you shouldn't be doing as an adult. Be passionate, be frustrated, even be a little bit angry about it. Then go to that video, critique it, pull it apart, move on. You know, it went a little bit too far, and I think even Saint accepted that towards the end in a roundabout way, which was good to see, because I saw when it happened, everybody was like, finally. So that was good to see, but it still doesn't change the fact, right? It still doesn't change the fact. And I think this idea that Vars deserved that, it's like, damn, man, I bet Vars was sitting there going, shit, man, all I did was rush out a video. Fuck, bro. Of course, dude, distress, you know? Can you blame him? WuWa does more things good and bad and most fixable issues. Encourage no one to fix. Yeah. I agree. You know, I like Wuthering Waves the most in the gacha space at the minute. But there is a level where just because the game's good and people say bad things about the game, does it warrant being like a little bit wild, you know? A little bit wild. I don't think it does personally. You know, maybe when you're 14, yeah. You know what I mean? But like not when, I don't know how old Saint is. You know, he's a young dude. I'm assuming he's early, mid, late 20s, potentially, something like that. Now we're just talking about my video, and we're going to move on to some other stuff as well. Bro, expression, bro, he's talking about with two people is, well, you can say it's an expression, but he does like to pick apart people's statements and be very nitpicky and pedantic and argue semantics. So, look, I'm just doing the same thing. I'm being pedantic about what he said, okay? If it's okay for him to do it, it's okay for me to pick apart what he says. That's all I'm saying. You know, we've got to accept this. This is why I say, when you do what he's doing, you've got to understand that when the torch is turned on you, you can't hide behind it and go, well, I'm just human, man. I'm just human. These other people are just human as well, who are making opinions that might come from misinformation, might come from non-understanding, or might just come from, that's what they think. You know, he doesn't give them the benefit of the doubt. Dude goes in hard, you know? So it's like, that's all I'm saying. And I'm not even going in hard. I'm not even going in hard. I'm just commenting on public information that's out there. And then it makes the dude look. Look, Vars made a storekeeper guide and has still fucked up the common rotation and gone to critique the game, but sure, Vars didn't deserve that. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's all it is. It's like as well, dude was hyper critiquing B-roll footage. Now, everybody who's a YouTuber knows that sometimes when you're making a video, yeah, you just grab some footage that you've saved on your PC. You're like, dude, I'm going out tonight. I'm going out with family and friends at 8 o'clock. It's 5:30. I need to get this video up. I can't sit here playing the Tower of Adversity for half hour to get a perfect rotation to put behind the footage. Let me just grab this footage and slap it in. Now, I don't know. Maybe Vars didn't do that, and maybe Vars didn't get it. Either way, you know. People say Concord is bad. Have you played it to check if it's good or bad? Just like that, people believe different things, so. I ain't played Concord now. It was obviously shit though, because they fucking cancelled the game within 11 days. You know? It's the magic of the consumer market, isn't it? Something will end if it's not good. Holy crap, I forgot I got oysters. Ah, look at you here. Look at you here. Dude, you can say the same thing about the Game Awards. Like, this is just human nature. Look at how everybody's getting mad that Astrobot and Balatro won, right? You've got people who I assume, a lot of them, never played either Wukong or Astrobot, but have fucked off about it. You know what I mean? Same shit. Same shit. Settle down there in a tin. Check Saints new vid reacting to someone talking about fixing Tauchi and Jianshin. We might do it at some point, yeah. I think that was it, Senpai video, yeah. Like I say, I hope he does chill out a little bit. I do. I hope he does chill out a little bit. Because at the end of the day, I quite like Saints. I do. I've said this before. His original videos were glazing, but that's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with liking a game and glazing a game. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. I just think he should get back to doing that a little bit more, because he was generating content that I think the community wanted. And I just think now what he's doing doesn't end in a good way for him personally. And I don't mean that as like some sort of veiled threat. I just mean that, like, to me, what I see at the end of the journey for him is lolcodom, you know? Or just like being a pariah in the community, because people just seem, oh, he's that dude who just gets super vexed at everything. Don't trust me. You don't want to speak on stuff about the game because you'll be pulled apart. People will come over to your channel. They'll roast you. Because like Vars even said it to Brax, people was attacking him, which I know Saint can't control that. But Saint's definitely fostering a community that acts like that. Do you know what I mean? You can't pretend a content creator, their community doesn't reflect their attitude. It does. If you've got some people who are super sweet and super nice, they tend to have that. Now, there's going to be outliers, tend to have that sort of community. If you have somebody who's super toxic, super sexist, they'll have that toxic sexist community. That's just how it goes. You know, if you're edgy, you'll have an edgy community. And then you can't control it. You can't control it. And I'm not blaming Saint for that at all. I'm just saying, like, you know, I don't think Vars deserved any of that. I don't think he did. I feel a little bit bad for him, if I'm honest. He just made a shit video, you know? We all do it. We all make mistakes, you know? We're all just trying to get that content out some days and there's nothing to talk about and you're just like, let me push this out. It might be rushed. You might have other stuff on. You just get it out to make some money. It's some people's job at the end of the day, isn't it? You know, all you guys who work 9 to 5s, I bet there's days you get to work and you just float through the day. You ain't trying to do your job properly. Does that mean somebody should rock up and start really pulling you apart? Maybe they should complain potentially. Or, you know, I don't think you want to start getting threats. You overcooked me burger, man. She's completely top heavy. Oh man, she looks good, doesn't she? She does. Maybe it's the acid. Well, yeah, festering works. I was saying fostering, but festering works. Sage Chat is stable, I think. They do agree and disagree instead of Poker's Chat. They're like, oh, don't get me wrong, Poker's Chat's fucking wild, bro. Poker's Chat is dented as well. But that's, you can't, look, if you look at that right, Poker's Chat's like it because of what? Because of Pokey, isn't he? You know? It is. And I think the same can be said for Saint as well. I think there's a lot of normal people in Saint's chat, but I think there's quite a loud, I won't even say minority, but a loud group that aren't so. Dude, just because I said dude got distressed over the game when he said people's trying to say I lack morals and I've got no empathy. What the fuck? That's just crazy. And that isn't even the extreme of some of the stuff that goes on in his chat. Like I say, I think Saint could be a genuine good figurehead for Wuthering Waves and for Gacha in general. You know, intelligent, eloquent, knows what he's talking about, takes time to research stuff, you know, logical, could genuinely be something good. And hey, roast people now and again. I'm okay with that. I want people to know this as well. I want people to know this, that I am not against flaming people. Okay, I just want that to be known, you know? I just think spending 5 hours on flaming somebody and then using the chat to keep bouncing backwards and forwards and aggroing left, right, and centre, you know? Like, everybody was catching strays. For me, you know, there's instigators in every chat. That's true, yeah, it's true. No denying that. I'm not, and again, I'm not blaming any creator unless they actively instigate people to go into other people's channels and to say stuff. That's different. But it's not my fault now if I say, you know, Demon Tech, he's a wanker, he's not. I love him. He's a good friend. But, you know, and then somebody decides to start fucking messaging him, calling him tosspot wanker, you fucking wanker, Pixel H you wanker. That's not on me. But also I've got to accept that, you know, there is, I don't want to say there's power behind your words because it's kind of cringy and dumb, but you know what I mean. Anyway. A Glaze Kuro because of PGR, but saying Glazes Kuro because of WuWa. We are not the same. What's going on anyway, though, Roy? Welcome to the stream. You didn't need to know that, but now you know and you can't unknow it. Nah, it's true. I'm a total wanker. At least you have someone who stands on their word, talk logically instead of saying mute and hiding. Yeah, but there's a line that you typically try and skirt, and I think sometimes Saint doesn't just skirt the line; he jumps across the fucking line onto his fucking face. You know. End of the day, though, we're all human. Like I said, this could be a learning curve for him. 6 months' time, everybody will forget about this and be like, you know what? Dude, and I'll respect him even more for that. We all fucking make mistakes, you know. We all get lost in the sauce sometimes. I just don't think you should be getting distressed over a video game. And I think if any of you guys are ever at that point, well, not so much the game itself, but if someone says something bad about your favourite game and you feel anxiety and emotional pain, take a step back, realise life's short, family matters, and that your health matters more, and just be like, okay, I'm a little bit in deep here. Let's back off. If I'm the head of the gacha community, I'm going to start a crusade and lead the community in 40k, right? For the God Emperor of mankind. Heretics! I feel like Saint's vid was... He probably might be. I can't comment on it. I ain't seen it, so I ain't going to make out that he didn't. But anyway, let's look to this. You might like this tweet, actually, Saipuri. Let's look to this tweet from Rednew. I know there's a lot of people who, when I reacted to one of his videos before, there was like, you shouldn't listen to him. You shouldn't listen to him. But I like to listen to everybody. Let's make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see it, okay? Let's have a look. Let's have a look what he's got to say. What's going on, Raina? Welcome, welcome. I feel distressed diabolically because you bench Nico. That's fair. That's fair, actually, to be fair. I can't argue with that. That's normal. That's a normal reaction. All right, let's have a look at this. This is from Rednew. He likes Zenly Song Zero, but he does, he does gacha content. So let's have a little look at this then, shall we? I think Kurobots want recognition and credit for doing the right things. Wuthering Waves has absolutely been a punching bag since its launch. This is true. Its community is dwarfed by the massive giant that is Hoyoverse, the Hoyoverse fandom, which is true, I think. Yeah, that's true. Well, it is, yeah. We can't argue that, can we? So when it gets lumped in and inherits all that baggage and criticisms that are mainly targeted towards Genshin and HSR or Gacha, but simultaneously receives zero credit from the broader community for the things it does improve on it. That very same... Let me start again. But simultaneously receives zero credit from the broader community for the things it does improve on in that very same context. The community rightfully feels like they are constantly getting shit on and that they have no voice. I'm not gonna say that this is wrong, but I feel like if the game's getting shit on, communities have got to... What I'll say to human beings, this is never going to change. Stop feeling personally attacked when people say things about things you like. It's hard to do, but, try not to feel like you are part of Kuro and Wuthering Waves. And, oh, my God, they said something about my queen. I must defend her. But you know what? I'm not going to argue with any of that. I think it's pretty fair. It's pretty fair. And I think that's how some people do definitely feel in the space, definitely. That's why voices like Saint Tontas stand out the loudest. He only advocates for Wuthering Waves and is the only one actually willing to fight against his perception. I don't think that's true. It sounds like he doesn't have a bad thing to say about the game because he chooses not to share it. And the community views this as him being disingenuous or a shill when he seldom pushes content criticising the game. Now, I do feel like people use this as a criticism towards him, but I also don't think Saint has to share his negative feelings about Wuthering Waves. It will give you a more balanced view of somebody and what they believe about a game if they do, but they don't have to, is what I'm saying. So I have no issue with somebody just publishing the positives about something and not the negatives. But you also have to accept then, if people see that as somebody who is not potentially giving you the full story, right? I think that's fair to say. But I don't think he has to. I agree that he doesn't have to do that, right? It's not his job to. The problem for me, again, it's not that he's negative about Wuthering Waves. I don't care. I am happy for him to be hyper positive about WuWa all the time. It's when people question it and he perceives their opinion as a non-matter because he believes they don't understand the game, or he assumes they're misinformed, or he will use all these objective facts to just try and destroy someone's opinion, like it removes that opinion. Because what people forget, right? Saint Tontas is good at the game and he knows a lot about the game, right? Is the 1%. The 99% who have critiques about a video game might not understand all of the nuances about a game. That doesn't mean their opinions don't matter, because they're not going to learn those nuances, okay? Now, you can try and teach them, but denouncing their opinion because they don't understand it is a problem, because what happens then? They don't get heard. They fucking bounce. And when the casuals have gone, you have nothing left. Other games have had these problems in the past when they desperately try to cater to the 1% in content creators, in esports, and they ruin the baseline of the game, because majority of people don't play the game like that. But anyway, I don't think he has to be negative about the game at all. People saying they require that from him, I think they should probably stop. The only thing, I don't even require this from Saint. I just think he should maybe chill out a little bit when he doesn't like things that are said about the game. Anyway, let's move on. Question: what is one with choosing to share only the reason you love a game? Is it fair to inherit all the baggage and receive little recognition for things that it does right? Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with only sharing the things that you love about a game. Is it fair to inherit all the baggage and receive little recognition for the things it does right? I think that could be argued in reverse. If you're going to argue that, then you could argue, well, is it fair just to say all the positives, which I think it is. So, this is the thing. Humans are humans. People get tribalistic, don't they? You've got to understand that. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people in the Wuthering Wave space that will accept no positives about Genshin. They won't. They're not all the people, but there is some people like that. Should they be like that? Should Genshin players accept that? I don't care. I'm just saying I don't care. I just want to add that. I don't care. I honestly don't. This all sounds like dumb shit because we're talking about a game, but the reality is that the WuWa community just wants to freely discuss what they like in these online spaces and what they think is better, but they are constantly shunned into silence because all gachas are bad or you're not doing enough, which is actually bullshit because then nobody is doing enough. The only one who doesn't say that bullshit is Saint Tontas, and whether or not you agree with his conduct or points is exactly why a good chunk of the WuWa community rallies behind him as much as they do. Hold on, let me get that there. I'm trying to understand what he's saying here. They're constantly shunned into silence and what they think is better, but they are constantly shunned into silence. But doesn't Saint kind of do this as well, where it feels like he's kind of shunning people into silence? That's the perception I get, That's a perception I get when he spends an hour on somebody's opinion on cutscenes. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm a dum-dum. I'm a smooth brain. But I don't know about this here. I don't know about this. The first half, I was like, they had me in the first half, I don't know about this. I was all with Saint when he was defending Wuthering Waves, and he was just, he was on the defense. But like some people have got that attitude that to defend, you got to attack. To protect, he defend, and he attack, right? Notice a little crack. It says like he doesn't have bad things to say about the game. Means he does have bad things to say about the game to a degree. If you know, then why bother bringing it up? So chill. And Saint might having the same problems, so chill. My problem is when he tries to disprove other people's criticism. Yeah, I think the thing for me, it's like the desire to prove people's opinions and critiques of the game wrong. Like, a perfect example was when they were in the gacha cast, and I don't know if it was Farb or Genazad said, can we agree that most endgame in gachas is kind of pretty crap? And then, like, Saint defended the Tower of Adversity, and then went on to, like, explain all the technical aspects of the Tower of Adversity and why that makes it good. That doesn't make something good, does it? You know what I mean? It's like when Gacha Smack was talking about why he thinks the Tower of Adversity is mid. Saint went on to point all these things out about the way the game works, to say that it means that it is, but that still doesn't change the way you feel. You know what I mean? Like, I think the Tower of Adversity is mid, because I just think it's a boring ass mode. And I think a lot of gacha end games are kind of boring, and they all kind of try to do the same thing. I understand that modes like the Tower of Adversity are needed in a gacha game, because you need stat check stuff that makes people build the characters, pull particular characters, and build out the roster. That's normal. But having something extra would improve it. And I feel like sometimes this idea that he's got to break it down from a technicality to prove that it's good and everybody should agree with that. I just think and maybe he doesn't think that, but that's how it feels, like for me, I would rather more skill expression stuff in Wuthering Waves rather than stat checks. And I'm not saying there isn't skill and you don't have to learn the mechanics of the game for the Tower of Adversity, and you don't have to learn your rotations, your teams, all this sort of stuff, right? You do, but I feel like it could be better expressed in something slightly different. That's all I'm saying. And even if that's the case, I still just don't have fun with the tower. Now, Saint's response to some people with that was that it's a skill issue. There's lots of things in games that I find easy, but I don't find them enjoyable. And there's lots of things I find hard that I find enjoyable. There's lots of things that are just middle of the road that I find enjoyable and don't find enjoyable. For me, difficulty is not the defining factor of whether something's enjoyable. I think I fundamentally disagreed with that. Did you see the WuWa official's YouTube channel? Hoyobots are in the live chat. That doesn't surprise me, David. That doesn't surprise me. That's one thing that definitely happens with the Hoyo Spaceman. The fucking bots are
Afición, este para vosotros.
Have they blocked it, Siberi? Have they? Oh shit, we're gonna have to look at that. That's wild. Yeah, that place is a fucking trash can. That place is a trash can. He likes TOA more than Hologram. That's fair. That's fair. Like, I don't discredit his opinion. Like, that's the way I feel. And I think it's fair for Saint to feel totally different. It is. You know? We were taking the backbone of Genshin is the best option to get more popular. And see, like, for me, I don't think Wuthering, like, because this is one thing I disagreed with Ryuki when he says that to beat Genshin, Wuthering Waves needs to do A, B, and C. I don't think Wuthering Waves needs to beat Genshin. Wuthering Waves needs to get its own identity, in my opinion, and just improve as a game. This is why I say that doing the same old gacha trope in terms of endgame events, all this sort of stuff, is not going to make it stand out, especially with everything that's coming out. And I think we're moving more towards gacha games just going beyond the gacha systems. The games now, aren't they, with gacha mechanics in them? And I think they've got to start doing what no other games do and making content that's infinitely replayable and you can return to it and just gives you more. Now, maybe I'm asking for too much. Maybe I'm the gacha games at the end of the day. But I do feel like we're on the precipice of them evolving. It's like I agreed with Tecton when he was saying to Ryuki, he was like, you know, you can't expect deep story stuff in a gacha game because they just ain't going to give it to you. It don't make them money. Banners make them money. And I was like, you know, that's a fair point. It's a fair point. You can't argue with that. He sometimes chooses the wrong hill to die on. Yeah, with the same with the Echo XP. Yeah, for me, now, there's a few people in chat now. Let me know what you think. My alert's not working. Why didn't that come up? I ain't heard that come up. Was my headset off? Did you guys hear that? I think my headset's off, yeah. My bad. My headset switched off. When there's no audio coming through, it switches off. So, yeah. Regarding the Echo system, do you think it could be better in Wuthering Waves? Especially regarding to Echo XP, you know? Does that feel like a bottleneck for you? Because for me, it does. Even though I'm efficient, I do first stat, second substat, sorry. And then if it's trash, I reroll. But I've got terrible luck on substat rerolls. I just get trash. Constantly get double defense. I just get trash, right? So I'm always running out of Echo XP, and it slows down progression in the game when you're trying to build out rosters, which makes me not want to play the game sometimes. And I personally think he was desperately trying to defend that when I just don't think it was. I don't want to say it was indefensible because it is defensible because somebody might think differently, but I just think it wasn't a great point of contention to argue on. I think it was just that I think most people would probably feel like that. Maybe I'm wrong though. I agree with Jenna. His point of view is gacha game is still right. What do I make game good and not put stupid things in it? Yeah. I want to go up to Saint's 50 Cent avatar and slap him in the face. Yes, we know you love you. WuWa, yes. I won't go that far, Voodoo. I won't go that far. You know, he admitted that he likes Terraversity over holograms. TOA is trash. I agree. Dan Enfield though. Did you notice I changed my name? Oh, have you just shortened it down, have you? I was in Miyuku's chat and I said, give him more Echo Tubes done wrong, could break the game, and bro crashed out on me. Oh, did he? Yeah, it's got to be done right. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not just like, give me more. It has to be done right. Now, whether that's adjusting the way substats work, making it so you can see substats, making it so you can see the final two substats, the ones that consume the most Echo XP, whether it's just allowing you to consume non-built-up Echoes into XP, just to allow you to get a little bit more XP, and that way it balances out. So once you've run out of Echoes to consume, you're back to grinding again kind of thing, like, you know what I mean? And I feel like that probably would be the best balance. Something like that. XP is enough. The problem is the system is not good enough. Okay, that's fair. I have a way to fix the Echo system. Go on then. The game, we need more Echo XP in my opinion. I don't think it's going to break the game. I think if done too much could not break the game, but potentially there needs to be some sort of farming in a gacha game, doesn't there? But it's the level where it gets to be frustrating, I think. Tacit fields are absolutely garbage when it comes to XP and tuners, especially as you get higher up, you know. It's a curve that drops, isn't it, when you feel like it should be going up because you're going to... Well, I suppose the argument is, well, all the characters should be built then. But somebody like me, there's two constants in WuWa. I go hard pity on weapon banners. I get shit substat rolls. The next time I don't have to go hard pity on a weapon banner is the time that I'm going to start fucking spending all my shit, because I'm going to be like, you know what? Maybe I'm going to get good substats now. Yeah, for sure, substats in WuWa are hell. Yeah, it could be better. There's no defending it. Yep, there can be, but there has to be a reason why they didn't add echo tubes like they do with shell credit, because the echo system is more important in WuWa. Yeah, I agree. They understood that there was a problem with echoes from the get-go, didn't they? Remember that when we all thought that tuners were going to be the problem? Not anymore, is it? So that I definitely think they've realised that this is something that needs to be tuned. It's whether or not they're going to tune it further is the question, I guess. Doesn't have to be infinite. Just let them us turn unrolled echoes into XP. Yeah, I think that'd be a good way to do it. Because now we have to spend XP to get it back, don't we? Which I'd rather just be able to get it back, because if I've gone farming, let me feed that into XP personally, and that way then it would give reason to maintain your backpack. Because I don't maintain my backpack. That shit fills up, and I just fucking merge a bunch of shit and then do it over and over again, and it fills up and I do it again. It fills up and I do it again. I ain't got time to be fucking around with that. It's annoying. Personally, I'd agree. Echo XP is pretty time consuming. I don't mind farming in where it is fun, but it's just not enough drops. Okay. But I agree with you, where, well, deleting echoes should give more tubes. Okay. I think anything that stops aggression should be removed. There's no need for it when content is already limited. Okay. Okay. I think it's better to have too much than not enough. RNGs. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Is that, like, because Saint started to make the point with Ryuku in regards to your Forte tree, which I feel was a little bit of a disingenuous argument, because it was like, well, that's not RNG. So you can select what you're going to get, and you know what you're going to get, where with the echoes, you can be as efficient as possible and get nothing. Being efficient will improve the chances, but it's RNG. It's literally defined by the fact that you might not get nothing. Somebody, there's people out there, I'm sure, that just 25, max everything out, God roll. 25, max everything out, God roll. That's rare. There's people like me who go, right, 1, 2, trash. 1, 2, trash. 1, 2, 3, fuck. And then next thing you know, I'm out to fucking XP again. And then it's my own fault to a degree, because back in the day, I wasn't really building my echoes properly. So there is a little bit of it on myself as well. But I think sometimes when you're constantly being player problem, I think you have to agree that, all right, then, maybe it's a game problem created by players, but the game could make it better for players for it not to be like that. Because as you say, we're material farming constantly and then adding in the RNG as well, which is savage sometimes in the game. Yeah, it's not fun for me. It's not fun. Characters don't require rolls, neither do weapons. Echoes are the only times you have to rely on RNG to the builds. For example, what I mean, the system is not good enough. Could I put way too much value into random roll? They can reduce it and increase main stats just by doing this alone. People will feel better. Yeah, I think, yeah. I think even just maybe allowing re-rolls, like substat re-rolls, letting us have a different form of something that we can consume to potentially, because there's, like, I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, I haven't got the solution. I can recognize a problem for me, at least anyway. And I do agree with what Tectone said, that most casual players are just going to slap on any echoes and just play through the game. They're not going to touch the end game. But I still think it's an issue. I do, yeah. And Ryuko also says Echo RNG should be removed and 50-50 should be allowed, but I think Echo RNG gives it a reason. Yes, I don't want it to be gone. I kind of like it. It's almost like it's part of gacha, isn't it? I'm a degen. I used to buy loot boxes on Call of Duty. I don't gamble only in video games, and that, like, whoa, what am I going to get? I'll admit, it's kind of, there's a bit of fun to it, but when it keeps happening and over again and you're just losing, it's like, damn, man, this feels like gambling now. I might as well go down the bookies and just piss my money up the wall, because, like, I'm going to get the same emotion at the end of it. I'm going to feel pissed off. I'm going to feel distressed even. Rekka is more far more available, like grinding it from the domain and not spending wave plates. Well, that's the one positive, is that echoes are available, aren't they? But it's like say, you merge your echoes, you end up with more echoes that you really can't level up because you ain't got the materials to level up, and it slows down, because it's like a new character will come out, and sometimes I can't get too excited about the characters. I'm like, fuck, man, I haven't got echoes for the character at the minute. I'm still struggling to get echoes for this character, to build echoes for this character, and I just feel like I'm in a losing battle all the time. But maybe it's just me. Maybe it's a player problem. Saint is a dude that will shit on you for not having proper builds when you don't have double crit rolls plus enough ER on your substats. I'd say the daily asteroids are more incentive than Echo RNG is. There's too much stamina being robbed by all the resources needed. I left my account dormant for a while and accumulated a lot of stamina refills, but I still ran out when I came back to play again. Check out Red News replies. We'll have a look. And okay, so for the most part, obviously I've only got a small amount of people in my chat, but for the most part, I think most people see there's a little bit of a problem with the ecosystem. Okay, obviously this is anecdotal; it's a small sample size, but across the community, I've seen other content creators talking about it. The view's kind of the same. Something needs tweaking. What it is, I don't know. There's probably people who've got better ideas, but I think it's fair to say something needs tweaking. Bookies don't have waifus. True. You might find some women hanging out there, but they're definitely ain't looking like waifus, that's for sure. Welcome to the stream anyway, though, bro. How you doing, man? You good? But it's all good as long as you have a chance to get decent ones and have fun before you'll need to farm new sets and devs will add later on to farm. What's going on, Ted? Welcome to the stream as well. Your friend who checks leaks said 2.0 is bonkers. Yeah, I ain't looked at leaks for a while, actually. All right, let's have a look at some of these replies and see what the vibe is, shall we? Feel free to shill the game all you want, but don't go attacking the other games or its communities. It promotes tribalism and makes you no difference from toxic Huyo shills that you hate. I think this is a fair comment. Again, I do think Saint defends sometimes, but sometimes I definitely think he goes on the attack in the name of protecting the game's integrity, and I just don't buy it sometimes, personally. All right. Question, what is wrong with choosing to share only the reasons you love a game? You become the enviosity of WuWa. I'm the only motherfucker who should be getting praise. I don't want WuWa and this fan base to gain their own mint pick a nickname, a truly horrible fate. Okay, all right. Like, this is what I say. These are fair things to say. I don't think Saint has to share things that he finds unlikable or negatives about the game. Like, I don't. But I also think that if you're going to take that stance, you've got to accept that I don't think it's disingenuous, but people might think you're disingenuous because they're not that. How can they, like, and it's not that he gives reviews, but it's like, you know, it almost feels like you're talking to a car salesman then. I ain't going to tell you that fucking car's done so many miles or you know, actually it's this isn't great about it or this burns too much fuel or whatever. It feels like then, like, okay. And I know he's not trying to sell us something, but it feels like Saint is trying to sell us something sometimes. He's trying to encourage people to play Wuthering Waves, isn't he? But I don't think he has to do that now. And I think it's fair to say that he doesn't have to do it. But I also think it's fair to see where people might come from and think, well, he doesn't. But I've heard him say critical things about the game. I applaud you for your sacrifice. Good luck. The only reason WuWa community gets shit on is because they're shit. When PGR game came out, Kurobots literally only talked about Honkai Impact 3rd and how PGR is much better than Honkai Impact 3rd. Now they're doing the same thing with WuWa and how it's better than Genshin. I haven't seen anyone talk about WuWa. That's untrue. People talk about WuWa negatively all the time. I think there's some truth in this, though. I wasn't around when PGR first came out, but they're definitely... Oh, this is one thing I'll say about Wuthering Waves and the Kuro community. There is a moral superiority case, isn't there? There is. And it doesn't change the fact that I agree. I haven't played Honkai Impact 3rd. PGR is peak. Fucking sick. And Wuthering Waves is better than Genshin, in my opinion. I think people do like to go on about it quite a lot to the point where it's like, all right, I get it. Okay, cool, bro, cool. You know, after a while, it can be a little bit, all right, dude, all right. Waifus who've given up on life. Right, dude, yeah. PGR Global clears Honkai Impact 3rd. China PGR clears Zenly Zone 0. People are stupid. Alright. Let's see. I may have commented on one of your videos months ago how you were being negative towards WuWa non-Hoyo games without even trying to like them, so I want to apologize and take it back. Okay. The moment he default to my company, my game, yeah, I agree with that. I'm good. Also, you can replace WuWa with a Genshin and you get the same result. The Genshin players have to endure the past 3 to 4 years due to people hate popular thing, plus Genshin Twittard is no better. I do think this as well. I spoke about this quite a lot, that it's kind of the cool thing to hate on Huyo, isn't he? And I'm not defending my billion-dollar company. Anybody who knows me knows I prefer Wuthering Waves anyway. But, you know, I've definitely noticed that. I just think that the Genshin community is probably a bit bigger. So people who... And I think sometimes... Do you know what I'll say? I think sometimes people in the Wuthering Waves community kind of go looking for it a little bit. And I'm not saying that Genshin community don't. They go to places where they know it's infested with Huyo bots. And, of course, what they're going to see. You know what I mean? They're going to see people saying stuff that probably winds them up a little bit. You know? It's like hate watching something, isn't it? You know, you're like, oh, I really fucking hate this, and you can't help but not watch it because it's, I don't know, you know what I mean? It's like celebrities sometimes online, isn't it? That are like super annoying, but they get so many people watching them because probably like 60% of them hate them. Kurobot is just about as bad as Hoyo Shill. Thank you for this. This is exactly why he resonates with a lot of people. Does the game have problems? Absolutely. But with how hard it gets absolutely dunked on, especially in places like Reddit, it's honestly nice to see someone that just speaks well about it all. See, this is the thing I don't like. This idea that Saint's the only person speaking nice about Wuthering Waves. When you look at it, who's Saint PvP'd with? Gacha Smack, he likes Wuthering Waves. Fob, he likes Wuthering Waves. Genazad, he likes Wuthering Waves. You know what I mean? Probably not Mr. Pokey. I feel like most people like Wuthering Waves apart from Genshin hardcore players. And I just don't think you're ever going to convert those people. They're too far gone. You know what I mean? I feel like there's so many people in the CC space who are tourists, Genshin players, Star Rail players, ZZZ players, fuck man, whatever, are quite positive about Wuthering Waves. Now, maybe I'm looking in the wrong places, but that's how it feels to me. I feel like most people in the CC space speak quite highly about Wuthering Waves. I just think the thing is, those people add nuance to it as well and talk about critical aspects of the game as well. Right, am I tripping thinking that? You know, because like I just said in my video, I remember when Saint Tontas was using Google Trends to argue that if he was in this place of Star Rail players, he'd feel embarrassed about comparisons too. If my game, you know, being embarrassed about what people have got to say about it, that was just pure projection on why he thinks people don't like comparisons. You know, all that stuff for me is just a little bit too much. Like, the fact that no one would have known we were existed before trying Genshin in their life, but luckily my first gacha game was PGR. Well, that's it, innit? I think that's one thing that people have to respect a little bit. Like, you can dislike the communities, but I think to hate Genshin, which I know Tectone does, it's fair to hate the game, but you've got to respect that, like, it walked so WuWa could run. You know what I mean? It's just a fact, isn't it, really? And you'll never get away from that. Who are you fooling? It's been nothing but praise and shitting on other games. They aren't the victims. I agree with this a little bit. I do think it's been, well, I don't think it's been nothing but praise, because I think most people are quite critical of Wuthering Waves as well. There is a lot of shitting on Genshin in comparison videos, though. I've done it myself. Look, I've done it myself. I'm not innocent in this. I'm not innocent in this, man. I've done it quite a lot. Like, you know, I've got quite a few videos where, like, you know, it's pitting the two games against each other. All right, bold advert. Okay, there you go. Anybody who wants to get some hairspray, spray you ready if you're going bull boys. I don't grind the criticism as long as it's fair and done without malice. Agree. I think that's a fair take. And even if it's coming from a place of misinformation or lack of understanding, I still think as long as it's fair, I think it's fair, right? I think half the problem is we're a gacha game that doesn't feel like one. It feels like a regular game. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. And it's a positive about Wuthering Waves as well. It is a big positive about it. My first gacha was a Dragalia. Mine was Genshin, and it was only last year as well. I am a new tourist to the lovely resort of gacha gaming, where you can stay to get abused, see people crashing out, people defending billion-dollar companies. Enjoy your stay. Genshin is like hate more for the devs, not for the game itself at that point. Yeah, and I think it's fair to criticize and be very, very critical of the development of Genshin. I do, because it's obvious that Hoyo are pivoting, because look at the way they're treating Zenly Song Zero. You know, I think that's the old Hoyo, personally, because I think Hoyo realise now the monopoly's not theirs anymore. Although they're still the biggest piece in the pie, there's so many smaller pieces that it's getting diluted, isn't it? And as more games drop over the coming months, you know, and then, well, coming year, whatever, Ananta, NTE, Azure Premilia, Arknights Enfield, and a bunch of other games that are coming as well, that's going to get diluted even more, isn't it? So they're going to have to play their part a little bit more. So I think by necessity, their future games are probably going to be more reactive than Genshin. And at the end of the day, it's the Genshin community's fault because they accepted it for 4 years. It's just fact. That's just a fact. You can't deny that. You'll never hear me denying that because the Genshin community accepted, you know, getting slapped about and was just like, okay, more daddy, you know? ZZZ is the least toxic Hoyoverse community. Kuro and ZZZ devs are competing with Gooning. They saw ZZZ in Ass Game and they made Lumi literally power creeps every ZZZ character in the thickness. Now ZZZ saw Zany and dropped a new baddie like Zany. I love this. I think, do you know what? I think the ZZZ community is probably the least toxic because they've got a new fun game that they're playing and they're just playing the game. I think that is a problem with the Wuthering Wave space sometimes. I think that's a fair criticism that's laid on the Wuthering Wave space. These guys ain't playing the game. They're spending too much time talking about how amazing the game is and shitting on other stuff. I think that's a fair statement, I do. Because I think that's definitely a thing. I do think a lot of people in the Wuthering Wave space spend more time praising Kuro than actually playing Wuthering Waves. Hoyo community is getting NTR by Hoyo community in the end, and they implode and go to WuWa. That's it at the end of the day. People need to understand as well. The Wuthering Waves community is Genshin fucking refugees, isn't it? Yeah, it just is. Thing is, Genshin has become an infinite money glitch for them, and as HR is slowly turning to that buzz, but ZZZ is going so low, it's a necessity. Well, I don't think it's just that, because, like, if you looked at the reports that Hoyo put out, they announced, I can't remember what it was like something like 10 plus billion that Genshin had made over the last 4 years, right? And they expected I think they expected like another 5 billion in the coming years from the game. And they stated that more games coming into the space is going to be diluting this, and cannibalization from Star Rail and Zenless as well has also exacerbated the chunk, like, getting smaller. I don't think it's just that, ZZZ's making less money. That could be a factor, but I think it's Hoyo being smart and recognising there's a shift happening in the space. That they were like this first game that came out and blew everything away in terms of quality and scope, and that there's other people doing that now. So they've got to go a little bit further. They can't just rely on that. And so I replied to somebody in my comments. I was like, you don't think Genshin's going to change now? I'd be surprised if it does. And making videos about Genshin isn't going to change Genshin now. Genshin's made its money, and it's going to continue to just peter on now, continuing in print money. It's the next phase of games, Zenless and the phases on that I think will have some change applied to them. Why waste spending development money on a game that's, you know, had its peak, is heading off into the sunset when they can start putting that all into the games in the future that are going to be the next $10 billion maker, in my opinion. I got S1 Lumi and haven't touched her yet. Wow, that sounded bad. That's diabolical. That's diabolical, bro. Honestly, ZZZ is so good in the community. He's really cool and help you out with builds and just overall breath of fresh air. You know what? I'm going to say something here that might sound a bit fucking whatsy. You know, when I first started playing Genshin, I was a brand new player and I was streaming on Twitch. And when I first started playing Genshin, I'd have about 60, 70 people watching me on average. And it was, let's say, between 20 to 70 people a day. I'll say one thing. Everybody was pretty nice to me. Honestly, everybody was pretty nice to me. Maybe I'm a little bit biased in regards to stuff like that, because everybody was kind of nice, man. They explained stuff in the game. They weren't condescending. They spoke about particular characters I might want to try and get, and builds and how to go about stuff. And then I started playing Star Rail, and that community was really chill. I feel like the Star Rail community felt a little bit more elitist than the Genshin community, which is weird. But that was just a personal experience. It doesn't mean it reflects the wider community. I'm not that stupid. But that was just my personal experience. You know what I mean? Indeed, a lot of WuWa Genshin player disappointed by Hoyo games. I'm one myself, and I was quite the struggle to quite because of what I spent in. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people who are still stuck on Genshin because of the sunk cost fallacy. It's only took them 5 years to lock in on their fourth game for good quality of life. Yeah, no defending that. You're right, bro. You're right. It's work for them, though, innit? You know, it's work for them. You know, you can't hate the player, man. You gotta hate the game, I guess, really. And again, I think it had the buff of being first mover, and obviously not first mover in gacha, but you know what I mean. The COVID buff as a first mover of this gacha game that feels like an actual game. Good old Genshin guys. I remember watching popular streamers trying Genshin for the first time. Shit was so peak, but now I feel bad. Yeah, it is. It's a shame, like what's happening, like how people. It's funny at the same time, but it is a shame as well to see people, I think, getting so emotionally invested. But that's what makes it funny as well. It does. It does. I'll be honest. I was surprised at how much detail they put in ZZZ's character animations. Everyone even has their own death animation. ZZZ, I really like ZZZ's design. I think it's fucking dope game. I do. I think it's a cool little game. Dude, it's the same thing with the ZZZ community. I swear I'm in a Discord with people that will help you get better and just overall cool people. That's cool then, man. That's cool. It's always nice to find people, especially when you're new to something. Especially as a streamer as well. You know, starting a new game as a streamer sometimes, especially a game that's, you know, got pedigree. It's been going for a while. And most of the people that are going to be coming in to see you know the game. They understand all the mechanics, all the nuances, they get it. And you're here going, you know, it was my first gacha game. I was just like, dude, what are all these currencies? Which fucking banner am I pulling on? I don't understand 50-50s. What's pity? You know? and then learning all the combat and stuff. And it was quite nice. People were chill with me. People were chill with me. And not the Gooner type. Yo, what's going on, Daniel? Welcome back. 2 cheeseburger and fries and a Diet Pepsi. Hey, let's go. Hey, I don't mind a bit of gooning. Personally. I tried ZZZ till level 35. It was just a button smash for me, so I quit, and then I started WuWa and loving it till UL 50. Right now, it being a month and some days, so that's good. As long as I'm the type of find the game that you enjoy, man. Again, life's too short to be playing shit you ain't enjoying, and I do feel bad for Genshin players who want to pull away, but have, like, you know, the sunk cost fallacies there. I always say to people, you know, if you're in that position, just break it, man. If you're only sticking around because you've spent a lot of money, I ain't saying come to WuWa, it's a better game, even though I think it is. Just break it, play something else, you know? That you'll never get that money back, and one day the game will be gone. If you're not having fun now, stop wasting your time because you've spent money before. Because it is how they get you sometimes, you know? You get attached because you're like, dude, I've spent so much money, it's hard to pull myself out of this cycle. Pull yourself out as fast as you can. Objective opinion consultant is off today, objectively. Want to hear my theory? Dwayne spreading COVID for a success of Genshin. I like that one, actually. I like that one. I like how ZZZ filters out tourists. Yeah, man, just play Nikkei. Right. That's it, man. You want some, Dude, that cutscene, you know that bit when they're crawling through the sewers? That shit had me fucking reeling. That was mint, that was. All right, let's have a little bit more look at this. Agreed based. If Saint only said good things about WuWa, sure, but the guy talks shit about other games. That's opening him up to criticise on his standards and perception and why he's permaglazing WuWa and dissing other games. Fair. Kurobet's trying to play victims. Insane. Punching bag since launch. Deserved. All that Genshin killer. Genshin could never. Nonsense, etc. What did you expect? Who attacked first? Of course, small percent of loudest Hoyle shills will react. Also, Wuthering Waves launch had own issues. This one gets me. I've seen this. Some people, I'm like, because a few people in the WuWa community, well, actually, it was the Genshin community then before the game came out, because there was no WuWa community. It was Genshin communities who were ready to jump on the boats to set sail. They were calling it the Genshin killer. To attach that to the new community that's here now and the game, I think is dented, if I'm honest. But, you know, dents are gonna dent, ain't they? Exactly, as much as it was a bad idea of quitting because of how much he spent, my thought was, why say if I'm not enjoying it? Exactly. Money comes and goes, man. Time doesn't. Life's too short to be like, I'm playing this because I'm invested. As somebody who does medals in investment, man, you know, you should never leave it too long. If you're in a bad position, there's nothing wrong with taking a loss and moving on to. There's always another trade. There's always another trade. There's always another opportunity. There's always another game. And always another game that you can go and spend more money on and get into the same cycle again, right? There's not a whole lot to talk about. It's easy that might be working on their favour, not going to lie. True. And the community's a little bit smaller probably, isn't it? That it, I feel like, I don't know what it is. They just seem chill. I feel like they just seem chill. I feel like the Star Rail community seems chill as well. I suppose I see most of the negative in the Wuthering Waves community. That's because I'm in the Wuthering Waves community more. I play WuWa. I look at people who are making content on Wuthering Waves more. It's been a while since I really reacted to like Genshin content, unless it was WuWa v Genshin. So I'm in a circle that I suppose I'm exposed to that more. So it makes me think, well, the WuWa community does seem more toxic, but that doesn't mean it is toxic. It's just an anecdotal experience at the end of the day, isn't it? So I feel like it's unfair to tar the old community with that brush. Genshin could never be used when HSR came out. Yeah, it's not a new thing. Yeah, it's not a new thing. Welcome to the stream. See you found me. Did not jump on ZZ's e-bolt from the start. I've decided to try it out once 2.0 drops. That's fair. 1.4 though. 1.3 S rank. Just saying. You have a different vibe than other YouTubes, like a Big Brother vibe, and I kind of like watching you. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. I just like to hang out with you guys and chat. Like, you know, you'll never find me pretending that I've got some like moral superiority in like my views, because I'm just a person who switches on a stream every day and talks shit, you know. And I like chatting with you guys. I'll give my opinion sometimes, and then sometimes I'll get off stream and be like, yeah, man, I made some dumb takes today. That's life, innit? You move on, man. You learn. Thing with WuWa Space is there's a lot of astroturfing going on. Can't tell who is legit or who is just baiting. That's a new term that people like to use now, isn't it? Astroturfing. I've seen Saint banging on about that a few times. The thing is, though, with astroturfing, people are, you know, it's illegal to do, isn't it? So, like, I suppose in content creation it is, but I don't think people who are, you know, gassing games up in Reddit and stuff are somehow getting paid as part of a promotion. Because that is what astroturfing means, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure that's what it means, yeah. The deceptive practice of presenting an orchestrated marketing or public relations campaign in the guise of unsolicited comments. Yeah. So it's basically people who are paid to make positive remarks about a game. I don't think that's going on. Maybe it is, though. You never know. Maybe it is. I definitely think there's a literal Hoyo thing. You know, it's been seen before. I don't know if it's from Hoyo or it's from people in China or whatever. Actually using literal bots. Who knows? Not gonna lie, Nikkei smokes Genshin and WuWa, and I love WuWa. Do you know what, though? I'll tell you, I really like PGR as well. I need to get back to the game. PGR for me, like, sometimes I'm playing PGR, and I'm like, dude, this feels better than WuWa. But overall, I prefer WuWa. But there's moments in Punishing Grey Raven when I'm just like, dude, this is fucking sick. And that's why I say all games are different. There's games that I like more holistically. Overall, I prefer them to another game. But then there's moments, isn't there, in other games where you're just like, dude, this is fucking fire. Not gonna lie, Nikkei story building is better than WuWa's, and I love the fact that they managed to inject a lot of unique personalities into 130 plus Nikkeis. Yeah, I think Wuthering Waves story is just pretty standard, really. It's not bad. It's not great. Wait till bro hits a million. Who's that? Who hits a million? PGR and Nikkei clears your fave gacha games. Don't argue with me. You'll lose against me. Cyperi's astroturfing PGR, isn't it? That's what it is. I am going to pick up Path of Exile 2. Yeah, I loved PoE. I do plan to get in it soon, actually. So did you say Saint replied to this tweet? So yeah, going back to this, I agree partially with what Red New's saying, but at the same time, I don't on some things, you know. Again, I agree Satan doesn't have to say the negatives, but I also feel like he's going to be judged on that, isn't he? That's just inevitable. If you only glaze a product, people are going to start questioning, why are you glazing it? Why can't you allow negative things to come through? And I don't think that's the case anyway, but I'm just saying in regards to, I'm talking about Red News point here, not Saint. Nothing wrong with sharing things you only like about a game, but of course, people are going to question it. Yeah, I think it's all silly. I don't buy into this idea though that the Kuro community's always been attacked. You know what I mean? I'm not saying they don't, but I feel sometimes they're you know, they're going on night raids. That's what I feel like. They're going on night raids, you know, they're gillying up, they're going on night raids, you know, they're attacking some points behind enemy lines, bailing, then the enemy strikes back and they're like, whoa, 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 what's going on here, man? Why did this happen? Surprise Pikachu face, you know? Hey man, I shall underrated games unlike y'all jumping on Hoyo and WuWa hype train. You can't stand PGR storytelling. Really? I would like, don't get me wrong, I would like, you know, it in the guise of Wuthering Waves in regards to that. I'll admit that. People think Rover is a Giga Chad MC being glazed. Oh boy, they haven't seen Nikkei's Commander. Oh, you know, it's like Snowbreak, man. Most people who say Nikki is good is just because they have nothing but half-naked robot girls with guns. Like, be fucking for real. The story's actually so far, like, what I've seen seems alright, though. And it's got cool mini games and stuff as well. Like, we've got to play Infinity Nikki at some point. Like, boys, like I say, man, I'm going on my Disney Princess arc soon. Fuck all this shit, you know? Fuck all this war between Kuro and Hoyo. Your boy's going to be playing dress up. We're going to be riding a bicycle. You know, we're going to be doing our thing, man. We're going to be looking gorgeous. I get the story's good. Like, yeah, whatever. If you want fan service, Playground does too. Saying she'll make a negative video about WuWa like Ryuku did, and then that could clear up some misunderstanding. I suppose. I don't think he needs to, though, personally. Like I say, I honestly don't have an issue with Saint's views on Wuthering Waves at all. I don't. Like, even now, like, he'll defend things like the Tower of Adversity and the Echo XP, because that's fair. That's his opinion. I just disagree with some of his stuff on that. I don't think he needs to make a video like that, personally, honestly. I just think he needs to stop with the, you know, firing shots at people. And not just firing shots at people, like, continually firing shots at people until the corpse is like, it's like, stop, dude, he's dead, you know? A grown-ass man turning himself into a cute anime girl. Yeah, man. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Should we watch these top 10 best gacha creators out there as well from Aithoma? Kind of curious to see about that, actually. Is Wuthering Waves doomed without these updates? Ooh, that's doom posting. That's doom posting. And then I was going to have a little listen to what's a crack-a-lacking in the gacha cast. If anybody's interested, you could see what they're talking about a little bit. But should we watch some of the other videos first? I'm curious to see what they're talking about. I need probably watch a little bit though, because I'll probably just watch it off stream, because I do like watching. I suppose it is a podcast, but you know, you're not in it, bro. What's that? What, the Aithoma video? I'd hope not. I'd hope not, because I think he's going to be roasting people, right? Because the other one was the top 10 worst, but that was the good creators, yeah. So I hope I'm not in there. Hype for the 2.0 live stream. Yeah, man, yeah. Did I see you? No, we'll have a look at that actually though. I think Connor's Thoughts was talking about it though. I just can't seem to get enough points. Do you know what? I need to get back on the pincer. I did a little bit the other day. I think I did 1, 2, and 3. I think. Is it a good one? Is it a good one? All right, let's check out this video then. I'm curious. Let's see what he's got to say. Let's see what he's got to say, shall we?
Fun XO now.
Let me turn my headset back on again. My headset, when there's no audio coming through, it likes to switch off. Likes to switch off. I heard the live stream thumbnail is a real screenshot, not edited. Is it? Oh, Wuthering Waves? Nah, get out of here. Bro, what is it with Whitey? Look how shit Whitey is at the minute, man. I wonder if there will be like a festival like this, though. We promise, we deliver. Bro, there's 202 people waiting in here. This shit ain't on for another 5 days. We're going to Venice. Let's go. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the live stream, actually. What's going on? Just a guy. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's check out this video then. The top 10 best gacha creators out there. Some people are going to be getting fingers pointed at them and laughed at here, are they? Because we had the top 10 worst, and that was the best. Let's see what I thought was saying, shall we? This is the Doo Foxel copyright struck, which again, I spoke on that, which I thought was pretty fucking. It was pretty scummy. Let's call a spade a spade. All right, let's see what he's got to say then.
All right, I have a confession to make. This video is not gonna be satire like the others. I know. I was
Okay, so it's less of a poking fun at, and it's more of a fuck you video. All right.
planning to make it satire, but I said I will make a genuine top 10 worst creators.
Yo, that's
in the
8,
gospel,
Thoma.
so you're just gonna have to bear with me, okay? I will crack jokes though. Don't worry about that. I will. It's gonna be funny. Don't worry. It will be funny. And I know this video also might put me in a very nuclear spot that I am not prepared for at all. But that's fine. It's gonna be worth it.
Depends who's on the list, though, doesn't it? Really? You know, it might be a list where everybody goes, you know what? Yeah. Then again, it might not be.
I gave a promise, and I shall deliver. Also, just letting y'all know, to all these CCs on here, I'm always watching, and you know what I can do. Oh, making myself sound like the Dark Knight, huh? Anyways, let's get on to the top 10
Scary.
quote-unquote best gacha creators out there. Starting off with...
Copyright for fun, career suicide. It's one thing copyright claiming somebody, you know, if you feel like music or something that you've got license being used. Ugh. It's a different thing, copyright striking somebody. Bro, have you been in that chat and copy pasted that shit, have you? Huh?
Number 10, we got Foxel.
Oh shit.
Boy. Now,
speak of the devil, boys. Speak of the devil.
More of a personal pick, but you can't lie. As much of a nobody.
Okay, let me just. Yeah. Okay, he's using his own gameplay footage here. It's because Foxel's threatened anybody uses my videos, man. I'm gonna fucking copyright strike him.
He might be. He is worthy to be up here. From his hypocrisy to his crash outs, from the slop content to striking people's channels, specifically my channel.
That's the one. That's the one. The strike. It was just like, I even said in my video, man, I had to call him out on that, like, because it was just like, it's the unspoken rule in YouTube, man. Unless somebody's just straight ripping your content, you know. Or maybe, I don't know, yeah, just straight ripping your content, uploading it. You just don't do it. The tools are there to be used, but in court you'd probably lose. Well, depending, there's context to that. The tools are there to be used and you can use them, but it's just a rule, man. You don't do that, you know?
This guy has dug his own grave over time deep enough that I don't even think he can recover. Now, I do want to let y'all know I'm not going to go into specific details and recount what these people have done in utmost detail. For that, I am going to be linking videos in the description about each person in this top 10. Now, back to Foxel.
Was he made individual videos on them? Or... Wait, has this dude made videos on all of the people in here? Oh, no, okay, so he's linking... So I know that one is I think this one's Wow. Okay, so yeah, I'll be careful there. Don't want to get copyright struck. Okay, so this is... Okay. Might have to watch that Iango video. I like a bit of Iango. Alright, back to the video.
This guy, like I said, has been exposed to be a huge hypocrite. He'd say, oh, I don't like leaks. I support Kuro with their strike against leaks. Me.
Has your bro got a fucking resonator tattoo on his wrist?
Meanwhile, not even a month before that, he'd covered
Zay Thoma confirmed the Kuro box.
Being in the thumbnail. And you could say, oh, it's just a one-time thing. It's not as bad as you're making it sound, Thoma. Wrong! This guy has been doing this shit for fucking months. Like, it's very consistent. He'd preach one thing, do the exact opposite in a month's max time, and then be like, oh, Now, I have personally called this person out on his behavior, which he striked me for, and his reasoning for
This whole thing with Foxhole, yeah. Bro, fucking activate your windows, man. Come on. This whole thing with Foxhole was a proper Barbara Streisand moment, you know? It really was, where Athoma made that video. It had like 1,000 views or something like that. And he should have just let it go, right? I even admit, initially in the video, I was like, I don't know if he's a hypocrite because he did these things in the past and then he come to the conclusion that he didn't want to do it anymore. He's then gone on to repeat some stuff after the fact of what he said, and he's been going all over the place lately, Fox has. I've got to admit, he has. It's a little bit mad. Like, I think dude is, you know, like, he's blowing hot and cold constantly. But, you know, at the end of the day, I ain't got no problem with it. But once he copyright struck the video, it was just it then. All eyes were on it, you know what I mean? It would have been a passing video. It's the reason, in my opinion, Athoma has been getting so much traction recently. It's like, not that saying he's not bringing content that people want to do. I'm not questioning his content. Like, don't take that as that. But I genuinely believe his content, you know, look at the views on average. Like, yeah, it's like videos. It's kind of like my views, really. You know, and then he made this video, and then Fox struck the video blew up, and then really since then, you know, 46k, 5k, 7.5k, his views have just escalated. It's got him into like people's radar, you know, bigger creators' radar in talking about it, because it went all the way up to Tecton, didn't it, in the end? So yeah, like, it was a proper Barbara Streisand moment. And if you don't know that, the Barbara Streisand effect is that one time Barbara Streisand's house got photographed and was put online. Nobody knew about it until she made a massive deal, and I think she went after the person in the courts. And then guess what? Everybody knew where Barbara Streisand lived after that. You know? Because she did just not mentioned it, it would have gone away, but she couldn't. And then that happened. And I think that was the same situation with Fox, really. If he'd just let it slide, it would have gone away. But he made it a million times worse, really.
Striking me was so we could talk. Which, like, bro, shut the fuck down, bro. Shit the fuck up. That's the most stupid shit.
I've got to agree there. I even said this. I think it was a poor excuse that he copyright struck him to bring him to the table. It's like, okay. You know, like putting a brick through somebody's window. It's like, well, I tried talking to you. I knocked the door. I phoned you. You only came out after I bricked your window, though.
Shit I've ever heard in my goddamn fucking life. And you might be asking, why am I not showing any clips or anything of such sort? Well, it's because that's how this fat fuck fucking copyright struck me. And I'm not letting that shit slide again. And I'm warning you, and any of the other creators in here, if you strike me, you know that that's gonna affect you more than me. That goes to anyone on this list. Now, Foxhole doesn't have much to him. And to be fair, he's number 10 for 2 reasons. Both because
Fox should on a copyright strike, agreed, but I thought I should also not turn a critique into a full-on slander vid. A lot of the points in the initial video I was like critical of as well. I must admit. I think all defense was lost so on the copyright strike for me. I've told Fox this myself. He knows my thoughts on this, you know what I mean? I have no personal beef. With Fox, but yeah, that for me it was just like, yeah, sorry, bud, you're on your own with this one.
Because, like I said, there's not a lot to him.
And I think most people told this to Fox as well.
So let's get on to number 9.
I think the thing is, though, Fox has still got the attitude that if somebody does it again, he's gonna copyright strike them, isn't he? And it's like, I guess, you know, up to you.
Legions Gaming. Oh boy,
shit.
Here we go. Legions. I can see where Foxhole got his behavior from. 4-star Tectone over here has pretty much done the same exact shit that Foxhole has done, but he did it first. Instead of Foxhole striking me, it was Legion striking VXV over petty drama. Instead of it.
See, like, it never goes well. You know what I mean? It never goes well. It's always best to just either ignore it or clap back. Just clap back. That's the best thing to do. Ignore it or just clap back, and then you move on.
hypocrisy about Kuro games and leaks, it was hypocrisy about reaction content. Let me elaborate. This guy has been on a monthly streak of just saying stupid shit. Rather that be making a very weird comment about Jane Doe, or rather it be him saying that he hates React content and makes a React video not.
Do you know what? Fox said that as well. He hates React content. I'm pretty sure. Well, actually, he kind of doesn't react to stuff. I'm sure I've seen him react to stuff though. But he has said the same thing. I felt personally hurt by that. It's not lazy content. You know, it's definitely not lazy because I've run out of ideas of what to do. So I'm like, right, let's watch somebody else's content. That's, yeah, well, that's fair.
Not even a day after. The hypocrisy of this man is out of this fucking world, and I think a lot of people can agree on this. He also manages to self-insert himself into almost every drama, which is
Feeling attacked now. Kind of did that yesterday, but you know.
diabolical on its own. And overall, he's just a bit of a fucking dickhead. The Captain Cat.
I will defend myself though. Hold up. I don't usually insert myself into drama. Just the one time. Won't do it again. Not gonna say that. Don't want to be called a hypocrite.
Its drama is a good example for this. Someone clipped Cap's opinion on the WuWa 1.3 story quest and how she didn't like it. They sent that to Legions, and Legions
Third party
just badmouthed
cringe,
her.
bro.
Meanwhile, bro wasn't even halfway through the story quest. Anyways, can't ramble on too much about one person. Let's get to number 8, being Steam Bun XO. Now, Steam Bun X is just
Hippocratic exposed court,
used to
right?
make videos like the most disgusting take on Genshin community and proceeded to give out the most.
We still need to watch that video, the top fentanyl spots in Zenly Zone Zero. We need to check that out.
Stupid explanation with his primary source being, trust me, bro.
Say you're in, man. Say you're in. Say you're in, man. No.
He's had a very consistent run of making
Okay,
very
buddy.
fucking stupid
That's not true. You didn't see none of that. Never did it. Never did it.
Most notable one being
I'm just
claiming that shit.
passing pedestrian. I'm a passing pedestrian. You know, I didn't snap some pictures, put it on the timeline. Definitely not. Definitely.
Kazahana, Hexjuice,
Not
and
rubbernecking.
Nugent all got upgraded VTuber models because Kuro Games paid them.
Oh, I remember this shit.
Just generally stupid. Stupid enough to allegedly view bot. Not that there's any damning evidence, but this like to view ratio kind of very much so speaks for itself. And also he said,
I suppose. I don't know. It's hard to say sometimes with likes to view ratios because some kind of content doesn't engage interaction. Because I have videos where they do all right, but the content's kind of just cut there. And it gets a lot of impressions. It gets click-through rate, but it doesn't get engagement. Like, you get all these analytics in YouTube. I'm not saying that it doesn't look iffy sometimes, but as somebody who's never view-botted, but it's definitely had content that gets a lot of impressions, a decent click-through rate, but the engagement's trash. You know, like, the amount of time people spend watching the content's dog shit, probably because the content's dog shit, but, like, the title was catchy and the thumbnail was probably catchy, and YouTube was just like, oh, people might want to watch this. And it doesn't get much interactions on likes and dislikes and all that sort of stuff. So that can happen. But that is a lot of views for that sort of like ratio. But still, it's definitely not damning enough for me.
said he'd view about someone else. Now, rather
Envy
that
from
be a
Wish.
joke or not, he said it. Can't tell you if it's out of context or not, because I genuinely don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Okay, this one's gonna be scuffed. From one stupid button onto a duo of absolute numbskulls. Number 7, the homie B-Mao and Tao. Oh boy, now, before we
I don't know these two.
start with these two, you might ask why they're here together. And well, it's for one very simple reason. You can't talk about one without talking about the other. Now, Tao and
No.
B-Mao are in here for their own reasons, but they are also still partners in crime, with Tao being the main partner in crime. He's the lead, B-Mao is the right-hand man. Let's start off with Tao, since he has way more on him than B-Mao.
Got a little syndicate over here, have we? Not syndicate the YouTube, like a little crime syndicate.
Now, this man is a fucking retard, okay? He first of all sucks B-Mao's dick dry, protecting the guy like—
I was questioning that. Is that okay to say that nowadays? Because a lot of people, I've said it myself sometimes, a lot of people seem to be saying it nowadays. Like, is that word back on the table now? Is it back on the table? Just asking.
He's our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ himself. He's been in a lot of drama too, with the main big one being the Hex Juice drama that I will not summarize most of it for because it's way
Towers
too fucking
cringe.
long. Like I said, videos linked in the description.
Oh,
But
McDonald
to
had a
sum it up
farm.
very quickly,
E-I-E-I-O.
B-Mao and Tao were being dickheads to Hex Juice, with B-Mao pretty
Just
much
read the rest of
harassing
that.
Hex on her stream saying, "Please watch Daddy Tao's video, please."
A lot of things are back on the table nowadays. True. True. Just feel like we're in a time of change.
Trying to protect B-Mao and miserably failing the instant this video came out. Now, this next piece of information I could only find via Techie's reaction, which, yet again, link in the description. But Tao is a fucking freak. Look at his fucking YouTube handle, bro. Yelon Slave Tao. That says more than enough.
Slave,
He also made a 1,000-paragraph Yelon manifesto. I will not let anyone forget about this. He made a 1,000-paragraph.
How did I never hear about this? What the fuck? Bro, if you got that much time on your hands, just jack off. Like, what the hell?
Yelon manifesto. This motherfucker also made
School
a content
shooter
creator
energy?
smash tier list, which is honestly a very fucking weird thing to do. Now, there's a lot more on Tao, but this ain't a fucking documentary. So let's move on to what B-Mao has done, which is not a lot, but oh, B-Mao. This guy is also a bit wild. Now, I think personally that B-Mao might be lacking in social cues, since I don't think he picked up on him being annoying when he was spamming shit like, "Watch this video!"
That reminds me of somebody.
And someone's chat. If you ever wanted to speedrun burning bridges with other people, just do what B-Mao and Tao did. Now, most of what I said Tao did outside of the freaky shit is also what B-Mao did. And I'm gonna be honest, there's too much here for me to put in this video. Yet again, and for the last time, links in the description. And also, I might have gotten a few things wrong, and if so, let me know in the comments. But I want to move on to the next CC, because I'm gonna be honest, we could go on.
Come on, give
for
me some
hours.
slander,
So
man. I
let's
want some
talk
real
about
slander.
number
I
six
don't know these
being-
people. I don't care.
I did
Okay,
this
soul of
last
an
video,
artist.
Soul of an artist. Oh, good old soul. Mr.
It makes me realise, man, how niche the gacha space is sometimes. You know, like the content creators out there, like, as well. And then you look at the size and scope of the content creators compared to different genres of games. And also, like, the amount of people I see from my chats in other streamers, which is a good thing. I like to see, like, not saying this is a bad thing, but just makes you realise how niche the space is at the end of the day. And man, for such a niche community, we be beefing all the time, don't we?
Zhongli shouldn't be on HP %. 3 years after the fucking character came out. Mr. I made my brother cry on stream because I'm an absolute dickhead. Mr. Former Minor himself. And
Did
most
he?
importantly, Mr. Kermit the Frog here. Now, this whole situation
You
with
make his
Soul
brother cry on
actually
stream.
did start
That's
over
based.
3-year-old meta takes. These meta takes being made by good old Techless. So
It's because
for
we
some
family, so we have the
reason,
ugly
gained
little
his
cousins.
conscience 3 years after Techie made a statement about Zhongli when he came out,
He
and
slides his
thought in
mum's milk on his
tiny
chin.
mind that Tectone's take was wrong. So he went after Tectone for it. Now, this all somehow turned into Soul going absolutely fucking insane. Doing such shit as saying that Tectone deserved his divorce. And like I said earlier,
Started breaking his stuff on stream. Yeah, when he proper crash out then. Not just a crash out like crash out, but a crash out, crash out. That word's losing meaning, isn't it, recently, actually, you know. To be fair, I think I blame millennials, which I'm a part of, so...
harassing his brother to the point where he started crying on stream. All because of 3-year-old, now 5-year-old meta takes about Zhongli. If you could turn the word deranged into a person, it would be Kermit of an artist. Moving on to number 5, we have Zajeff and Zyox. Now, I am gonna be
Zyox. Bro, we're getting like 2011 transitions there, man. Nostalgia hit hard.
completely honest. The only reason these two are in this tier list, or top 10, is because I just find them funny. I'm gonna be honest. Zyox over here looks like he never experienced puberty and looks like a lesbian. And Zajeff, well, look at him. I don't have to say anything. You can go ahead and think what you want to think. Now, they're not in here for absolutely no reason. Because there's been recent events, like, for example, Zyox calling Tectone the P. Diddy of Gacha. But the main reason I put these two in here is...
Is that where that came from? Because I know there's been some slanderous allegations made about Tectone. I don't know them, actually. So is that where it started?
because they're part of a certain clique, and that clique has been involved in a lot.
Oh, is that the
of
Ratsu
bad.
clique?
So I don't really have much to say about them outside of what I just said. So let's move on to number 8, being Plazookas.
Oh,
boy.
shit.
Now this guy is a great.
Isn't this just the reply guy? I'm pretty sure this is the reply guy, yeah.
Example of what not to do as a drama creator. Plazooka's content feels like a Bigfoot spotting. This guy disappears for months, goes into hibernation, and then the moment that there's juicy drama, he will start making a video every 6 hours
The
about.
Nut
Now that
Licker
doesn't seem
song.
bad, but if you look at the type of shit he covers, you'll understand. Unk
Man,
needs to
those
retire.
thumbnails are
Out of all
trash.
the drama he could pick, he always picks the ones where it involves personal life. Dramas that shouldn't have been public in the first place. And he tries to give his quote-unquote educated response and opinion to all of this drama. Everyone in the space that knows about him know that this guy is genuinely just fucking retarded, okay? And that's about it. Anyways, let's get to number 3 now. Number 3 is
Actually, I think I might have done a reaction video to Plazookas a while back. I'm sure I did. Because I'm sure, I think I did, you know. I remember just getting a couple of comments. People was like, yeah, just stay away from this dude, Morrow. He's fucking weird. I think it was him.
Kabuki Ren. Alright guys, brace yourself. As for the Rexland community, will be approaching soon. Now, Kabuki Ren over here is a fucking weirdo. And not just any kind of weirdo. They are a lolicon.
I think some people have
I do not
tectone
to clarify
derangement syndrome,
what a
just a
lolicon
guy.
is,
I
nor
think
do
that's
want
what it
to.
is.
Most people in the space know what a lolicon is. And most people know that shit is fucking disgusting. And you might also ask,
Hey Selma, how are you making these accusations?
well, it is really straightforward.
Oh, was
gang.
it
One look
Zajeff,
at
was it? Okay. Okay, see, this is, I don't know about this. I just heard some rumblings, people talking about it. And, like, you know, I'm always one of them people, man. I ain't gonna fucking pin anybody to anything because, you know, innocent till proven guilty. For me, you'll never see me bandwagoning on any, just because somebody's made a statement like, well, that's it then, there definitely are. There's too much of that nowadays. I think, I don't know if it was when he was talking to Ryuki, was it? I was watching some of Tectone and he mentioned that, you know, like, obviously people saying that about me. But he was like, he was quite general about it. Yeah, I don't know about it at all, if I'm honest. He's a guy who tried to justify the need to spend in WuWa in the name of supporting the devs. Oh, that's it. Yes, yes. I remember
Their channel
Wonga.
is
I remember.
already enough. Look at this. Their latest video is called Blue Archive is Great. Characters, hot.
What the hell?
Now, if you don't know what Blue Archive is, it's a gacha, obviously, that contains a lot of lolly characters. He's also made a community post like this one, which I'm gonna be honest, just reading this in my head makes my
Clara foot thigh job. Bro. The dude is not escaping the allegations. Definitely not.
stomach turn enough that I am just gonna take this off the screen right
Oh,
now, because
shit.
what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Holy shit! The worst thing this guy has done, in my opinion, is his Genshin Impact's most breedable characters video.
Oh, breedable. Okay. I thought he was going to say beatable then. How is that worse than that? But breedable. All right, I'll take it back. I'll take it
Where
back.
he has put characters such as
Definitely
Kui
not beating
and
the
Yao
allegations,
Yao
bro.
in
Oh,
S tier.
shit.
Like, do I really need to explain myself anymore? Because I frankly do not want to. I was cringing and disgusted while writing this shit for my script. Like, bro, holy fuck. Anyways, moving on, because I do not want to talk about a fucking lolicon anymore. Number 2
Nonce.
is NV.
The word, oh shit, oh shit. The word that comes to mind, not enviosity, is nonce. Not enviosity. I'm not calling enviosity a nonce. He's the only motherfucker that should be getting praise. Oh shit.
Yosity. The only motherfucker that should be praised in this community. Now, this little slime is the Crashout champion. No matter what you do, ready if you say something.
Is that a particular type of skin in Fortnite? It's supposed to look like a fucking PlayStation 1 character. Was my guy just playing this on a fucking potato?
positive or negative in his chat, he'll start hyperventilating and crashing out. For example, he crashed out when chat kept asking him if he's gonna pull Rosaria, which like,
Bro, what is going on with his skin? What is going on? Fucking hell, the textures, bro.
what the fuck is wrong with this idiot, bro? The mint picker also crashed out infamously when Techie offered him to will a little on his account after Envy achieved a goal of some sorts. Instead of going,
Yeah,
nah,
yeah.
I'm good, thanks for the
Dude's CPU's melting. Finally, the fucking textures loaded in then. Holy shit.
offer, bro said,
I should be the only mother getting praise in the Genshin community because I don't spend money on Genshin Impact.
besides that, in the whole phase freeze,
That's gotta be one of the most legendary crash outs, right? Like, best mask off moment in Gacha. Oh, shit. This is what I say though, man. Saint could potentially be going down that route, man. I hope he doesn't. But, like...
drama. He also went
Let's hope
out
it's
of
not
his
the
way to
rebirth of the
post
slime,
a
man.
18-tweet thread on his quote-unquote
My trauma with Tectone. This will be the first and last time I'll make a public statement about my experience with Tectone over 3 years, the control he's had on my life, the PTSD as summary of it all. I owe the recent events which has encouraged me to speak my truth. You know, when somebody adds the word my truth into it, I typically go, yeah, this dude's talking shit.
drama with Tectone.
There's not
which is
my
just
truth,
him
there's the
making
truth.
non-arguments and also bringing up these clips of Techie and his ex-wife having a bad argument and using it as a weapon to bring the man down. I think you can tell how many
That's
sorts
low.
of fucked up this slime
That's
is.
low.
And I've previously said that I thought
People can say what they like about me, you know, like, obviously, some people will with the video I made about Saint Ontas and that, but damn, bro, that's low, you know? Taking it to a man's personal life and potential relationship problems that are happening and somehow spinning that to show, look, you know? That's diabolical. That's pretty disgusting.
Foxo might have had the biggest mask-off moment in the space, but looking back at this shit,
That's an art. I can't show it, man, because Fox will copyright strike me. But, like, Foxy's was pretty good, you know. It was pretty good. Like, it was. Because what made it funnier, he was playing Love and Deep Space and he had some weird-looking fucking avatar on. Oh, dude, he was fucking hilarious, man. I'm not gonna lie. It was hilarious. He was getting so angry. Like, he started stuttering and everything. It was, like, you know... like I say, I've got nothing against Fox, but that was fucking brilliant, man.
nah, absolutely not. Foxo and all the others are over here, and Lil Slime is all the way over there. Like, you can't even see my fucking hand. He's all the way over there. Fucking mint pickers, bro, I swear. Now, let's get into the number one, quote-unquote, best
Okay.
gacha creator out
Who's
there,
taking number one
being
then?
That doesn't explain why
Oh,
you
is this
edited Brax
Ratsu?
of the photo. I didn't edit Brax out of the photo, it's a different photo. Not a different photo, it's the same photo.
Asian guy streams, also known as Atsu, mostly known as Ratsu. Now, Ratsu being
It's not a
number
different
one
photo,
was
it's the same
to be
photo.
expected. This guy has ruined friendships, has put people in situations they didn't deserve to be in, and when he finally got...
I don't know much on the Ratsu arc, like, because I entered the Ratsu arc when it felt like it was on season 2, episode 7, and I just didn't really care to recap. But that shit seemed like it was a whole nother level, that did.
Exposed for his horrible actions, he tried to throw a grenade and bring everyone down with him. It's insane how much this guy has actually done. From ruining a
Dude, like that dude who gets in trouble with the police is just like, I'm snitching on everybody.
friendship to making Braxophone sound like a creep and treating him like shit,
Yeah,
taking
I
the
remember
guy
this
out
bit.
of photos and
That
so
was
on and
wild.
so forth. He has the label of the last floor level 100 Dungeon Rat King boss for a reason, okay? And it's because he's genuinely one of the worst fucking people to ever touched and graced the gacha space. I genuinely can't even recount the amount of things he's done out of my head because it's just too much. It's so much. There's a reason this guy tried to bring down everyone with him, and it's because he knew he fucked up. He knew what he had done, so he wanted to go out with a bang. And a lot of idiots believe this doc to be a suicide note because he made it sound like that for the first page or two, which
Oh,
is
yeah, I
just
remember
fucking
that.
awful.
I remember that, yeah, that was diabolical, that was, yeah, okay. Maybe he does deserve the #1 spot then. I must admit though, Fox and Enviosity's mask off moments were pretty funny, man. Like just in terms of content, as like light-hearted hilarity. This shit got dark. This shit did.
Now, there's many more events this guy has done. I recommend you watch Phase 1, 2, and Free Drama about this on YouTube. Just search up Gotcha Phase 1 Drama, Gotcha Phase 2 Drama, and Gotcha Phase 3 Drama. You'll see fucking multiple videos on this
Phase
shit.
3,
I've said
you
this
know.
multiple times. I'm
You
gonna
know.
link all the videos in the description that explain most of
Drama's
these
so
dramas
savage,
elaborately,
it's got
'cause If I
sequels,
explained everything
a
about
trilogy.
each person, this would have been a 4-part feature-length movie. All of the people in here are stupid to their own degree. Some worse, some better. Don't any of you fucking dare to copyright strike me. I swear to God, it'll ruin you, not me. I won't be the one in trouble here. It'd be you. Okay? Don't
See,
think.
see what I'm saying? There's no way somebody, like, I ain't saying that somebody wouldn't try. There's no way somebody can try and copyright strike him out. Like, this video is fair use. Like his prior video was as well. This video is fair use. And I really don't like it when people abuse the fair use system and the tools that are on YouTube, because they are designed poorly and they're designed to favor the claimant. And I really, really dislike that. I do that when people abuse the system, because it sucks. It sucks. And there's some people out here paying their rent with YouTube money, and some people supplementing, you know, a low income as well. It's, yeah, man. Yeah, you don't do them things.
Striking is gonna do anything. I'm very aware of what I'm doing here. Now,
Jeez, you made it
this
sound like a
video
Marvel
if you wanna
Cinematic
see more
Universe.
videos like this and more sanitary videos. Subscribe to the channel, and I'll see y'all next video. Bye.
Alright, okay. It's a shame he couldn't show more. See that, like, that's, see what I mean about though. This is why as well, like, copyright striking people sucks. I understand when you're the person who doesn't want your stuff being shared to a degree, but if you've done this in public, I feel like it's fair game. It stifles creators, because this would have been much funnier to have the context of like, you know, like Fox and some of the other stuff a little bit more in there. I think Eighth Armor's got a little bit of obviously a little bit of fear of doing that, which sucks, because, you know, it stifles creation, doesn't he? Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop a like. I'm not subscribed to Eighth Armor. I'll change that. Okay, alright. If it's under fair use, it's just diabolical. Yeah. You don't want your public video to be reacted to. Exactly, that's the way I see it, you know. Like, I'll put my stuff out there, it's public, and I've said dumb stuff. I say it all the time, you know. You're live, especially when you live stream. You know, at the end of the day, you're live. And this is why sometimes, like I say, live streaming is not for everybody, and some people are better off just making videos, because if you are wearing a mask, it's easy to let a mask slip when you're streaming for hours every day. It's easy. You can have emotional reactions live that you can't edit out and filter like you can in a video. But you've just got to accept, look, man, fuck it. We're doing it live, you know? And if somebody takes your live stream and puts it into a video to poke fun at you, just got to suck it up, man. You just got to suck it up, right? It is what it is, as they say. It is what it is. Was it you saying? Was it Io's tweet? What is his Twitter? I don't know his Twitter. I don't think I've got him on Twitter. What is Io's Twitter? I wanted to see his tweet. Hold up, I think Connor made a video about it, didn't he? Maybe I can see bro, does anybody else having this problem with YouTube recently? Oh, here we go. Back. Oh no, this is not the same video.
Recent.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so I think I did get it up on Twitter then, yeah. The IO coup. Okay, there we go. let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this actually. Let's have a look at this from Shimra. Techie might have made a vid. Yeah, we might have a little look at the gacha casts in a bit. Can't control emotion too. Yeah, man. Yeah, see, like, you know, it's streaming takes a different set of skills. It really does. It's not for everybody, man. It's not for everybody. You know, it takes all the other things as well that you need to be entertaining. You can't use editing to do it as well. And then you can't hide behind editing as well and the ability to just be like, you know what? Let me scrap that. Let's go again. So, you know, I've done it myself, man. You make dense takes and you're like, shit, you catch yourself at the end of it. Or you don't realize till afterwards and people are like, bro, what did you just say? You know, what did he say? Holy gacha hell on your workspace. Oh, no. We won't talk about it. We won't talk about cat fantasy. Okay, we won't talk about it. We won't talk about it. All right, let's have a look at this then. He reposted this. Yeah, what's this then from Shinya? I don't know Shinya. Who's Shinya? I don't know. Twitch, YouTube partner, aspiring voice actor. I don't know who this is. I'm new to this person. See, like I say, I don't delve into community stuff too often, if I'm honest. So I'm a little bit unaware of certain goings on in the space, if I'm honest. Sometimes. I am a tourist. Let's have a look at this post though. All right, let's have a look at it. The tag, the headline alone caught my eye. The guy whose channel died, right? Okay, was somebody who was doing well, but not so much now. What was the reason? What was the reason the channel died? Slot content, or just did they fuck themselves up with some bad moves? Let's have a look, actually. Is that the name on YouTube? Shinya. I don't think it is it? Don't know, actually. I don't think that's the channel. Too much drama. You do jack all. All right, let's have a look at the post anyway. I don't need to know the person to see whether they're saying whether it's something worth listening to. I think they do just quit making videos for whatever reason. Right, okay. All right, let's see what they've got to say then. The Wuthering Waves community has a serious problem. Toxic positivity has always been an issue within the community, and with the recent outspoken nature of content creators, namely Saint Tontas and the people defending him, combined with the Game Awards fiasco, the community being in an absolute uproar with Balatro winning Mobile Game of the Year, it's worse than it's ever been. Was there really that big of an uproar? I know, don't get me wrong, I did see some people having bits of meltdowns, and do you know what I noticed from the Game Awards, personally? Obviously, I've got no evidence for this, but I saw a lot of people who I feel like, you know, didn't play things like Astrobot, didn't play Wukong, didn't play Blatro, but were talking as if they knew that it wasn't as good as whatever other title was in there. You know, which is kind of weird. It's kind of weird. That dude's career ended when he went on Rex. Oh, so okay. This dude, you've seen fan fiction. What the hell? Right then, let's have a look then. Let's have a look. But yeah, I didn't really see a massive attack on the Game Awards, if I'm honest. I saw some people kind of moaning about it. But yeah, I don't think it was a fiasco. A fiasco, you know? It wasn't pandemonium. A fiasco is a strong word. Okay. Wuthering Waves / Kuro community is slowly transforming into the thing that they dislike the most, the Genshin / Hoyo community. Well, I think the thing is, not the PGR community so much, but I think the Wuthering Waves community is never going to beat the allegations that it is the Genshin community. Most of the Wuthering Waves community is Genshin rejects at the end of the day, isn't he? I don't think that's a hot take, right? I don't think that's a hot take. The rivalry will always exist between the two games. This is not something that can ever be fixed due to the nature of tribalism and the game sharing an overall look and feel. I think that's fair. You know, yeah, I agree with that. The major issue is how passionate the fans are. Okay. Personally, I feel the content creators have a significant responsibility in the space for setting the tone and direction for the community. While we cannot push the blame on them completely, CCs in a way give the flag on what is considered okay or not okay. I don't know about that. I feel like a lot of the content creators, I suppose, but I feel like a lot of the content creators tend to follow the community first. It's like the community kind of expresses itself, then content creators reflect that, whether they agree with it or they're just trying to garner support. And then they can sometimes, once that support's garnered, can then, I guess, drive the narrative. It can kind of be cyclical, you know, like the community can start the narrative and drive the narrative. A content creator can latch onto it and then in return kind of drive the narrative again, if that makes sense. So I think there is definitely some response. I hate using the word responsibility. I don't want responsibility. You know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, I've got to accept that I'm a little channel, so I don't have to. That's the beauty of being a small content creator. Nobody listens, so you can say what the fuck you like. But no, I think there is some, I think you've got to accept that even though it's not on the content creator, how the community acts, at the same time, it's a reflection of the content creator. And you've got to understand that there's crazy, impressionable people that watch people sometimes. And that if you say jump, they'll say how high, you know? And you don't have to infer attacking another person, but they will take it as that, won't they? So, I think there's some fairness in that, if I'm honest. I think it's kind of give and take. I think the community directs content creators and content creators direct the community. I think it ebbs and flows. I think content creators tend to be reactive, but the community can also be as well, can't it? I feel like one, people should know how you not to put stock into a game awards. It's for the marketing. Yeah, agree. Yeah. Two, winning an award does make it. Yep. Exactly. It's a good point that is in Thos. I think so. They see it as shitting on. They see Saints shitting on VARs for 5 hours, and that does set a tone of what is kind of acceptable. That's true, actually. Yeah, that's true. From a point that, is demonstrably true, because we've had, not just me, I've seen it with other people come in defending it and stating that it needs to be done. So that is true, actually. Saint has set a tone with that because people think that VARs deserved it. So that's a good point, actually. There's no escaping that, actually, really. Yeah, good point. Gentle reminder to the diehard fans that refuse to accept any criticism or even the idea that their game can have problems. Stop defending these giant companies with your entire being. True. Criticism and discussion about your favourite game isn't a bad thing. True. Even if it comes from a place of maybe not understanding everything as well. Let people have feedback, even if they might not have the whole picture. It's still there. Their truth. Feedback and action is what gets companies to change their games. True. Even if it's feedback you don't necessarily agree with. True. I'm agreeing with all of this here. We should all be attempting to remain civil and respectful. The constant shit-slinging continues to make Kuro fans look bad and perpetuates the negative opinion of gacha gamers in general. That's true. That paragraph, man, I've got to say that's pretty true. That's pretty true. No lies detected, actually. It's mostly saying doing every other CC I've seen aren't doing it, at least not to his level. I agree with that, yeah. Well, there probably is, but not that I've seen, yeah. They're too small to manage. Yeah, it's probably a good point as well, concerned, yeah. There probably is some really insane voices out there that you just never see because they're like Marcel to size channel where they could probably say wild stuff and it goes under the radar kind of thing. Feedback from all levels as values. Yeah, I agree with this. This is where I had a bit of an issue with Saint's view that when he was breaking down people's opinions on criticisms of the game, and he would break it down to, well, if you fundamentally look at it, this person's criticisms coming from a space of misunderstanding nuances that he would break down to like real like semantics. And at the end of the day, you've got to realise that majority of your player base is going to have misunderstandings of a lot of things within the game. It still doesn't change that their opinion matters because they're the majority. At the end of the day, if you're only tweaking the game to satisfy the 1% who understand every aspect of the game, understand how rotations work, down to the perfect freaking margin, you're going to have a problem because the rest of the players are going to be like, this still feels bad to me. You know, I'm not a chef. I don't know what goes into every meal to make this meal taste the way it does, but if it doesn't taste great, you're damn straight I'm going to say this tastes shit. And I might not understand exactly why, or I've just got a poor taste. Still doesn't change the fact that I ain't going to want to eat it. You know, that might be a terrible, terrible analogy, but I'll take it. literally most of the people are just vibing or already left. I think in the CC space, I think with the Wuthering Waves CC space, most CCs are actually quite chill. They're positive of the game. They're positive of Kuro, but they're very critical when it matters, I think. Like I say, I don't know everybody in the space. The only person that comes to mind that I feel isn't so much like that is Saint, when it feels like there's criticisms, but only his criticisms are allowed. It feels like he gatekeeps everybody else's criticisms, and then he has to go into the context of why those criticisms, those opinions are wrong. And at the end of the day, it's still not going to change somebody's feeling towards a game, is it? Like, you know what I mean? Vocal minority of toxic people, like less than 5% of them, and they call it the whole community. Yeah, I agree with this as well. I think we can only see anecdotal though, can't we? Loud minorities are loud, aren't they? And there's a reason why typically loud minorities throughout history get what they want, because they're that loud that you think it's everybody. We've seen this in culture wars over the last decade, haven't we, really? He talks as if WuWa players are not giving out their opinion on problems like, bro, the devs listen meme started for a reason. Yeah, I agree with that as well. I agree with that. That point there, yeah. I agree. There is people being critical of the... like say, you can't look to Saint Tontas and paint the entire Wuthering Waves community as not being critical of Wuthering Waves. That's a fair point. I do agree with that. Saint, in the way he defends, whether rightly or wrongly, all the aspects of the game that he defends, and in the way he defends it, which I've said I don't agree with, but he's well within his right to defend the game like that. Fair enough. And most of the time, I'm like, I think he's probably right when you look at it. But most content creators in the community aren't like that. I think they see where there's issues and they bring it up, don't they? So yeah, it's fair point. Fair point. That's the main point. Drama reactors like to label everyone because it's easier. True. This is true. Look what happened to WoW high end rating. Yep, exactly. Salt. It's salt. Some of them still feel the need to bring Hoyo into the convo. Yeah. Well, this is what I said about Saint. Like, in my video, I reacted to, like, you know, Saint's attitude. That was, like, the main crux of my video. But I made a point to talk about the Google Trends conversation that he had. Because, typically, I tend to agree with what Saint's saying. I disagree with what he says. Well, the way he says it, sorry. I agree with what he says, but I disagree with the way he says it. But the conversation on the echoes, personally, I disagreed with. But the conversation that he was going to make it into a video, he decided not to. I don't know if it's because he realised that it was a poor argument, which is fair. You know, we all make arguments sometimes, and afterwards we're probably like, yeah, probably not the best argument. But he basically tried to use Google Trends as an argument to prove why Wuthering Waves is better, which Google Trends, even in the FAQ, say don't use the search term popularity, if you will, the use of the search term, of the term that's being searched to tell popularity, quality, or enjoyment. It doesn't represent that. It represents that people are talking about it, but it doesn't represent that it could be talked about in a negative connotation, couldn't it? And he was arguing that if you look at Genshin, it's in a downtrend. Well, no shit. 4 years later, it's going to be in a downtrend, isn't it? And then made like arguments that, well, if you look at the top 10 games searched for this year, WuWa's in there. Really good thing. I'm happy that it is. It's great. It shows that WuWa's been doing well. But Genshin was 4 years ago. And then making the statement that people only want people to stop making the comparisons because they're embarrassed, because that's how I'd feel if it was like the shoe was on the other foot. Paraphrasing here, but that's pretty much what he said. Was he was talking about Star Rail, and he was like, if that was my game, which is still kind of like, I know it's the game you play, but my game, you didn't make it, you don't have shares in the company, I'd want people to stop talking about it. I'd be embarrassed. And then he made an analogy that having bad exam results, you wouldn't want people to talk about it. And it's like, I don't think most people want people to stop making the comparisons because they're embarrassed. I've got people who prefer Wuthering Waves who've said to me, yeah, I get annoyed at the comparisons all the time. It's a little bit too much. The idea that you're projecting your emotional attachment to a game on a whole community, I think was just a real bad take. Like, because if you're getting embarrassed that somebody's talking about another game being better than the game you play, if you're enjoying the game you play, why would you be embarrassed? Like, it's just a video game, man. That's like that was the one thing that, like, well, apart from the echo, that was like two takes where I've like been like, nah, I think I'm not going to say you're objectively wrong there, but I think I disagree with you massively. all the other takes he had, I was like, oh yeah, he's kind of right, but still, he's being an arsehole about it. But yeah, using Google Trends to try and dictate the quality of a game's a dented argument, if you ask me. You know, it doesn't mean shit. And like arguing that Google's in a downtrend, it's like, I'd be shocked if Genshin was in an uptrend 4 years later. If more people were Googling Genshin now than in 2020, that would be insane. There's very few games that have managed to consistently get more searches each year. And even then, there's a peak and then it'll drop off, won't it? You know, maybe something like Fortnite probably did that. But I bet if you looked at Fortnite now, it's probably in a downtrend, isn't it? Maybe not at the minute because it probably had a massive spike because of the OG Fortnite. But, you know, even the most successful games are going to have downtrends after a while. Nothing lasts forever. Wuthering Waves is doomed by Jackie for the Isle thing. All right, we'll have a look at that. Never feel embarrassed for a game, acting like you're married to a game, right? There are bad games I like now, Shane. That right? Yeah, you know, dude. There's so many trash films that I find enjoyable, you know. And there's game like, man, I'll be honest, Cat Fantasy, I kind of like. It's fun. It's got problems. It's fun. I'm not embarrassed that it's probably safe to say it's doing worse than probably all the gacha games on here. I'm not embarrassed by that. And if people kept comparing it, I genuinely don't care about comparisons, though, personally. But if I did it, it'd probably be just because I was getting bored of them. It wouldn't be because I was embarrassed. Saint Tontas is very invested in this, and I don't know how we reach this point willingly. Yeah, that's the thing I don't get, like... And it's because he's such an intelligent person as well. It's like, it is odd that he's got to that point for me, personally. Because he is a smart guy. I just think sometimes, I think that can be, you know, I think sometimes you can be intelligent to the point where you lack a bit of self-awareness because you think you're right and you're so confident in your own intelligence, which I'm not taking away from him, that you tend to ignore other people's viewpoint because you're always in the idea that, well, I'm right. I know I'm right because I'm smarter than you. And I just think, you know, it's not a good look. I think we've all had a friend, haven't we? Or we've known somebody through school or at work or at college who's that know-it-all. You know what I mean? Where you'll even listen to, and you're like, they're right, but they just never shut up. And you're just like, you're getting on my nerves now. And like the way you talk to people, like, you know you're smarter than them. You know, it's a toxic trait to do that. Nobody likes that person, do they? Nobody wants to hang around with that person or go for a drink with that person or sit at the lunch table with that person. It's a trait that's not a trait that gets you friends, if I'm honest. Personally, anyway. I think it's a trait that might get you lots of zealots following you. Because it's like I say, my worry for Saint is that he's getting so emotionally invested, he's going to affect his mental health in a negative light. Now, maybe it won't, and I'm not here to question a man's mental health, but I just think getting that attached to something, it can't end well for him personally on a personal level. And I think the people he's surrounding him with in terms of his fans, if he decides to move to another game, God forbid, or Wuthering Waves drops off a cliff and nobody cares about it anymore, will those people, you know, because like outside of Wuthering Waves, you don't really know much about Saint, do you? Like, who is he? What's his personality? What's he about? Other than he's the guy who will defend Wuthering Waves to the death and argue with people all day long until they crack. You know, that's what I felt like when he was having the conversation with Ryuka Sensei. Like, I felt like Ryuka was getting to the point. Well, he did, didn't he? Because he was like, "Are you fucking retarded?" Like, you know what I mean? Because he, and then like Saint went quiet for a few seconds, and then continued his line of what he was saying already. It's like that awareness to understand that somebody who he said he considers a bit of a friend, that he was really winding them up because he's desire to prove himself right. He didn't just go, you know what, let's just move on. Let's just move on. We're getting nowhere with this. But he was like, he heard his friend get angry and then was like, I'm going to poke it a little bit more. Why not? Why not? You know? Chat will back me up. It's like, chat don't care about you, really. You know? So it's like, I don't know why you go down that route for me. But yeah, I think there's things to agree with. I think there's things to agree with here. Yeah. I hope I'm not considered one of these. I feel there's more to it than that, but no one seems to be capable of having a discussion within 1,000 yards of this topic without it starting a war, because almost none of the CCs in this space can control themselves. True. But then again, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of content creators who can control themselves. Again, I feel like it seems like I'm always rallying on Saint, which I'm not. But I feel like, you know, when Saints had discussions with most people, the discussions tended to end because the other person's kind of conceded ground, whether or not that they're from the point of being wrong. But it's just like, it almost feels like they're just like, you know what, let's just move on from this. I don't care enough to fight with you, you know? But then I know there is people in the space who are wilding out, so uses the same no stepping back way of arguing that Tectone uses. It's rough to watch sometimes. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Like, Tectone's got the aura to do it, though. And I think he's also got the ability to have the self-awareness that sometimes whether to, like, you know, calm down the shots and understand, like, you know, like, let's just break it down and go at it from another way and try to diffuse it, like, if that, I don't know how to describe it. I just think he's got the aura to do it, if that makes sense, you know. I think some people are just not necessarily built for that sort of combative nature sometimes, and not that they're capable of doing it, but it just, watching it, like you say, it's rough. It feels rough. It's just like, oh, this is rough to watch. Where other people do it, and you're like, it seems a little bit more light-hearted and entertaining, even though the person's drawing lines in the sand. You know, and I don't know, there might have been times that I've seen with Tectone, like, I can only go off what I've seen where it might have been like that, and he's been like, ugh, you know? You know, maybe older Tectone that I never watched, that was kind of the case, and maybe he's developed as a person. I just don't know. I can't really comment on it, to be fair. Like, from what I've watched to Tectone, I like Tectone. You know, I do. I think he seems like a pretty nuanced dude, and you know, if he just seems like a normal guy to me. I think it's just the way people expect him to act, and it's the way it comes across fine. Yeah, maybe it's an unconscious bias from me, where I'm like, rules for thee but not for me kind of thing. Because, like, I'll accept I'm one of them people. I don't think you can ever be objective. You know, you can look at objective facts, and you can, you know, there's certain things you can be objective about, but I will also, I understand that I'm a human being. I've got conscious bias and unconscious bias, and that will usually dictate my opinion on things, whether I know it or not. I try to be as fair as I can. I don't think we can ever be there. Also, don't want to check down. I don't know what you mean. He's consistently in drama. It's a sign. Yeah. All right, let's have a look at a few more of these comments then. Yeah, I like Saint Tontas content, not the drama stuff. It's just getting weird. All the Kuro can do absolutely nothing wrong takes. Don't get me wrong. The game is so good. It really is, but it's not perfect. Feedback and constructive criticism is needed for any game. Yeah, again, I think I've got to agree. Oh, let's see what Ethan's got to say, because Ethan's usually a normal voice in the space. I think he's usually really balanced. Ethan is. I like to hear Ethan's takes. See what Ethan's got to say then. It gets annoying when communities attack anyone over their opinion, whether someone finds it valid or stupid. It is the developer's responsibility to weave out the shit criticism and the ones that are valid. And if people disagree, talking like adults to communicate, if people disagree, talking like adults to communicate their standpoints is easily the best solution. Again, Ethan with the W take, there's nothing to disagree with there. I think that's true, you know? There's no disagreeing with that there, you know? It's up to the developers to decide whether this is a criticism that will work for the game. Because, like, some criticisms might not come based from 100% understanding of something, but the devs can look at that and go, even though that might come from misunderstanding, it could potentially improve the game, you know? It could definitely potentially, Saints Live. Oh, yo, CC's crashed out on WuWa again. Let's talk about it. Oh, 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 oh. What is he talking about? The oil stuff, I guess. So, yeah. I think any disdain for the Game Awards is more than justified regardless of the category, aside from player's choice, as it was 90% judge, 10% player vote. System this year where the judges were highly questionable. There's often a disconnect between players versus the industry journalists. Well, I said this initially. There's no point in looking to Game Awards, really. If you look at the judges, the journalists, we have a different view on what's good in games. And anyway, the biggest problem with the Game Awards was fucking not the games themselves or the awards. It was the fact that all the trailers showed fuck all. I was so pissed at the end of it. I was like, dude, we got so many games announced. The Witcher one was cool. We got a trailer. I know it was just a CGI trailer. That was cool. I must admit that Naughty Dog game at the end looks interesting, but it's only going to be PlayStation, so that sucks. But every other one was like such a teaser, a proper cock tease, and I know that's what it's for, but it's like, I was hoping to see more gameplays get shown off, you know? And they didn't, and it was a bit disappointing. Stepped up till like 4 o'clock in the morning streaming that as well. Yeah, the Elden Ring one was good, yeah, true. Yeah, what other ones show gameplay now? If you guys can remind me. Elden Ring, we actually saw a little bit of gameplay, didn't we? And then there was an AI game there too. Which was the AI game? Baldy's attitude in the trailer really pissed me off. Do you know what it was for me? It was the it was the aesthetic, that like 80s synthwave sci-fi aesthetic, where it's like futuristic but retro at the same time. Like, I love that aesthetic, that theme. Like, I think it's really cool. I do. I think it's really interesting. Like, you know, when something's futuristic, but there's lots of knobs, you know, like, because everything's touchscreen now, isn't it, really? You know, there's lots of knobs on things, and there's dials and sliders, and I love that. I do. I love that. Catley, yeah, true, actually, yeah. With a smug look on her face when sipping a drink. I'll have to watch that again, man. I didn't see you. I think I was just wrapped up in the aesthetic, if I'm honest. Yeah, the Elden Ring gods. Is that going to be 3-player co-op? Is that? Soon as it shot to the overworld shot, straight away I was like, this is Elden Ring related. You know, it's just got that. It's just instantaneously recognizable, isn't he? Should we have a little? Let's have a little hop in.
Which is a little bit goofy. Io talked to Rednew yesterday to answer questions. So we will potentially also be looking at Rednew's stream. I might as well pull it up actually. Rednew stream just to find, you know, maybe some additional clues to the whole conversation with Io.
Fucking headset, man.
And you know, if Io himself, right, wants to hop on call and discuss a couple of things, I think I'm happy to do that. Because I think one thing in particular, right, when it comes to our nation, that's Etard Nation. Yeah, so Rednew, right, isn't necessarily a WuWa resident, as they could say, right?
Okay, all right. Are we heading in the right direction? Dude seems pretty chill. That Catley game made me want to vomit. I was so disgusted with the designs and the uncanny look of it. It's like that one game as well where it was like, I forgot what it was. You know, I think it's like a split screen game, was it? Where the trailer started off where, oh, actually, that one game showed gameplay as well. That was it, Split Fiction. I might get that to play with Rosie, actually. But yeah, the other game, it was like, it started off with the cut scene of them like in the cinema. And they were watching the thing, and they were like, "Oh man, they're showing off all this gameplay." And then like they went outside, and it was on the screen. You know, it was really cool. The set was at the Game Awards. Like they spent a lot of money on that, and like the characters walked up to each other, and then they got chased towards the screen. He was like, "Oh, there's going to be some gameplay," and then bang, it was just like done. It was just like, bro, you not only like cock blocked us a gameplay, it was the way that, the trader was like, oh, they're showing so much gameplay just to show no fucking gameplay in their own teaser. I was so pissed off at all the teasers I was. My response, aggressive animal. How dare you talk bad about my company if you can't do optimal team rotation to play my game? Just quit now. Criticisms of actual stuff is solid. Making stuff up isn't. Yeah, I don't think most criticisms are making stuff up. I think they might be coming from sometimes maybe misunderstanding or lacking knowledge. But I think most of them, for me, the ones I've seen, and I suppose the ones I agree with, have been pretty, like things for me, story stuff, voice acting, directing, Echo XP system, tower could be better. And the way I say the tower could be better is add extra stuff to the tower. You don't need to change what the tower is now. Leave that to be as it is. Better endgame, better events, potentially having things like dungeons, all that sort of stuff, world bosses, there could be lots of stuff to improve the game. Yeah, because I want women to look like angry, constipated men. Bro wanted nothing. So yeah, I don't know. All right. I don't know about that. I think, yeah, there's stuff I agree with there. Stuff I agree with. I definitely think you can't use Saint Tontas as... This is why I said in my video where I think Saint does a disservice to the WuWa community and the game itself because people take these opinions and tar the community with it. You know what I mean? Where they look, oh, Saint saying this, and then they think this is what WuWa's community is, when it's not. But it's understandable that people think this sometimes. Now, I don't, because I understand that that's not how things work. And I think a lot of people get that. But initially, people think, yeah, man, fuck me. These all seem like crazies, don't they, over there? So yeah, I think it's fair. I was hoping to see IO's repost. Yeah, Vars was an exception. It's funny, one guy, because doing the dishes, saw Baldy's attitude and knew exactly what you were talking about. Kind of fun, on the other hand, that people think your community toxic and we were not when we were communities. Yeah, that's the thing as well. That people in the WuWa community do have to accept this idea that they're not the Genshin community, they're the Neo Genshin community, really. This idea that they're not the Genshin community. They're not, because they've stopped playing Genshin, but it's the same people. Now, there's probably new people who've come in, yeah, people who just played PGR who be like, oh, this cut looks cool. People who are just new entirely. Yeah, it's true, isn't it? There is a lot of people who've come from Genshin. No denying it.
A lot of different things about the game, and Rednew might not be in a position to actually confirm nor deny anything that he's saying. And that sort of just means, right, that Rednew's more of like an observer, he's listening, and that's, when we're like discussing these big critiques about the game, not the most balanced conversation. Not the most balanced conversation from that perspective. So what I want to do is
casual detected, opinion
like
rejected,
and then we'll see whether or not any of these concerns that he's having, whether they have weight. I popped in for a little bit, but I was pretty tired on Sunday, so I didn't stay the entire time. And so yeah, we'll be taking a look at a bunch of Red News stuff, and we'll see how well he defended our favorite game. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's time for us to sort of just dive right on into it. Any last bits from chat that I should read? No YouTube chat today. You're right up on the screen. You're right up on...
I haven't. No, Daniel, I need to. All right, let's have a little look at this then. Let's have a little look at this, guys. I'm curious to see what they were talking about. I'm not saying we're watching the whole thing. I'm just curious to see what the conversations are about. Bunch of people was in the Gacha Cash yesterday, quite a few actually. So I'm a little bit curious. I'm a little bit curious what they're saying. It's weird that he just tries to prime his chat with a thin layer to discredit opinions from the site. Yeah, I do notice that. It's a little sprinkle in there, isn't it? Like,
action is crazy.
Set the
and-
tone,
check out.
so to speak.
I went to a Stranova show match thing, and Miskiff and Extra Emily were there as the other CCs on the enemy team.
Yeah.
Just letting you know, I killed Miskiff multiple times for you.
Hey, I love Miskiff. That's great though. I'm glad.
You know what? I quite like Stranova.
Healthy competition is great. Healthy competition is great. Yeah, that's dope. Wait, did you win the whole tournament or no?
No, so bro, they rigged it. So they.
I definitely do think Saints. And if he does it right, it's a smart move to do to play this. I don't know if heel's the right word to use, but to play that the Kurobots. Like if he's smart, he can do that and actually like come out to things really good, in my opinion. And not be too aggro to people, but he's got to find the balance, I think. Is there a link to this? Yeah, I can pop it
So
in chat.
Miskiff and Extra Emily were the biggest CCs there, right? So they put Tuanto and there's another CC named Karyu who's really fucking good at Stranova, and Tuanto's really good at Stranova too. And they put them both on their team, and it was me
Should take
with the
you directly
developers
to you.
against them. I was like,
Yeah.
bro, what is this? Is rigged. So I just like.
It
tried to
might be
kill Extra Emily and
timestamped,
Miskiff
so depending on where you want to watch it from, you know what I mean?
It's so funny, man. Well, how much? Wait, did it pay well? Surely it did.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I spoke about the other. Yeah, I'm curious about that.
2.0 is gonna fucking blow. Like, are you guys anybody worried about it being like too Fontaine-like?
I think the
I would
cotton
say it's
candy looking
Fontaine.
girl.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the cotton candy girl, Rocha, I think is her name.
Yeah.
It looks ugly,
Rocha,
but I'm very excited for Carlota and Zani. So and
I
Phoebe.
bet Japan is gonna like Rochia.
Yeah, maybe, but like I think her
I don't
color palette
think
is just so
so.
ugly. I just don't like
Yeah, I
cotton
don't think
candy.
she looks like.
I agree that I think with Rochia, however you pronounce it, I think she's over designed. I do a little bit for me. Feels like there's a little bit too much going on. Personally, anyway.
Good, like at all. I think they'll like Carlota for sure.
Carlota is good.
The
Carlota's
cotton
good.
candy girl you don't like?
Yeah, Rocha.
The one with the big cat thing.
Did he just
Hold
ask
on,
if they
let me
would
pull
if
her
it
up,
looks
make
too
sure
much
we're
like
on the
Fontaine?
blog. Or-
Yeah.
Who is that?
Would it if it's gonna
Yeah,
be
I also
like her.
too
I just like
Fontaine
the
like?
twin tail. She's the twin tail girl.
I think
with
beyond the
short
the
back.
visuals.
Ooh,
I think Rochi looks good to me.
Is it,
Oh,
is it
fair.
the lolly?
I like it, to be honest. Yeah, I've had a lot of people disagree with me on that.
I don't
Yeah,
think she's really a
She's a young
lolly.
one.
No.
She's shorter.
Oh, hell no.
she's
I hate
kinda
that
short, the other
character.
ones.
Rochia.
Younger
Oh,
looking.
she ugly.
Well, you don't like this chick? I think she's fine.
Well, no, I think
like
she's the weakest. Like
Oh,
one
yeah,
of my
for
out of
sure.
all.
Oh yeah,
Sure, she's the
definitely,
weakest.
definitely the
I think-
weakest
I
in the
think
roster.
for me,
Art
it's
goes
like-
hard there. And look at the
for
like
me,
third
it's-
picture.
The
they're all
volume
great.
level's okay.
For me, it's Zani and Phoebe and
Wait, you
Carlota.
mean Nazi?
Based.
So far, I think the Nazi.
not
So
enough
far, the
people
only
like
ones I'm
Phoebe.
interested in is
Like, I think
Zany and
Phoebe's
Brandt.
so
That's
good.
fair.
love
That's fair.
Phoebe's.
I like
That's
Brandt. I
fine.
really like
That's
Brandt.
fine.
I like
Seriously?
Carlota.
Pokemon
I like
girl.
Phoebe though. I
Pretty
do.
much shows no
Yeah, she
skin
does look
and
like
like
Pokemon.
looks so good.
Pardon me.
Pull up all of them at the same time so we can all see it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of
Everyone
people are
wants
just
that
going off the fact that there's water and it's bright.
Zani.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everybody
Zani.
likes
Hot
it.
take, I think
Sound
Zani should have been a
weird.
dude.
Yo, check it.
sound a
Give
little
me
weird,
an
Smack.
image of all the Wuthering Waves characters in one.
Not gonna lie,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be against that. Personally, I wouldn't be against that. I feel like a lot of people would disagree though, because Zani's like the most, I think the most anticipated and liked character out the whole crew, isn't she?
I don't know. I
Absolutely,
think
yeah.
Rochia.
Like Tinny.
Yeah, man.
really
I
neat.
hope
Really
Carlotta's
remember that
good.
she has, like, a giant
I want a
cat
reason to
goes
play
behind her
a
and
ranged
she's really
character. I do.
Yeah, in a suitcase.
Yeah.
I think she fits because she's like a clown kind of thing in this like festival. So like I'm okay with her because of that. I think it
Yeah.
fits.
I'm also really hoping that they don't do the thing where they make us wait till the very end to get Nazi, because she's definitely the best fucking character.
Ooh.
Nazi?
I think they're gonna do that.
Stop
They're
calling her
definitely gonna
Nazi.
do that.
Well, that's her name.
Yeah, I feel like what is
Zani.
Carlotta and
Any,
Rochia coming
wait, what?
first?
Wait,
No.
she's.
I feel like
her
Phoebe
name is a
potentially will be
anagram of Nazi, and her outfit is
What
the
do you
same
reckon?
color as
Midway
the
through,
font.
maybe.
What else do you want me to
I don't
call
know
her?
though. With Zanny, I feel like Zanny's got some connection to
no
Carlotta
way,
though,
bro.
man.
Look at,
I feel
hey,
like she's like a
tell me where
wardship
I'm
for her.
wrong. Okay, there's no way that's not intended. These developers, you know.
Yeah, she's part of the Fool's Troop, isn't she? I think she's part of Brandt's Fool's Troop.
So fucking funny.
To me, do you know what I think they're inspired
Yo,
by?
guys.
I think they're a little bit inspired by the troop for, you know, the Alexander troop in Final Fantasy IX. I forgot what they're called now. You know, I feel like that's what they're a little bit inspired by personally. But they're more of a carnival rather than a theatre troupe.
I have a question, okay? So
Yeah.
I wasn't
that
following
Steelhawk?
the Saint Don't Test drama, and I just like out of nowhere I just made a video about Wuthering Waves last week about the good things about it, and then this
That's
week
your boy
I made
Steelhawk,
these
yeah.
bad things about Wuthering Waves, and then there's like 10 comments mentioning Saint Don't Test, and he's gonna go against you, and he's like a bad guy.
I think
What just
Zayn's
happened?
the captain, and I think Zayn is the first officer of the troop or something like that. I'm struggling to remember now. I think he's like the captain and she's part of it. Like I think those two are part of the troop. I think. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
I was like,
I'd have to
happening?
re-up on it.
So you remember Genshin
Zayn's got
Impact
really
had a
nice
content
lungs.
creator who was a little green
Yeah,
slime?
dude, them are some strong ass buttons, bro. They were.
There was this guy called
They were
Andy
feeling
Object,
it.
And essentially what happened was he underwent mitosis. And now there's a new
Hold on, I missed
motherfucker
that.
that should be praised in the Wuthering Waves.
Is he talking about Saint Tontas? Yeah.
I was like, what is happening?
So you remember Genshin Impact had a content creator who was a little green slime? There's this guy called Enviosity, and essentially what happened was he underwent mitosis.
Is bro calling Saint
and now
a
there's
spawn of
new
enviosity?
motherfucker that should be praised in the Wuthering
A
Waves.
seedling.
Yeah, unfortunately, man, it's pretty out of control right
Wait,
now.
wait, wait.
Oh,
Say
yeah.
what you
So
want,
that's
though. They
basically
do
strike
sound
two,
very
yeah.
similar.
They sound the
Yo, bro's calling Saint Tontas a seedling of enviosity, you know. Oh, that's diabolical, bro. Yo, what's going on, OD? What's going on, dude? Been following for 5 years now. Let's go. Big man. Appreciate it.
fucking same. It's crazy. They
do.
sound
Oh my
the fucking same.
They do.
Okay, but what if he hits that
It's
face?
insane, but it's
what
happening.
if he hits that face reveal goal and then it just like takes off the Jack in the
It's just
Box? And it's
slime.
just like a slime.
And I've been defending.
Yo, hold up. I like that. Saint gets to his face reveal, right? Saint gets to his face reveal. And that's what's under the face reveal. Oh, shit, dude. I love it. That would be so funny if he did that for the lols. He hits the face goal reveal, and then boom, he whips off the mask, and underneath it's a slime with a Jack-in-the-Box nose.
him the whole time too,
Oh,
man. I'm
no.
like, guys, I promise you.
Bro,
Dude,
that would
I've
be-
defended him
That would
longer
be the
than
plot
you,
twist of
man.
the century. That would be really cool.
Yeah, I would love that, man.
And you know what?
David
I
Berry's
was
under
voting
pressure,
for
you
that
know.
one.
Under
Hell yeah, man.
pressure.
That's a happy
That's a
ending.
tune, that is, dude.
When I figured out
Yeah,
he was the
absolutely.
Masters in League of Legends, though, I was like, oh, that makes so much sense now.
Oh, absolutely, man. I also don't.
True. Sainty's built for this sort of stuff, really, when you think about it. If he was a high-level LoL player, you know? Dude was crafted in the trenches.
Believe him. I think he's lying. So
Yeah.
we have
It
not.
explains the anger
true.
issues,
Yep.
though.
Yeah, we
That's
haven't
real skill.
seen the proof yet. We have not seen the proof.
I
You
wanted to
gotta
ask
get in a
y'all,
league
though,
game.
Yeah.
how much, when a like
What
2.0,
mic is Gatcher on?
1.0, when these updates drop, do you have an expectation to have more playable content in these updates versus the patches in between?
Yes.
And if you do, how much more do you expect?
Far greater. I'm
Saint's on the
talking
wrong
about,
mic, man. Somebody needs to tell him to
the
switch.
Initial by the
I
way,
mean,
you're
Smack,
wrong,
sorry.
Smack.
Smack's on the wrong mic.
The initial
Yeah,
burst
just told
of
him.
Wuthering Waves, I'm expecting to have at least 3 weeks. I mean this generally. I expect 3 weeks of.
Oh, is that you, DJ? Are you still doing that, bro?
Will I meet that?
3
Probably not.
weeks?
Yes.
That's a bit of a
For
stretch.
Okay,
Wuthering
maybe
Waves.
it-
For
wait.
Wuthering Waves.
Yeah.
Okay, at your pace.
Wait.
of-
With how much
like-
how much you play, maybe.
3
but-
weeks for
Yeah.
4 hours a day. Yes.
4 hours.
Okay,
a day?
wait.
Okay, no,
Real
that's
quick. Wait, really quickly. Something that actually pisses me off all the time. If I say something like I think that the exploration isn't really worth it usually in games because you complete it so quickly. People always like to bring up this bullshit point. They're like, "Well, you're a content creator. You know, that's why you finish it so fast." Bitch, even if I had just a normal job and I came home, I could have finished all the fucking content in one patch that night. It's not that much. Just because you suck fucking ass at it doesn't
Okay,
mean that
to
I
be fair, you're a fucking loser. You play video
I was
games.
gonna say
Yeah, I'm
that.
a
I was like,
fucking
fine,
loser,
you're
but
not
video
an idiot,
games.
you're a
I know.
loser.
That's why I
am.
can tell.
I was going to say, that's why I've tried to do that, man. I've tried to slow down my consumption in Wuthering Waves because I was at that point. Like, even though I thought I wasn't playing the game much, I was, and I burned through the content. I've been that good now. I've still got Encore's quest to do. You know, I've still got side quests, I think, from 1.3 to do. You know, I'm trying to, like, artificially extend the content in the game. So, like, I do feel like there's always something for me to do when I get on the game.
Tell you that. That's why I can tell you that.
I know.
Smack always has low volume on Discord. He must have it set up so his mic's not going through Discord, then, yeah.
We are losing
Or Discord switching.
Like, my sister visits my ass, and then she's like, do you ever get off the computer? I'm like, no. And she's like...
Exactly.
And that's
yeah, it's when you stream again. Oh, you streaming like music stuff then?
Do that, bro.
Yeah, but they always
look. Normal
Not
people
gonna lie,
are busy trying to get
Saints
laid.
voice and
You're over
Emmy's
there
voice.
playing video games. We're not.
Oh, is that VXV?
Normal people, well, better yet.
It's VXV,
I
yeah.
don't have to try to get laid, man. You know, it just kind of happens. People
Oh,
just-
excuse us.
people just fuck, man.
Narcissist in the chat.
Yeah.
Narcissist in the chat.
Yeah, it's good. But yeah, no, I think 3 weeks of playtime for Wuthering Waves is more than fair. I'm also going to be having a lot of fun using the Elytra. I'm such a loser. Like, that is what I'm most excited for. I want to glide on my Elytra, and that makes me happy.
You know what'll make WuWa better? They should just give us more skins. I feel like one of the biggest things Hoyo has been getting like a lot of criticism for year after year since Genshin came out is just like more skins. But
Yeah, man. I don't know why the bigger gacha games don't do that. Don't like the smaller gachas, the mid gachas seem to understand the skins, but they don't get the benefit from them because then they're smaller ones. Like skins, man. Skins, I agree.
It doesn't make sense.
The way
but
forward.
It must be the correct call because
Bro, he's going to play Encore Quest on January 1st at this point for real, bro. I need to get around to it, man. I feel personally attacked for no life in WuWa so I could get Zhang Li out before he went away. Yeah, that was fair though, that was, you know. On a reroll. I'm here for that. Hey, yo, dude, I can't say shit, man. 1.0. I fucking no-life the game.
Plus months is still pretty fucking slow.
Yeah, there are people's jobs who their whole job is to
Yeah.
find out, like, is this worth
Like, if we
it
just
and, like, are we going to
reference
make money?
PGR, like, you know.
Wait,
like-
who's getting the skin? I've never heard of this. Who's getting a skin?
I don't know how long I've been on Twitch now, dude. I just restream to Twitch, really. Most of my audience is on
skins are
YouTube.
coming out for,
I just restream for the people who prefer using
Altaro
Twitch.
And who's another male character I don't like?
Well, I set my YouTube channel to
Altaro's getting a skin?
Yeah, it's gonna be a Count Altaro and
Bro, that is trolling. That is trolling. If Kuro do that, nah, that is fucking diabolical. If they give Calcharo a skin, that shit's gotta be free. Why would they go to the effort of giving Calcharo a skin when it feels like the dude's been left in the dumpster by the side of the road? That's gotta be bullshit, right? Because, like, they can't be doing that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
That's not what I heard.
Ling Yang.
He's just
Oh, yeah, dude, chatting shit.
I'm just making things up right now because obviously I don't want to actually.
How
link
to
them
spread
up.
misinformation. How to spread misinformation.
Oh, that's it now. Ooh, misinformation detected. I was gonna say I'm hearing Calcharo. As soon as I hear Ling Yang, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here, bro. Ain't nobody buying that shit. I want money back if they put that on there. Telling you now.
Nah.
Yeah, okay, interesting, man.
I don't think that's what that is.
I thought they were going to just delete Calcharo 1.4.
Fob's lying. Yeah, yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah, my computer just fucking blew up, so we're gonna have to reset
Yeah,
this, bro. Fuck
all we
my
see
life.
is a chair.
Yeah, we still
just
see
a
the
chair with a
ghost of
microphone.
God's back sitting in a chair.
God's chair smart.
I can't even fucking
Just
fucking
lighting
do
up.
anything. But
Live
somehow I'm
action
still in a
screenshot
Discord.
that
Starting like October and got through everything at a reasonable pace. I think that was done by November or something.
To people watching, I would go ahead and reset my whole fucking PC.
Hey, Mr. Pokey, I got to piss. You go ahead and lead the podcast, man. Hey, Mr. Pokey.
No, oh wait,
I think
guys,
he's passed
my
out.
food's here, so I'm a dip, and then I'm gonna go sleep. Goodbye.
Okay. Hey, yo, Red New, run this thing, man. I'll be right back.
So much gotchas.
Oh, fuck. My cup.
Oh shit.
Genshin and WuWa has basically
Well,
full
yo,
3D
man,
models.
how you been?
Yeah.
Here's the thing on skins, it kind of
No, I
depends a
miss
bit.
you,
Game
bro.
like Fate Granddaughter is fast.
really
Oh yeah,
busy.
definitely,
That's
yeah.
what I can say.
But it's like you look at games like that, Cat Fantasy,
Where the hell is
Snowbreak Containment Zone, Girls Frontline 2.
It's pretty bad.
Give me some more, give me some more. You know, 3D models that do it.
Oh my
I just
God,
feel
don't
like
know
Wuthering
what's-
Waves.
I'll be honest.
That's a
I'm
lot
I
of
feel like they're
pressure.
missing out on
I
so
don't know
much
what to do right
cash
now. I don't know
by
what's
not
going
having
on.
skins.
Like,
Oh yeah, we're just like thrown into the gall. Stop
I
yapping.
was
That's
thrown
me.
into the call. Well, he said something about like.
I appreciate you
about,
following me,
the
dude. I
world
appreciate
and,
it.
like graphics and stuff like that. And all I said was. have
Can't
you
believe there's a
played
whole
the
ass
game and
conference for
seen
this.
that the
I don't
graphics
even
is
know what they were speaking
good?
about in
And
this, if
then-
I'm honest.
And then I got
Kind of
added to
curious.
call.
Should we skip forward because nothing's going on now? They're just kind of they're waiting for Techie to get back, aren't they?
Made Love and Deep Space insanely predatory because they're the only ones in the business making games more aimed at women. So they're like, we can get away with anything, and they
True,
do.
true.
Freaking horrible. Like, did you know? Like, it's 20 polls.
Final Fantasy Brave Exodus, another 2D pixel one. I'm not too sure. I haven't played it.
And I'm just like sitting here, like, that's like 200 polls of you like having to get an outfit, and you know people are gonna hate it.
Well, we'll just have to wait for the live stream to find out. Would you reckon they'll announce skins at the live stream,
do
dear?
like have this OCD thing, like, oh my god.
Yeah, when is it? The 21st, yeah. 21st, the stream happens, right?
So it's continuously like this.
I know that I've heard for a long time Sanhua and Jinxie was spot. This is like, we knew this like from 1.1 that was supposed to be happening. That Sanhua was going to be a free skin and Jinxie they were going to be the two first skins. One was going to be free, one was going to be premium.
And then there was this whole argument that I was watching this video from Dish and how she was talking about like how
I feel like they've got to have been working on a bunch of skins, yeah. That like there's going to be a ton of them come out all at once. Like, well, maybe not all at once, but like we're going to have a proper trickle of skins dropping now. Maybe each banner or patch there'll be a skin in the shop as well, kind of thing.
And she was talking about
I won't say if you don't engage with links. Yeah, yeah,
we shouldn't like. You
yeah, I haven't looked for a while. It's been
how predatory it is, and I'm sitting here like
I think 1.2, 1.3 was the last time I looked at any leaks.
We're in Tech Jones' channel.
Yeah, you're in Tech Jones' stream, dude.
I saw this stream from Mr. Poke live stream. Mr. Poke dipped and left a duck on his chair. Oh, did he?
I wouldn't care.
Why?
Techies, I don't know. Anyways, so then she was just like, oh, like, yeah, I
was gonna watch for myself a bit. Oh, I know what he's doing. Know what he's.
What a gacha game is because I don't know.
I kind of want to get to where they're talking about stuff. Just talking about.
Waiting. I was waiting for you. It's beautiful, but like you need to get on this and like see for yourself like how horrible it is.
Predatory?
Yeah, like
just
it's gotcha.
All gotcha games, right? I feel like all gotcha
no,
games
but it's
are
really no, but is this one particularly
I think she
bad?
means that it's a little too much. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for what she's saying.
So we're
yeah, because it's like targeting children, like it's targeting kids.
Is he? Maybe it is. I don't know. I feel like it's targeting. Well, yeah, probably. It's probably like targeting Disney princess teenage girls. I guess, isn't it? Really?
Well, okay. So let me clarify.
They're Mr. Beast.
So there is no way for a gacha game to target a child. What they are is they're targeting a child's parents' wallet. Because children don't have any money. It's not like we're putting children out on the street because they're spending their allowance on gacha games. They're going to their parents' credit cards and then they're, vampiring it that way.
Yeah,
true.
You do hear stories though about the kids, spending way too much than the
Yeah, but that usually when you hear those stories, man, it's like FIFA, innit?
parents can afford, then it causes a lot of problems. And how the fuck is that kid gonna grow?
Nikki's targeting kids. Yeah, apparently. I've never played it. I do want to play it. I want to go on my Disney Princess arc, man. I keep saying it. It's happening. We're doing it. We're doing the Disney Princess arc. We're isekaiing off to a brave new world, man.
Supposed to do something about it. It's like, bro, that was just
Nikki Gachi's worse than Genshin. Yeah.
Parents were dumb.
I suppose so. It's like what they said about Love and Deep Space. If you're the only one in that particular market, you don't really have competition, do you? So I suppose you can be more ruthless and predatory.
There's a problem. Like, it wasn't even a company's
You're not directly competing with all of these other games, and you're in your own lane. You can fuck that lane hard, can't you?
But if it happens though, that shit is I don't know.
200 max pulls just for one is a lot. Yeah. Oh shit.
Real quick, I want to ask.
What's the pity like?
Anyone seen the
50-50 easy
gameplay thing?
I played it for like 2 hours and concluded it's not for me. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be for me, honestly, looking at it. But I'm willing to give it a go. I think it'd be fun for a stream. I think it'd be fun for a stream.
It's very impressive. Even if you hate everything about Arknights, I will say the graphics are absolutely insane. For gacha, especially.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay. Well, then.
See, for me, like, Infinity Nikke looks like it's got good graphics, but it also looks a little bit like Unreal 5 slop. I don't know if it is Unreal 5, but you know what I mean? You know, when open world games in Unreal 5, they look good, but at the same time, you're like, I don't know how to describe it. There is parts of that game, though, where it's in parts where I've seen, I'm like, dude, this almost looks like Hogwarts Legacy. And that's a good game. That's a good game. I love Hogwarts Legacy. That was my game of the year last year, that was.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do one even more. We're going to watch the whole 15-minute video of the entire end play gameplay together, and we can group react to this. Yep, because I feel like there is no... By the way, Smack, are you live?
Let's do it. Not live yet.
You should go live right now.
Dude, I'm planning to play Balatro and fucking Astrobot today.
Hell yeah.
But because I stream on YouTube, I gotta set up the fucking clickbait thumbnail and all that. It's just too much fucking work.
Okay, well, if you do go live, let me know, and then I'll add you to this whole thing so you can get fucking giga juiced.
Okay.
Let me pull this up and let me.
Nicky look like ass to you for some reason. As well as because it's not really for you, is it really? I get what you're saying. Like, I think like some of the animations and stuff looked a bit, you know.
Is everybody
What's the mini game meta like? As anybody knows, mention mini games. I'm here for the mini games, you know.
And then we are going.
Dude, my hair's looking a mess, man. I look like a fucking blockhead.
I have a feeling that this is gonna be fucking garbage.
Are we looking at Arknight's Enfield stuff here then? Oh, okay.
Full disclosure.
Techie.
Yep.
Techie, I'm about to sabotage everybody. I'm retarded. Where's your screen at?
All right, so there is.
Never mind. I see it. Okay.
Great. All right, easy. Okay, here we go. Let's lock in. Y'all hear it okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna adjust it a little bit for chat.
I'm actually looking forward to Arknight Enfield.
You really think the graphics of here? You think these are incredible?
Look at when it actually does a close up.
They're
of the
okay for
characters.
beta.
The detail is insane on the characters, like way higher than any other gacha.
You know, like the vibe this is giving me here when they're walking through there.
Sure,
then, Division 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but it's not required.
And definitely if it's
This isn't fully open world, is it either? It's like hasn't he got like they're almost like sections, yeah.
Interaction. That was nice that they showcased that. How the traffic
looks good.
You do travel
a lot of people
in this game.
Can they address the EL thing
A lot of
before
people are
this?
gonna
We'll have a
like
little
actually
look
see
back.
your whole party all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's just different.
It is different.
Star aesthetic.
It feels more horrific.
Is that your group following you, like your the other players in your squad?
Combat completely from what I last saw.
If they change it, then this game has hope. If they did not change it, this game is dead.
They can top girls front line 2 feet. Oh, bro, I've never seen that level of stocking physics on feet in my life in that game. They spent a lot of R&D in mastering how to make pantyhose and stockings stretch over grippers. When I saw that, I was like, I like zoomed into that shit. I was like, damn, man, they've put some time and effort into this shit, bro. Some time and effort into this shit. It's not fully open world yet, yeah. It's like, not instance, but like...
You're right, bro. The world does look a fuck ton better than I remember.
I like how they went from the city life straight into this, out here, this natural.
Yeah.
I think this game's heavily inspired by like Death Stranding in a weird way. I think
that is fucking weird.
Isn't that what WuWa was supposed to be based off of?
Yeah, the UI screens are
kind of see it actually.
Oh wow, fuck.
Look at the textures on like the
that's kind of cool.
outfit and everything. It's insane. Right?
Yeah, no,
Definitely has got.
Oh, that looks good.
The design is insane.
Character models are good, aren't they?
Oh wow.
Cheap posing. Okay. That's not bad.
Yeah, they drip.
They had a team dedicated on. Really?
Look at the texture on his outfit. Looks like shiny. Like it looks like an actual real outfit.
Yeah.
They would throw in a fucking
furry.
These are definitely better than every game besides
Kung Fu Panda.
These models are fire.
I just think the actual like detail and quality is higher than basically any other gacha I've seen for the characters.
Also to keep in mind,
It's a fair argument, you know. What we're saying here, we're saying that these are higher quality, higher detail than WuWa and ZZZ. The faces are amazing. I think there might be, yeah. Like, this is some high quality H2O right here, this is. This is actually honestly impressive. I haven't seen anything from Enfields for a while, so this is like, this is freshly squeezed juice for me. Honestly, Enfield's vibe and look is what I want, and many other wanted from WuWa. Never got in the end, at least from the recent trailer. Enfield's gonna be sick. Yeah, it looks pretty dope, doesn't he?
That's cute, yeah.
I do. I think it's too much.
Dude, Suitor looks so good. Holy shit, she looks insane in this.
Yeah.
Very dynamic as well.
We're gonna be rewarded. I feel like we're gonna be rewarded if you don't know anything about Arknight, like as an introduction to the world of
Although the character designs are not kind of hitting for me. That's fair, you know, everybody's got a typical character. But like, outside of the actual, the design choice, what do you think in like the fidelity, like graphical fidelity and detail? What do you reckon?
Come on.
I mean, that's just, you weren't gonna play it, man. That game's ass.
I want to play Enfield. Fuck you.
No, I'm saying Arknight's the original game, not Arknight's.
No, I'm playing Enfield.
I know, bitch. But you're fighting battles that don't exist. Shut up.
Okay.
Well,
That
is
looks
this
cool.
based on that?
I do
So it's a
like that you can
sci-fi.
have a party and then they can do stuff with you, like farm and this stuff. This is cool.
That is really cool.
You know what? I know this is a single player gacha game, right? This almost has like an MMO vibe to it. This does. This is what I was saying before, man. I feel like a lot of gacha games, open world gacha games, are kind of like single player MMOs in a sense. And this is why, for me, I'm not against like MMO aspects coming into gacha games in regards to like endgame and certain mechanics, because a lot of the mechanics are kind of inspired by MMO mechanics, you know, especially through grinding. They're altered a little bit to fit the gacha system. But like looking at this, it's like almost feels like I'm watching somebody playing an MMO rather than a gacha game.
This looks a little different than before.
Yeah, the combat looks completely
the other
different.
characters
Yeah.
auto playing on their own?
The guys are like, they're just standing there watching you battle. I don't know about that.
Like, window, I think, is blocked in the bottom right. But what it looks like is
So
you
you're
have
not
4
able to
buttons
character
down below,
switch?
which is like an attack or skill from them, and then above is their ults, I think.
That like Kingdom Hearts?
See, like, look even here. So is this skills for? See, like, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Does this rotate? Is that the ult, or does that rotate between the different skill sets? So have you got 8 skills on tap?
Those are like
Are they gonna
skills, and you
trigger-
don't forget the credit thing.
Oh shit, he's doing it here.
That's kind of sick.
I think, yeah, the skill icons on the bottom right, he might be like calling them to use this.
Yeah. That's what
Oh, so you're like tagging your teammates then?
Boy, that's kind of sick.
Oh yeah.
All out
So
of
like, do you have?
software.
So I'm assuming do you have a main character that you're controlling, which maybe you can switch to as your main character, and then you kind of like tag in the others with QTEs or something. I think the basics are auto. Can't character switch yet. Yeah, maybe.
From the bag, yelling.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This
It feels a little bit like almost like Dragon's Dogma, a little bit where they're standing around a little bit sometimes though.
looks so much better than everything I've played. It's actually kind of
Yeah,
bad.
dude, devs listen. I think they actually were like, okay, everybody hates the combat, let's change it.
I like
Yo,
that.
what?
Yeah, this is like
devs
Factorio.
100% listen.
Oh, is this your Factorio base?
This shit.
Yeah, this is where
This was
Mr.
also a
Poke
mess.
is gonna get his mods to do everything.
Yeah, this was.
Oh
a
wait,
mess
shit. So
during
the
beta.
okay, interesting.
And it to me,
What
to be
is
honest, this
Game
still
was
looks
absolutely
like
unplayable.
this is where you get like
Oh, let's see what he's gonna say.
your auto like your daily login reward. This is where you like.
Ah, so damn man, building a whole factory here, like a survival element to the game in a sense almost.
Optimize this, collect
That's way
everything.
too complex for me. My eyes went cross-eyed there.
Yeah, this shit looks ridiculous.
What they
I don't
should
know what
add
they're
is you can
thinking
paint
about.
other people's designs. So like, as long as you have the materials and all this,
You can
that
just
stuff,
copy
you
it
can
over.
copy somebody
Yeah,
else's layout.
yeah, that'd be cool
Yeah,
actually.
As long as it's really easy, just like give me the best design, I'll just copy paste it, and then it's fine. I probably.
It needs to be
You should be able
auto
to get a
set up.
blueprint.
Nobody's gonna want to manual that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I agree with
Crazy,
that.
or this is like.
Sam,
Am I crazy? or
Matt,
this
you
is
should
Wondering
go
Waves
back and see how
2.0?
it used to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yo, welcome back,
Poke,
Bugger.
shut the fuck up, brother. Do we have
Yo,
a,
this looks like
a
Wondering
release date for
Waves improved. Am I nuts?
No, you're right. Graphically, it does look like
Similar
what?
Oh, we're already here. Oh, what will be? Listen, if this is the case, right, this comes out and maybe people see as an improvement on WuWa. Not saying it is because I don't necessarily think it looks much like Wuthering Waves. This looks more like an MMO to me, you know, like, I don't know, like maybe I'm thinking like Throne and Liberty. Not really, but like that I think it looks more like that than something like WuWa. But imagine if this comes out and generally, objectively, people are arguing that this is better in Wuthering Waves and are always comparing this to Wuthering Waves. Will the WuWa community be embarrassed by that and want them to stop out of embarrassment? Who knows?
It looks like what WuWa is going for, but better.
This is
Maybe
WuWa
be
improved.
careful.
Yeah, this is Wuthering Waves improved.
It looks
You
like
can't
Wuthering
see
Waves with
WuWa.
Girls Frontline 2 graphics.
Yeah, maybe the word. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of, a little bit like Girls Frontline 2.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Wuthering Waves the Girls Frontline 2 now. Yeah.
One of
Yeah,
the
I
craziest
agree with
things
that.
about this game too is it's made on Unity, So Unity is getting to this crazy level where it looks
Holy
this
shit,
good, and
that's
they're not even
impressive. I
using
thought this was
something like
Unreal
Unreal
Engine.
That's super buggy and causes a million issues like NTE or something.
Yeah, Unity is also very, very, very good for lower end phones, which means more players will be able to access it.
True, true. Good point. Good
Let's
point.
go.
What people are able to do now on the Unity engine is impressive. I thought this was an Unreal Engine game. I did. It's just on the base management and gacha. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I hope to God they keep the same gacha rates as OG Ark Knights and not another 50-50. What's the gacha rate in Ark Knights? I've never played it. So I don't know. They'll double down on the glazing. It'll be funny to watch, won't it, though? Won't it be funny to watch to see the shoe on the other foot? The traversal looks a lot worse. Yeah, it's not as fluid. I think that's one thing that Wuthering Waves definitely has over it. The fluidity of the movement, the momentum, shall we say. I feel like WuWa could improve, would improve, so will be better in my opinion. The traversal looks a lot worse. 75-25. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Remember though, this is a beta. Remember what Wuthering Waves look like in its beta.
Maybe you can make your main character.
Wait, what? You can set up turrets to fight with you.
You'll move to where they're at. You won't. They won't teleport to you.
That's sick.
Unless they change that too. Because in the previous beta you
unless
could.
they changed it.
That's actually kind of cool, yeah.
Dude, there's no way.
they should.
They have to make it so you can play as your other characters. Otherwise,
That's what I would assume as well.
Yeah, I would think so.
I totally agree. I totally agree, Jenna.
I don't want to just see them as tagging
I think if
characters.
you could do, they should do it in the trailer. Still didn't do it.
This is the male.
I mean, it's
Male
still
MC.
progress.
Now, I'm gonna go ahead and say, bro, this game looks fucking retarded good.
This biome looks cool.
I love this area. This area is insane.
Wuthering Waves, end of service, man.
Nah, the games are far too different.
Yeah, they're very different.
Yeah, it's very different. The combat is
There's just no gotcha. There's no gotcha that looks this good. They're just
Won't stop me making comparisons, though.
besides Zenless.
no. Fuck
And
Zenless,
Ananta.
bro.
I think no, it's better than the Zenless.
Zenless is
Not
best.
gonna lie.
The best gotcha.
You like
Ananta
Zenless's
sits
style.
on him. Ananta sits on him.
Ananta
Bro,
shits on
Ananta
all
doesn't
of them.
look as good as this.
Ananta is in that
What?
theoretical
It
field,
does.
right?
Like the actual
Bro, you're
texture.
We were playing sweating right now.
Azure Vermilion solos.
Interesting take.
Just against you, Pywaldy, so we don't expect improvements in movement.
Exploring in this game looks like the best I've seen in any of these games.
There's a lot of variety in
To be
environment.
fair, you'll never see any improvements in games you know.
Look at the shadow.
Dude, I
The real
actually
test is
can't
how
wait for
long
this
it'll
game.
be fun for.
Because
Yeah, I'm
if
looking
it's
forward to this
good,
now.
I'll farm
Like,
the fuck out of it.
it's been ages since I saw anything about Ark Knights Enfield. This looks impressive. This looks right up my street. This does.
If it's horrible, I'll farm
Like,
the fuck out of it.
movement definitely seems a lot more grounded and less fluid. But that being said, it's all about the combat, isn't it? The combat, the characters, and the minute-to-minute gameplay, which so far looks all right. I need to see a little bit more. I need to see some more tag team going on, I do.
Exactly, yeah.
It's a win-win.
Yeah, the tower defense aspect seems kind of cool. Update for the Marvel game, the 20th of December. Oh, really? Marvel Rivals.
Yo, Chet, what
Yeah,
are you
man.
thinking so
Game's
far?
fire.
Also, Smack's at 200% volume. We can't fix him, guys. We tried our best.
Can I turn myself up?
Yeah, put the mic closer to your mouth.
Yo, big dub shit.
Let me see if I can turn myself up.
Yeah.
Mr.
I'm always
Bulky.
low when I join text calls.
Hey, it's all good, man. I really like that fat panda, though. I actually really like him.
Oh, he looks like you.
I like that he's not a furry, but he's just a panda.
Yeah, just like a big old panda.
Yeah, that's you, man.
The music is also insane.
They call me from Xenozone Zero. He's basically Big Ben.
Okay, I did. I'm pretty sure she's a panda.
Big Ben.
Bigger Ben.
This all your chill,
I will
man.
say, for me, the worst thing about Wuthering Waves is the music that plays when you explore. But this game's music, and this has been very common with Hypergraph.
That fucking Tacit
Hypergraph
Field.
has crazy fucking music in any of them.
Oh, they're really good at music.
Yeah.
So
It's
this,
pretty good.
like when I walk in the base world of WuWa,
Like,
and the
what's
bass
this
down, I'm like,
area
oh my
here?
God.
In terms of, like, we're not seeing mobs a lot, are we? So I'm assuming we're in some sort of kind of, like, safe area here.
Like,
Safe
fucking
haven.
so cool. Like, this is really, really, really good. Okay,
I like
this
these
actually
zip
makes me very
lines, though.
excited,
These
man.
are kind of cool.
Well, I can't wait to be a part of the Arknights community again.
Is this something that characters built?
We gotta defend your ass all over.
Yeah, it's gonna be
I don't
great,
know
man.
why.
Like, has this been
they
built
didn't
by...
show any
Does a
of this
player
in
build
the
this
I don't know
stuff?
why their trailer was one day after the Game Awards. It feels like huge missed opportunities for them.
Yeah.
Oh, what a missed opportunity.
Now, I will say, where the fuck is
This
any
almost looks like the players built this.
Yeah, why is it like...
I'm waiting for some
You know what I mean?
action. I mean, I love the exploration, but like, can I see
Yeah, that-
more?
I think the players built all of those structures that we've been passing, yeah. That's insane. So there's that. So is this kind of like a little hub area? And like you can like, you know, like Factorium or whatever, you know, do that side of things, like, you know, like a typical survival game, and you've got all that stuff that you build up and it farms all materials for you and stuff like that.
It's a break. Like we had combat in the beginning. There's no combat. Right? That was
true.
Okay.
I guess they're
Min-maxing transportation, right?
Just like the relics.
I guess it's like a...
No, this is the Factorio, right?
Yeah.
Or different?
Well, the problem is now that there's 2 of them, this did not exist in the beta. So maybe you can have multiple now? I don't know. This shit looks... I don't fuck with that shit at all, bro. That shit looks like
I don't even know what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
so
it's weird as fuck.
back is
It
you're
looks
gonna
like
be put in these little construction zones, and the better you construct your layout, the more daily rewards that you get. So that's the daily
farm
rewards.
or something.
It's like a teapot.
Yeah.
It's like AFK.
See, the problem here, though, what I'm seeing here is a potential problem. If this is how you're getting daily stuff, is this something that could take, well, how long will it take you to build up to good daily stuff? And how long will it take you to get your daily rewards? I feel like that potentially could be a lot of work. That could be a little bit like, you know, you're like, I've got to log in for my dailies. Like, oh, for fuck's sake, you know? Could be a bit of an issue. They're barely showing any fighting, so I don't think the fighting is a focus. Rival's new holiday event looks cool. Does it? Might have a little look at that, actually.
Oh, wait,
What game is this? This is Ark Knight
I will say,
Enfields.
I love that. I love farming systems.
That's decent.
I do too.
It's like
I
a
don't know
teapot
what it
and
is.
stuff
Kind
in
of like
Genshin.
it looks
In a bit.
goofy.
I think it looks goofy. It's going for a very different kind of feel.
I guess it's because I don't understand the mechanisms of how it operates.
Yeah, neither do I. I don't know what's happening, but it looks good.
I shit you not. I had to watch a 45-minute video to figure out how to figure that out for the beta.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It is goofy as fuck. I really think they should reconsider what they're doing. They really need to make this auto build. It's confusing as fuck.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be made a little bit simpler. I don't think many gacha players are going to fuck with systems like this. Not everybody. Like, don't get me wrong. I think I'd have fun doing this. But I think your average, especially if it's going to relate to your daily rewards, this might not be for everybody. Either simplifying it or allowing you to be able to import potential builds that people have done, you know, and that you can bring in a code and it applies it to your world, maybe, if you've got all the materials potentially. I don't know.
It should be faster.
Can be intimidating. That's all. And what you learn to make it.
Building stuff for your dailies and running around to get them is a fast way to get me to any sort. I think a lot of people will be like that. I want the claim all button, thanks, for real, yeah.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, copy paste
Green ass
layouts.
rabbit.
Yeah, I don't
Like
want
a
to
moss
think.
buddy.
Also, it encourages the co-op and player interaction, which I think is
Yeah.
only beneficiary for the game.
Yeah, so I don't know how the game's actually gonna play. Like, are there gonna be enemies everywhere? What's it gonna be like? But just.
I feel like you're in some sort of kind of a hub here, aren't you? Your home hub.
Based off what I'm seeing.
Yes,
Oh yeah, for sure. I just signed. They released the sign up. Did you guys sign up? It was today, I think.
Fuck no.
not sure. They definitely.
Shit, I'm signing up for this.
The world does feel very empty outside of the structures. I think it needs some more like some life. There's not enough life.
Agree.
For sure. I agree.
Is there a co-op mode in here?
I mean,
Like
there's
at
not
all?
even birds or shit. Something. Dang.
Oh, well, we know what happened back in the day, right? There's no more of those. Oh, wait, real quick. If you look at this place, this
There's a
sort of
bird
looks
right there.
real to me in a weird way. You know, like all the stuff stacked up and things everywhere.
Yeah.
Fucking rabbits covered in moss.
It feels
The
like
fuck?
you would see
Ghillie
this in
suit
real life,
rabbits.
Like that's how someone would have stuff set up.
Hold on, I got a message from EO.
And do you have to maintain the defenses? Because even if the meta shift fast in Genshin, you're fully built. Diluc, he's fully built, and you can.
Wait, yo!
I don't know.
I need to try.
It seems like a lot of stuff to maintain in a gacha game.
Who knows, man?
Especially, like, say, if it's related to daily stuff.
Holy.
But as you say, Charlie, if it is a game that's less
Riddle me this, Techie!
directed towards combat, then maybe. But I feel like a game that looks like this in an open world that seems like it's got quite fluid combat. It'd be a shame if there's not much combat. But we've got to be in some sort of hub world here because there's no enemies. Is there? There's no mobs. Just seems like this is an area that you've like maybe when you build out in an area, it stops the mob spawning. Maybe.
Wait, Deadass?
Okay,
bro,
It's not lazy devs want to supply for years.
Wait, I just saw a tweet. Apparently, Santonda is like destroying Gadio and like he's calling him like a pedophile.
Gadio?
Oh, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Wait, link me that. Link me that.
Gadio even
Yo,
do?
show it,
It's
show
like
it.
it's a
Here we
tweet.
go.
Wait, I'll drop the link.
No, Gadio deserves it. Oh, Saints, please cook.
Alright, I dropped it. I dropped it.
Drama never stops, man.
Is this real?
Drama
I
in
feel
the
like
war
we're
never
farming here.
Yeah, why? It ain't okay, dude.
Oh, I'm
There's no
so
way.
excited to farm this.
Oh
Oh,
my
hell
God.
yeah.
Oh, Jesus, dude. Oh, hell yeah. Saint, cook his ass.
Hey, War Phase 2 after this, boys. Hell yeah.
Yeah, so this is like, I don't know, the main hub or something like that?
It's like
with like all your characters.
Saints literally just become that dude now for people to farm because waiting for him to just start beef with somebody, right?
With this, I saw the whole thing. There was literally just like
what
a
is
single
this,
single
man?
combat. They didn't fight any other
Yeah.
thing. And their combat was like you can just run turrets and like the turret will kill the mobs. So I think the combat is like super small part of this game.
The
Is that a
mob
motorbike
density
there?
on the right side of this still, that is so nice. Like that is
Like-
what I love to
having
see.
other
Like, that
people there.
looks- Yeah, that looks very.
I hope
like,
combat
alive. I
isn't
love
a
when
very
that
small part of the game. A game like this, I want to be getting into
That's what I
combat.
want out of a
Dude,
Nanta. If a
I'm
Nanta-
sorry. Look at the fucking detail on this character, man. This looks really good.
Nanta is able to have like 100 NPCs at the same time on your screen. I think that's
The
huge.
most I've seen in one screenshot of a Nanta was 18, but it was like a very small area. But like, dude, this whole zone looks fucking awesome.
Wait, for like, if you pull characters, do they like come out and they walk around here too, like her right now?
I'm actually not
Yeah,
sure.
and you, well,
That'd be
actually,
so
wait, like
sick.
you'll see in a
Reminds me of,
second.
That is how
Uh,
it is in the overworld. I'm not sure how it is in this area.
As somebody who's not really into these kind of characters, I like her design. I do. Yeah, dude, big sci-fi fan. Big sci-fi fan.
That's
Sick if they
probably
had
like
that.
the best implementation.
It
of,
definitely
like, a
does
hideout
feel
where
like it's
you're
got some
spawning where they're
Death
gonna
Stranding
walk around.
inspiration,
Like
doesn't he?
TVs, but if they're like full model like this, I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
It's like the cheap art stuff in Genshin, where you have like all your characters.
Oh, she wants to fuck. Yes, dude. Finally.
I like how she sat down on the bench because she's waiting for you.
Yeah, after this, I'm gonna give you guys some lore too. That's a very.
Did you watch Vinland
important
Saga? Because this game is literally have no enemies, all farm, no fights. You know what? I started watching Vinland Saga, but I don't know what happened, man. I literally stopped on the first episode. I don't know why.
There's some very good
I've yet to watch it, man. I've heard good things about it. Is it like?
I think
Is it
that
just like
Dark Knights has the
constantly
best
edging you
character
then?
art of any game I've ever seen, like just the like splash arts. I think
Sci-fi
that's-
doesn't have to be swathes of black and whites and greys.
I
It's
just like
true.
the
It's true.
Yeah, so you're like in space or something.
I have a question. Has anyone filled out the survey for like the content creator
Um,
program, or like
I haven't.
the closed beta test? Sorry.
No, I haven't.
Or Arknights?
No.
Hey,
Yo,
yo,
there was like this really.
Yeah, I did.
Who?
I did. I know, I did this morning, man.
What's this character's
I'm
name
excited
again,
for this
chat?
game.
Because this character was very popular in the Arknights game. Was it Angelina? Angelina, yeah. This character is super important to the first game. Really good in game, really OP support, and also in this game, her playstyle was actually great.
Are you going to need to know what happened in the first game? I mean, hopefully we get some sort of recap, yeah? I hope I'm not going to be missing out on a lot because I've never played the first game.
That I've used so far. When you see her full art, you'll get it. She's so hot.
The roster looks decent so far for this game, from what I've seen.
Oh yeah.
Suitor looks amazing.
I've seen a lot of characters in Arknights, like they look pretty good.
I feel like this
Especially
game
the
does
bitches.
not need any instance-based combat, and all of its combat should exist in the open world.
I
think that's what they're going for.
Yeah,
Probably.
It would work the,
Is that
the best
fucking
in my
it, bro?
opinion.
Yeah, they need to show
Hold
more
up.
of that.
I need to see more
so Here's
fucking
some characters that I want you guys to see from
combat,
Arknights.
man.
This is Silver Ash. He's like the Giga Chad of the first game. He's dope as fuck.
This guy's super popular.
Yeah, this guy's awesome. Yeah, he's
Oh, damn, he
basically.
looked good.
Yeah, the dudes in this
I
game are
see
fucking
it.
sick.
Oh, I know.
I see it.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Got my attention. I need to see. I need to see what we got here. One of these. Which one was it? The watch just beta test trailer. This is different, yeah.
Field scan concluded and uploaded. Depth fluctuation nominal. Ether environment stable. Optical observation reports no anomalies. Copy.
Most probably just references. No, I don't think so. I haven't followed here. Okay.
Great. It's another
Yeah, like you said, probably be references to the original game. Easter eggs for the fans, like. Yeah.
Many lovely sunny days. And remember, advanced engineering operations demand serious safety.
Oh shit.
Spend
Give me some combat, man. Give me some combat. Give me some combat. Give me some combat in here, man. I think we are. I think we're getting some combat. It's kind of slaps. Alright. So what are we trying to like? Are we trying to be a part of like bringing the world back to life or something? Is this like a post-apocalyptic sci-fi thing? Damn, dude, the game's got a nice look to it though, hasn't it? Like, these character models look gorgeous, man. Like, are these some of the best looking faces in gacha gaming? Did Arknight Enfield ruin faces in gacha gaming? Dude, combat needs to be a big part of this game, man, because this looks fucking sick. I want to be fighting shit all the time. It looks like we're controlling other characters here, doesn't he? Oh, she looks sick. Okay. Alright. I'm very much interested in this game now. Yo, these characters are fucking dull. Boys. Chat. This has gone up massively on my excitement. I know this is just a trailer. This has gone up massively on my my list, and I know we just saw that gameplay, which wasn't a great representation. Really, we didn't get to see much. I think they were just showing off the whatever you want to call it, the factorium aspect of it, I guess. Or yeah, man, this is up there for me now. I'm looking forward to this. I'm actually excited. We're gonna sign up for this, boys. We're gonna sign up for this. That's cool. That looks really cool, actually. Mid-January 2025 beta tests. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Shit. Damn, bro. So, like, other than that gameplay that we saw, we get to see more combat here. Is this a video that I just watched? Yeah, this is a video that I just watched, isn't it? Let's just go back to the combat that we got to see a little bit of combat. Let's have a little look at it.
已清除周围所有敌方目标，任务完成。
都做得很好，继续保持。什么家伙？天宇，好机会！
该收尾了。别挡路。
So, like, are these like your abilities here? I don't know, because that wouldn't make sense. I was thinking these are your abilities, and then maybe like R or control and press 1, 2, 3, and 4 to get your other characters to do their abilities. But I don't know if it is. I don't know if they're just tagging in on their own or what. So that E is definitely bringing them in. Pressing E is definitely bringing them in, isn't he? They seem to be vibing on their own, though, don't they, really?
一切都在你的计划之中，希望之后也能这么顺利。
Okay. Yo, I'm looking forward to this now. I'm definitely looking forward to this.
I see it.
Yeah, and then
there's also a bunch of Dragon Boys, if I remember.
Yeah, then there's also one of my other favorites. This
Dragon
guy's name is the
Wielders.
Silver Daddy.
When does this game come out?
I have no idea.
Unless there's a lapping reference on Pop Pass, but it does look really cool as a game. It does look interesting, doesn't it? It does look interesting.
So you guys can hear the music, because I think that's important. I remember this being fucking sick. I haven't heard this in 4 years.
Hold up, where are we at there? 4 hours in. I want to have a look at this stuff that you was on about with the EO stuff. Is this where we're talking about it? Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look what he's got to say about EO.
Okay, yeah, I think that is totally okay, but I've seen people bring that up as an example of like, you know, he's instigating or something. But like, I think that's just a funny meme thing, and everyone should be like, haha, funny. Like he kind of just joked on it.
In my honest opinion, in good faith, I really don't think Mr. Pokey made that video to.
What trailers can do to a man for real, yeah. Dude, I am.
It just sucks that
I am the perfect consumer. It's just like hooked, you know.
That type of
They
stuff
see
out
me coming.
into
You know what I mean?
Space.
See me coming.
You know what people are gonna do with it, but I don't think Pokey was like, oh yeah, then I'm gonna ruin his career by doing this.
Yeah, I don't think.
If
that
anything,
Mr.
it
Pokey-
popped off his career because after that video, he's going to war with everyone. So like,
Yeah,
I
you
think
made him.
yeah,
You made him.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I want
yeah,
you to know that you keep referencing that Mr. Pokey says that he started it. You know, with that little dominoes picture?
Yep.
I want you to know it was actually me. Mr. Pokey was in my chat one day, and I was like, you know what, Mr. Pokey? You should get on call with St. Tontas. You should talk to him because you're the #1 shill and he's the #1 bot, and that would be like some fun content. It was me.
Yeah, it
the
was
whole
Genesis.
time.
Yeah, it was him the whole time.
You know
absolutely.
what's
I
crazy?
did that.
It wasn't you.
Oh, it was
shit.
you. Oh, it was you, right?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
It was Mufasa or whatever your dog or your cat's name is. What?
Not Mufasa. It was first of all, it was Simba. It was
Simba, sorry.
It was Hex Juice and Captain Cabinets.
Oh my god. The
Yep.
truth.
Yeah,
They
actually-
did this way back when St. Tontas
Yeah.
was theorizing the voice acting issue with Wuthering Waves, and then
Oh my god.
Sayu, Hex Juice, Captain Cabinets were saying he isn't theorizing. He's being completely forward. This is his honest thoughts. These things that it was women. Yep. Women made him crazy.
If I speak, I will be in trouble.
I see.
Yep. That's why I don't talk to him.
I see.
Oh, so that's all the problems in the Gacha space.
Yeah, absolutely. Women. That's every problem in my real life too. Chat, this is why you don't talk to women. Okay? Don't do that. Okay? Stick
I'm
to
way
anime
ahead
women
of
because
you.
they can't hurt you. Much safer.
Yeah,
Much
that's why
safer.
women
that
like
me
my
side
I'm chilling.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. Okay, let me continue going through this post here.
Yeah.
This all sounds like dumb shit.
Oh shit, have
People
we
talking about a game, but the reality
already
is
started
the
it?
WuWa
Yeah.
community just wants to freely discuss what they like in these online spaces and what they think is better. But they are constantly shunned into silence because all gachas are bad or you're not doing enough, which is actually bullshit because then nobody's doing enough.
Wait, really quickly. You said I can stop whenever.
Yep.
It says the WuWa community wants to freely discuss what they like in the online spaces, but I feel like any criticism by WuWa players towards Wuthering Waves is shunned and shit on. I do feel like
No.
it is a space where you aren't really allowed to say that
Totally
much. Do you
disagree with evidence. Ryuku put out a video shitting on Wuthering Waves, and it had a positive reception.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not
I mean,
sure
what
what
would
he
you
said.
say about
That's a,
the
that's a
EO2?
fair point,
The
actually.
Oh,
That's a
EO2.
fair point, but I do think it's hard to say. I think this kind of works both ways. I definitely do think there is a little bit of a. I think the thing with probably Ryuku's video is he brought a lot of receipts, and I suppose maybe just the Wuthering Waves community is a little bit more lenient when receipts are brought, which is fair. But I don't know, man. I feel like I see both sides. You know, I feel like I definitely see both sides when they talk about this stuff. Because I do think people do get shunned a little bit. But then I think, you know, Ryuku's video was positively received, wasn't he? It's a different tweet they're about to go into the EO one. Yeah, no, this is the one we just read, wasn't it? Was this the one from Shinya or whatever it is? We read this one, yeah. After Cyberpunk, I ain't falling for trailers. Dude, I remember the fucking Watch Dogs trailer.
So dumb. Holy fuck, that shit was so
When they're going into it, is it here? They're going into it, yeah.
We'll go over. I made a whole video on that tweet. Holy fuck, that shit was so
man.
dumb. Somebody
Oh,
wanna
I
link
didn't
that?
even watch it yet. Oh my god. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
the video's not out yet. Oh my god, that was so stupid.
Okay, I'll watch it tomorrow then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So the only one who doesn't say that bullshit is St. Tontas. And whether or not you agree with the context points, this is exactly why a good chunk of WuWa community rallies behind him as much as they do. Go ahead.
This sounds like Donald Trump, bro. Like he's doing this at such a extremist pace. Like it's either that or like they die. So it almost like he's building up his own like MAGA cult counting. You know, I'm just saying.
Yeah. So let's go to the EO tweet because you brought this up and now I really want to talk about it. Okay. So first of all, what did you think about this tweet?
Oh, wait, 1000%. When I saw this, he is 1,000,000%. It sounded like calling out Saint Totas, but I think he's on his side, so I don't really understand.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think about this? What do you think about this post?
My most important takeaway from that was specifically that most of the systems in WoW have no real purpose. Then list out 3 things that had no real purpose, and I was just like making fun the entire time. I'm just trolling. Yeah.
Let me find this tweet actually.
This whole post says nothing. This does not. It does not. It's bro typed out.
What the fuck is this tweet?
And nothing was said in the whole tweet.
What do you mean nothing was said?
Okay,
Is
bro
taking this tweet down?
What is one?
First point, let's go.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm looking on his Twitter. I can't see.
Yep.
And I'm gonna break this down.
Oh no, I've got it.
Y'all ready to lock in? By the way, guys, if you're new here, make sure to follow Mr. Pokey.
I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. All right. I want to have a look at this first, and then see that their opinion on it. I don't want to be swayed by their view first. Yeah, what's going on, Darkuni? Yo, brother, I need your opinion on something. Yeah, man, hit me up if I can help. I'll help. All right, let's have a look at this then. Had a banger convo with some amazing creators about the current roster of gacha games, but primarily Wuthering Waves' potential. Okay, a couple of key takeaways without digging into too much detail. Right, WuWa's downfall will be that of the community, public perception if they continue down this path. Criticism is not y'all's enemy. Criticism isn't your enemy. I don't think it'll be the downfall of Wuthering Waves, if I'm honest. I think the community doesn't have the best perception, whether true or false, but I think, perception's perception at the end of the day. And, it's a factor that I think it's definitely got a negative perception, hasn't he? If having every female character having romantic feelings towards Rover is bad. Me, I'm not really a fan of me. I don't think necessarily every character in the game's got romantic feelings towards Rover. I just like a little bit of conflict in the game personally for me. This is a vaguest tweet I've ever read. All right, let's get into it then. Figureheads of these spaces need to hold more accountability, acceptance in their position of power, voice, and police/shame the community together. Wait a minute. Figureheads of these spaces need to hold more accountability, acceptance in their position of power, and police shame the community together. I don't think that's what community content creators should be doing. It's not gonna work for most, especially if they're trying to fit into the space. I think going after the community probably not going to work out well for majority. There might be a few who might be able to do it, but okay. S tier content there isn't reacts/guides. Okay, that's fair. A lot of the content. Well, I think this is gacha in general, because like when it comes to gacha content. The way gacha works, unless you're playing every fucking game under the sun, there's always going to be lulls in the content where you kind of reacting to what's going on in the space, aren't you? And I'll rally against this idea that react content isn't good content. It's slop. It's easy. I do it all the time. But I also really enjoy watching people react to stuff, to react to other people's content, react to stuff going on in the community, and react to games. I find it interesting to see what people's opinions are on things. You know what I mean? So like, I don't take issue with it because it don't bother me because it is lazy. It is. I'll make lazy content. Like Christ, I'll stream and I'll chop up a video out to my stream. It takes 10 minutes. It's lazy. But I don't, just because it's easy content to make, I don't think it doesn't mean that it's not engaging. But anyway, Kuro needs to get more directly involved with benefiting their creators. Again, I think this is where EO before said that, they need a server for content creators to get early access to stuff, didn't he? Which is a CC point of view, I think. I don't think that benefits the game or the community, if I'm honest. Crew is going to fail at their vision if they don't quickly establish WuWa as its own thing and not a Genshin plus XYZ identity. I definitely think the game needs more identity. But again, I don't think these things are going to mean failure. I don't. I think the game needs a little bit more time to get its identity personally. Most of the systems in WuWa have no real purpose relative to the game itself, which further separates the identity, multiple features inspired from other mediums, but not fleshed out enough for their own game. Most of the systems in WuWa have no real purpose relative to the game. the only thing I can think of here that he's talking about combat, really, right? Or is he talking about proxy systems like, you know, is he talking about leveling up, material farming? Is he talking about events, endgame? This is definitely vague here. He needs to be a little bit more specific here. Most of the systems, what systems? The combat has real purpose in the game. All the other systems are relative to pretty much every other gacha. So if they don't have purpose in Wuthering Waves, they don't have purpose in all the other games, I think, right? Am I tripping here, or am I just missing this? Most of the systems in WuWa have no real purpose relative to the game itself. Can't see how he's talking about combat. Because, yeah, I can't. I'm just trying to think what he means by that. It's too vague. Notice how many times you have to say think in order to understand this tweet. You're filling in blanks for him. Yeah, this is kind of just word salad. This is just word salad. This is. You've got to give me something here. What specific systems are you talking about? Are we talking about leveling up? Are we talking about gacha systems? Are we talking about material farming? Are we talking about the echo system in the game? Are we talking about XP? Are we again? This is just word salad. He's just saying things here that really don't mean anything, to be fair. Immerse the players in the actual game, not the concept of better than Genshin. I think they're doing that. This concept of better than Genshin, this is a community side thing. This is on the Wuthering Waves community, this is. There's no denying it. This is on the Wuthering Waves community. Better than Genshin argument. Somebody who thinks it's better than Genshin. And I've been a part of this, I agree. Obviously, I think some identity to the game will happen. I think one thing, it's like, what is immersion to you, though? Gacha games are going to have a certain level of immersiveness, you know? Are you talking a AAA single-player story immersive gameplay? You're not going to get that. Now, if you're talking about gameplay, I think Wuthering Waves does a good job of immersing the player into the gameplay itself, because the gameplay and the combat is fire. So, yeah, you're just saying something here without even, like... this isn't even a criticism in a sense, in my opinion. I think I get what he's trying to say, but at the same time I don't, because he's making a criticism, but it's so vague that it's not relative to anything other than, it's better, stop the better than Genshin stuff, WuWa is missing glue to the system. WuWa is missing glue to the system. Top 3 most important to the game top 3 most important to the game's problems. Okay. I'm hopeful for V2 hitting the ground hard and handling a lot of issues that have been brought to light, as well as those that are major problems, but the vocal majority are shunned. A lot of these can be solved with the quickness, but takes effort and willing parties. Tons of people like to pull the wool over their eyes until they smell the house burning down. By then, it's too late. Those are some damn good points. The real question now. I like VXV. What the fuck's here? What points? Start beefing because these points came from you specifically. What are the points? Okay. We don't want it to be Genshin. Figureheads in the space need to take more accountability. Shame the community? I guess so. What I take from this, he wants larger content creators to attack the community on their unwillingness to accept criticism. He wants content creators in Wuthering Waves to make less reacts and less guides. Okay. He wants Kuro to get more involved with the creators. This, I think, will take time. Most of the systems, this just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what, systems he's talking about. If he mentioned what systems he's talking about, you could actually, see, okay, okay, all right, that makes sense. Maybe not so much, but, this is just, I feel like this is just words. It just feels like words. I think there's more with a community thing, the constant comparison. Yeah, I definitely think he's getting into that. He's getting into, you know, this WuWa V Genshin stuff probably needs to stop, and maybe content creators need to enforce that as if they can, and, you know, shun people who have issues with criticism, which I think a lot of the content creators, again, apart from a certain individual, tend to be quite open to criticism. So I don't think this is a problem. Again, I think this might be like a veiled post about Saint Tontas without actually calling him out as well. This bit, yeah, because again, I feel like most content creators in WuWa are quite open to criticism of the game. I genuinely think that. This shit here, though, most of the systems in WuWa have no real purpose relative to the game itself. That's just just saying things, trying to sound smart, really, there, because I don't know what the fuck he means, if I'm honest. You know, I could have an opinion on that, but it means nothing. So I don't know. Yeah, okay, this makes sense. I don't know about the immerse the people in the actual, but you know, the concept of being better than Genshin. But how far can, you know, if Wuthering Waves just gets better, then this just gets exacerbated. I don't think they're ever going to stop the WuWa v Genshin stuff. So like making the game better and making people care about the game more will just exacerbate this anyway. So you know, it's kind of a moot point. WuWa is missing glue to the system. What does he mean? What does he mean? What's the glue to the system? Like, what's the system? Like, what's this relative to? So the systems are not relative to the game, but WuWa's missing the glue to the system. What are we talking about? I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I get the gist of what he's saying in regards to the community and all that sort of stuff. I feel like this is a veiled jab at Saint Tontas. Just say it, dude. Just put Saint in there. Don't be afraid to do that. I'm not saying he is, but just put that in there, because I don't think most creators do that. Yeah, the rest of this, man, it's kind of like this is nothing and this means nothing as well. These 2 points here, just word salad. Word salad, isn't it, really? He negative edged himself. Made some glue. It's missing the glue, guys. What the fuck is the glue? Right? What? Man thinks CC's a politician's right. Like, you know, like I say, content creators have got no power over viewers and the community. I guess, like say, they can direct the conversation sometimes, but you can't expect content creators to go out policing the community. The community does turn on them at that point. Then they're not going to risk their career if that's where they're at. Some people might want to do, but most won't. Yeah, man. Yeah. He's huffing glue more like it. I think so, yeah. Saint's talking to AL right now.
Videos or like my Star Rail, I'll get random comments and they're like, oh man, when are you coming back to playing Wuthering Waves? This new character came out. Are you going to try this character? And I'm like, yeah, I could try them. Or like, I already pulled them. I don't know what I'm doing with the character, but I have them, you know? So I'm like, okay, cool. I have this little bit of an audience. I could totally do whatever it is to, you know, speak with them on that matter. Because not everybody's in my Discord and there's no way I can talk to everybody on YouTube. So I'm like, all right, it's fine. This went so far.
I will say he did, didn't he? He used figureheads as plural. So, like, who else? Because I think most content creators are really, especially in Wuthering Waves, are really open to criticism.
It was another one of those.
Yeah, another one of those, right? And you're very familiar to what one of those are from that previous interaction that you, or I guess the previous whole Wuthering Waves situation that you were involved in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So glad that we were able to clarify that. Obviously, it's, you know, it's an unfortunate thing when it does happen. But stuff.
Let's go back. I've got no idea what we're talking about here. She goes straight back to the start.
Request? Fine, Sarah. I'll accept your friend request. Gosh. Fine, I'll do that.
I'll type into the convo, man. Here we go.
I mean, ask away for the most part. I will say though, before we jump into it, I know you're doing it with the content in mind, which is that's
Loki, I want to see Tectone's opinion on it too. Yeah. I kind of just want to see the start of it. We're not going to spend the whole time here because obviously, you know, we're saying sometimes it can go on for a long time. I just want to see the initial conversation here. We're going to go back to seeing what Tectone's talking about. I'm curious as well myself.
We both have
It's
to
like
be on the
it
same
felt like
page
he was
here.
saying a lot of nothing.
We're totally speaking to come to some.
Yes, please. Yes, please. I'd like to see because I think we need to know that what because I don't even know what the page is. Yeah, so I don't know how Saint's going to get on the same page.
Form of understanding, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm just
All right.
I'm just trying to figure out. I said it once in the review, right? What are you talking about?
Okay,
'Cause, like,
okay.
There's to me.
All right, at least I'm not crazy as well. You guys are seeing it, Saint seeing it as well. So okay, all right, okay.
It's
okay.
not necessarily that we're trying to like critique what you're critiquing or like break down what you're trying to critique. We're just trying to find out what the fuck you're even trying to say in the first place.
Yeah.
All right. So there's two things, right, that we can point out here.
Because I ain't
Number
got a
one,
clue.
Couple key takeaways without going into too much detail. I was very clear that I was not going into a lot of detail on these. Number two,
True.
going beyond that point, just like I told you in the chat and I told Red, you guys are always welcome to just ask me to clarify or to elaborate.
Mhm.
There was somebody that, because I said the same thing in Red's chat yesterday, there was somebody that tried to get me to elaborate on a couple points, and I was going to elaborate. By the time I woke up, the tweet had already hit Eastern side of the audience.
Mhm.
And there was no way I could keep up with any of the responses. Like I woke up and my phone was ding, 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 so I just muted it. So it has
Fair.
nothing to do with like I purposely ignored anybody or, you know, I wasn't going to do anything. It's like there's no way I can respond to, you know, 52 different quote tweets
Yeah.
trying to explain to everybody what's going on, right?
Mhm.
So beyond that,
Right, little detail. There's none.
some of this stuff I assumed was pretty straightforward, which I still think it is. I understand that I could elaborate.
The only thing that's straightforward for me here is he wants less reacts and guides or just more other content. Straightforward. And he wants content creators to police the community. And I guess this is straightforward. These 3 points, well, these 4 points are straightforward. These are straightforward. This, I don't know what the fuck this is.
More, which is totally fine.
Mhm.
But there's a difference between me needing to spell out a lot of things for people and then me needing to elaborate on a point, right? Like if we can understand the base level of the point, then we can go on, go beyond that. So some of these things I feel like might be explainable, but if not, you can ask away and then like I'll answer it.
Okay, so I think to sort of like play that
That was as confusing as his tweet.
back
was as
and
confusing as
re-clarify
his
for
tweet,
everybody
bro.
in the situation. I think what you're trying to say is, let me make sure I'm playing it back and make sure I'm being faithful to what you're saying.
Okay.
Is that when you had made this tweet, you were very explicit, right? A couple of key takeaways without digging into too much detail. You're kind of like upfront about what you're not saying.
Right.
Right? And sorry, I need to check out my YouTube chat for 1 second because apparently people are sort of going crazy. You might be able to see what's on the screen on the YouTube chat.
Maybe
Oh, yeah.
I can see your Twitch chat.
Yeah, you can see my YouTube chat as well. I just pulled it
Chat
up.
derail. Chat derail.
Yeah, they're a little bit. I'm trying to clarify the situation because they're not. I guess they're not immediately happy with the initial explanation that you brought up. But I think there's more to it. So
I'm just gonna say, why would Saint do that? I don't see how that's relative to the conversation. I don't know why he needed to say, "Hey, just by the way, chat's not buying it."
So to play back what was going on, you made this tweet. You were explicit about not having much detail, and by the time that you sort of like you made it before kind of going to bed, right?
Right.
And by the time you woke up, man, this shit went viral. It went crazy.
Then you tuned out because a politician had got you tweeted.
To, a lot
Bro
more
learned English
eyes,
from the
a lot
Riddler.
more criticality, a lot more just like negative.
You just want to get
public
flamed again. That's why he
perception
refuses to
because
explain
it
in
blew up
detail.
so
Do you reckon?
quickly, and
That's
you
why he's
didn't
being so
have the
vague.
opportunity, right?
It's like
because
Right.
you were.
Part of it is quite, specific, but then it's really specific in, I think, stuff that people have got no control over, and then the stuff the way he's talking about the game becomes really vague. Then,
Obviously,
but maybe he's doing that because he was worried about Saint pulling it apart, but might have made the wrong decision to hop into this call, buddy.
sleeping. You were obviously sleeping. You
Glue
weren't
is a good
able to
meme, though.
address a lot of those concerns on the fly.
Yes.
And so it looked like to a lot of people, right, that you're kind of either ignoring the responses, you're not addressing them, you're like intentionally being vague, even though that's clearly not what you're trying to do. And that just further sort of amplifies the whole.
I think he was. Even the tweet says that he's intentionally being vague, isn't he? Without digging into too much detail, he's pretty much being vague, isn't he?
Negative perception.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. So I'm glad that we're able to get down to the roots of that. To me, some people might not think that's a good excuse, but I think it's perfectly fine. I think
Saint sitting in with the old thing of, I believe ya. Thousands wouldn't, but I believe ya.
it's perfectly fine, if I'm frankly being honest, because hey, stuff happens. You know, it can be unfortunate when it does, but we also have to factor in that, hey man, your stuff has gotten viral before, true?
Yeah, but you know what's funny? I made like 3 or 4 positive tweets. I don't think this one's negative inherently, but like really positive tweets. Like, oh, I'm excited to, get back into the game, yada yada, this and that, whatever.
And those didn't go viral.
No, not at all, dude. That's why I'm like, to me, right? Because I'm like, okay, I have a Wuthering audience. Because even on my Zenless videos or like my Star Rail, I'll get random comments, and they're like, oh man, when are you coming back to playing Wuthering Waves? This new character came out. Are you gonna try this character? And I'm like, yeah, I could try them, or like I already pulled them. I don't know what I'm doing with the character, but I have them, So I'm like, okay, cool. I have this little bit of an audience. I could totally do whatever it is
I
to,
get to it.
speak with them on that matter. Because not everybody's in my Discord, and there's no way I can talk to everybody on YouTube. So I'm like, all right, it's fine. This went so far beyond it was another one of those.
Yeah, another one of those, right? And you're very familiar to what one of
What's
those
going on, Monica?
are from that
Yeah.
previous interaction that you, or I guess the previous whole Wuthering Waves situation that you were involved in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You want him back in with us so they can carry
So
out.
glad that we were able to clarify that. Obviously, it's it's an unfortunate thing when it does happen, but stuff going viral is a risk, or it's a potential reward that we always have to factor.
What did we just figure out then? He wasn't being vague, but he was admittedly being intentionally vague.
In all of the time when we're a public figure like yourself or I. Is that something we can kind of like agree on?
Dude, stun locked.
Yeah, I can agree on that.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess my sort of viewpoint on it is I understand where you're coming from, but when we do, when everything has the potential to go viral, when everything has the potential to go crazy, presenting our arguments or presenting our points in like the best way possible on the first pass is going to be like the best way to
Kind of losing brain cells trying to understand this, right? Like
at the end of the day. So, I think that's something that you were kind of like not able to
just
do
get down
here,
to the brass
unfortunately.
tacks.
And especially
Explain
when
what
it
the
comes
fuck
to
you mean,
something
bro.
like a critique for the game, especially when it comes to
let's
something
cancel out all of this here. Let's get to this. What the fuck are the systems? What's the glue, bro? What's the glue? That's what we're all here for. What's the glue?
Or needs fixing, or is currently a problem, right? Vagueness. Like I use the example of like, getting feedback on an exam, getting feedback on a test, just seeing that a question or like you scored low on something, but then not being told what you did wrong. That is to a degree, not even to a degree. That is just straight up frustrating. And I think that's kind of like what the perception was for a lot of people that interacted with this. They just saw that like, hey, you're saying something is bad, you're saying something is wrong, you didn't have the ability to respond because you were sleeping. And it made you kind of look at somebody that was just trying to make critiques for the game without, having like a basis or a leg to stand on.
Yeah. So if I could elaborate, because this will explain a lot more of the points as well. Most of the people that know me, and when I say know me, I mean like they have one-on-one conversations with me, hang out in Discord, chat, whatever, right?
Yeah.
The people that know me know I'm like a huge analytical.
I appreciate that, Monica.
I love YouTube.
Yeah.
So YouTube, TikTok, short form content, Twitch, whatever. I'm almost always studying analytics. Most of the stuff I talk about, regardless of if it's Wuthering, Zenless, anything like that, it comes from an analytical standpoint behind content first, and then it'll come from everything else. Now, having a background with game design as well as being a business manager, I do understand a lot more when it comes to how something is perceived from a company standpoint. And, like if I were in the event of this is my company, I'm the developer, whatever.
Was this an
How would I
argument
perceive
from
this? How do I
authority?
go forward? What's the best step? If, me and the team had a meeting, what are we going to be spitballing? Cool. So a lot of that fills in those gaps. So I guess that's kind of really it regarding all of that. As far as the
What? I feel like dude just said nothing again. What the fucking... Dude should have... Dude, I think dude's got a degree in being a politician, not fucking business management.
Downfall. I think people assume, because I saw the whole... What is it? This is an Eastern problem. The game's totally fine in Western. They're Wales, da-da-da-da-da, whatever.
I think you're flipping it up. It's a Western problem. The game's fine in the East.
That's what I meant. Yeah. Western problem, but East is totally fine. The downfall part has nothing to do with finances whatsoever. I don't.
It needs to be ignored. I
That.
swear, this is just his potential.
It also
Probably,
has nothing
maybe,
to do,
potentially.
from my take, with the
what's going
Eastern
on as
side
well,
of
anyway,
things,
Vez,
because
welcome.
I'm not on the East. I have no idea what
Like
they're
say,
doing over there. Besides,
apart from these initial these comments here, the rest of it, it just doesn't. I need to know what the glue is, though, man. I need to know.
watching, Billy videos of my own.
What is
whenever
the
I wanna
fucking
watch that type
glue,
of
bro?
content. But I can't translate. I don't get any type of, we don't have a Mr. Poke for weathering, so to speak, right? That's going to translate
We don't
what
have a
they're
hint.
doing and then bringing it over here. So whenever I make anything, it has nothing to do with that. So when I talk about the downfall of it from a public perception, it's more so going along the path of what we see in global, which is what we have right now. We have a lot of the community
No, I don't,
that is
Monica.
publicly not in a good light.
Thank you for offering, though.
Like in the community, sure, we probably understand, like, we're not bad. It's not horrible, whatever the case may be. It's totally fine. But outside of the weathering community, that's not what everybody else sees. You have people IRL, they know what Wuthering Waves is. They know what gacha games are. They might know one of the creators here or there. And then they're able to, hey, I like that game. When it comes to console, I might play it. I don't watch content. Or I don't go online because X, Y, and Z. All that
Okay.
kind of stuff. It's just the public perception overall. You can see this through Reddit forums, which I just don't like Reddit. Reddit's bad overall. But you can...
If you're on Reddit, though, there's a good chance you're consuming YT content and streams. I don't think you just go from being a casual gamer to be posting on Reddit forums about gacha games. You know what I mean?
see this
Maybe I'm
everywhere,
wrong.
right? And I think someone just
Thank you for
mentioned
giving me
League.
time. No worries,
League
no
is
worries.
the same way. The difference is League has a ton of popularity behind it, especially with Arcane just being as successful as it is. So they've amassed a better image for themselves over time.
Okay.
But prior to that, League was constantly known, and I'm sure you can attest to this. League was known as a horrible name for itself if you didn't play League. Like the random schmuck on the street finding out that you play League of Legends, they don't care. It has a stigma to it. And I'm not saying that Wuthering specifically has a stigma to it compared to any other gacha game, right? It's one of those things where, hey, I like pancakes. Okay, so you hate waffles. No, I'm not saying that. All gacha games, to a degree, have this stigma behind it. Genshin had this stigma for years. And the only reason it doesn't have it, quote unquote, now is because there's other games that revolve around it. So we don't have to always point at Genshin, like Genshin bad, Genshin trash.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah, play Nikkei in public. You're going to get, whatever it is. So, public downfall.
I'm not gonna lie, you're a giga chad if you play Nikkei in public. Just saying. Based. Get on the buzz, man. Play that shit.
Overall,
fuck this guy who doesn't like waffles.
It's the public perception. That's why that's in parentheses. It's
And
not about anything pertaining to the game failing or EOS.
Talking about
which
sweet
I learned,
waffles, yeah.
I guess
Potato
that's what
waffles
people
suck.
perceive that to be. Is like I'm
Sorry.
saying it's going to EOS, but that's nowhere near what I'm getting at there.
Okay, so when you're talking about WuWa's downfall will be that of the community, it's basically saying that, like, you're more so focusing on the potential negative reputation that is associated simply with playing or consuming content about the game.
Right. Because what ends up happening, and this is, again, analytical side point of things, content almost at this point runs the world. We see this with Kai Cenat, we see this with Ninja and Fortnite. There's a lot about content that is heavily influential. And if we ignore it for whatever reason, then it ends up putting us in a bad position, depending on, who you...
Okay. Regular ass waffles. Can we just move on from one? Yeah, we'll move on in a sec. I'm just curious to, like, we might skip through these because this is putting me to sleep as well. I'm just curious as what the fuck he was talking about. I want to see what Tecton and that I got to say about it as well, but I'm really curious. I mean, I want to know what he's on about with the systems and the glue, because I can't understand it, and I'm really curious as what it means.
Developer wise or anything like that.
I'd like
Alright,
Saint
so when
to
you
just
have something that
pushing
comes
forward
from
to that now.
The
I
public
don't
side
think
of
this is
things, content wise, whatever the case may be,
Like, because for me, it's obvious what he means here. I just think he's wrong. I don't think the negative perception will be the downfall of the game, but there's a fact there is a negative perception. But there's a negative perception with every community, I think, and I don't think it's ever been a downfall of any game really, unless the game's that small that it can potentially do that. So let's move on. What's the glue?
You always have to keep that stuff into account. If it's not doing well online, it's not going to do well for a lot of us. And since most of us are content creators, what ends up happening is we end up moving away. We end up dipping away from it.
Now y'all tripping. He already said it's the glue.
Okay, let me just do one quick
True.
thing really fast.
True.
I'm going to let me write down some of the points just so that I'm able to, just so that chat and I are able to better follow the discussion, because I think that one thing that is kind of at least confusing to me, at least at this point, is, and I'll clarify in just a bit. I'm kind of just cleaning up the UI right now so that we can have chat on the screen. You can see a bit more of like what chat is saying. And okay, cool. Let me just add one little bit of back into chat. Sorry. It's like the whole Twitter interface is like kind of fucking over some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me just, I'm adding some scuffed ass backgrounds right now.
Is he getting farmed for a video if he's doing all this?
Okay, that's not working.
Man, I need some of that glue in order to block the yaps he's spewing.
Sorry, Chad.
He says with glue, I'm going to lose it. Plot twist, glue is made out of recycled horses.
And that is being a little bit tricky at the moment.
Yeah, I can see Twitch.
Yeah,
chat just
Wuthering
fine,
Waves ain't
YouTube
going
chat,
nowhere,
I
man.
mean, to be fair, though, I guess we can do this. Maybe if you see a question that YouTube asks, then you can.
So I feel, although I get what he's saying in that initial point,
through,
I just
the YouTube chat has a lot of.
disagree with because I don't think the community is going to be enough to be the downfall of the game.
Can't really respond to all that.
Okay, so I guess to sort of just like backtrack and get like kind of like reiterate all the points so that's easier to follow. I'd like to think I'm a pretty good note taker. So hopefully we can
agree. The thing that shifts communities in games, it's new games coming out, isn't he?
We can make that part really smooth. Kind of like backtracking all the way to the start of the discussion. You didn't intend on the tweet being viral. No op to defend yourself in bed when it blew up. And that means that, hey, you look like you're intentionally...
Yo, I was in bed, bro. What's the glue? I was in bed.
On purpose, as a result of that.
But he was being vague on purpose. Like, I don't understand why we're making this point. I'm not going to go into too much detail. Isn't that like the definition of being kind of vague? You're literally saying it.
You weren't. That's a pretty fine summary of like just like the initial meta sort of.
Hey, yo, I don't want to go into detail.
Right. All right. So
I don't look like I'm being vague though.
WuWa's downfall, right? Point number one, basically. This is more based off of how the overarching community feels about anyone playing WuWa.
Yeah, or consuming content.
Yeah,
you're acting you would have moved to 3D Nika. Hey, I'll be right there, day one gooning, telling you now.
And this is where like
straight
the
away
downfall is, right? If people have negative viewpoint on someone doing this.
Correct.
Okay. So that to you, at least from your opinion, that's where the problem is. And you brought up an example of, let's just say, like League of Legends. Right?
Right.
And how like people made fun of you back in the day for playing League.
Not me specifically, you know, but yeah.
Okay, maybe not you specifically, but just League of Legends players in general. So
right.
Yeah, just so you all know, I have been on record saying multiple times that I was a Masters League of Legends player, close to, quite literally like 10 years ago. So yeah, definitely feeling a little bit of a personal sting from that one, but I can't confirm.
Don't feel it.
I can't confirm, you know, that yeah, that was not a great way to get girls back in the day. But I think nowadays League is pretty popular.
Yeah, Masters a huge accomplishment. Like that's
gaming in general, isn't it? All that, you know, like it's like comic books, anime, gaming. Back in the day, it was all seen as like, oh, that's just nerd shit, man. You know, get out of here with that shit. Now, you know, it's a socially acceptable pastime, isn't it? Even lauded nowadays.
That's a pickup line right there.
Yeah, it wasn't back then though, buddy. And I can confirm that. Was not back then. You were a bit of a nerd. So definitely, I think gaming's gotten a lot more popular in recent.
So I'm assuming Saint's got to be like mid-20s then, yeah? I would think. If it was, well, I suppose you can be like sweaty gamer when you're younger, can't you? I'm thinking like that would maybe like he's 15, 16, them sort of ages. So what, like 25, 26, are we thinking? Saint? Gotta be mid-20s, yeah?
A lot more popular in recent years. There's
that
a
many,
reason why you get, you know,
right,
like
I need to get to the
Faker and
glue.
stuff like that. Like most of their viewers of like the SKT1 team are actually females.
Oh, fucking hell, I don't care about League. Like, look,
WuWa
we're derailing here. We're derailing here, boys. We need the glue to keep us on path.
What
Come
about
on.
criticism is not y'all's enemy?
I feel like that one's very straightforward.
Also, I feel like
it
that
might
speaks for
not be
itself, to be fair.
specifically to your audience, because you're very well spoken, so you're able to guide your audience in a way that they understand. And if they didn't understand it, by the time you're done with your conversation, they'll have a semblance of understanding. That's not the entirety of the community, and it's not just WuWa, right? That's the gossip
late 20s,
community.
okay.
Period. So it's a lot of, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of what has to be spelled out bit by bit for a lot of folks when it doesn't need to be. And so when you have something that would be criticism, it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody doesn't like the game.
But the Johnny
Even
says what he
now
means. I'll be
with,
off in glue.
I spoke with, I believe it was Solus yesterday or the day before.
We'll need some more
he
horses to
was
recycle,
showing me,
Neo.
you know,
Fuck.
comments and explaining that he gets death threats. Or my bad, not Solus, Ethan. He gets death threats for saying what he doesn't like about the game, even though he clearly loves the game, right? But you say one thing that's not about the game and there's a death threat. And I'm sure we've all gotten something to some degree where it's like,
I actually haven't gotten a single one yet.
all right, I don't think you get those.
I haven't gotten a single one yet. Honestly,
yeah, I don't think you get those.
Nobody.
Yeah, but you do, you glaze the game, don't you? Maybe if you didn't, maybe you would, maybe.
Nobody's actually been that rude to me, surprisingly enough. Like I hear all of this talk about like people like
The emails glue, Gorilla Glue, or Super
do
Glue.
stuff in Minecraft,
Super Glue, man, the
but, like,
OG.
me,
The OG.
I actually haven't gotten anything.
Yeah, you know, and that's great, right? It's a little different.
That's not an invitation, by the way, guys.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, hello chat. But yeah, it's a lot, right? For instance, just speaking from my own experience, but I know Smack and I have shared conversations about this, and for obvious reasons, you know, skin color. But we receive racist comments all the time. Like I literally got one from that tweet. Someone's calling me I don't know how this even makes sense, but they said I'm from Texas, so it doesn't matter what I say, right? Like I should just be off the face of the planet. I have someone his literal profile, which I know it's bait, but still the literal profile has the N-word in it. Like they spell it a certain way, but there's a response that was there for me about being black and tween, elaborating on that.
I'm just skipping a bit. It's
I fully understand where you're coming from, where there's a whole perspective, right? Of like, you know, technically there might be some.
Maybe the real glue was the friends you made along the way.
Outsider
to find
the
the glue.
space, and you know that's why you're getting comments like that. But I'm gonna be honest, it's just I feel like we don't.
It's about the journey, not the destination.
Publicly, and so the viewpoint that I feel like a lot of people have, and I think you even brought this up the last time you were in some, you know, a little bit of a drama a couple of months ago. You kind of said a similar thing, and my viewpoint is that when the community as a whole kind of like cleans up after themselves, and like content creators, they like delete those from their thing, they like moderate it so that it doesn't get posted. YouTube even has, you know, like very strict moderation overall, where that stuff doesn't even get like that stuff can't even be shown on like people's public channels because it just gets auto filtered. It's like you're talking about a problem, you know, like these things that you're receiving in private, and it's awful that you're receiving them in private, right? But it's not visible to a lot of members of the community, and like it's not something that's pushed by any other creator. And I think the perspective is that that's just like the low-hanging fruit from the perspective of that's just something that they're going to say because it's something that they can say, right? Like obviously, like I can be made fun of for being Asian, right, or being like a League of Legends player, right? A lot of people on the call, right? So it's not something that like necessarily, obviously, it is so a big deal, But like, I just think like using that as perhaps like potentially like a shield or something to like deflect. I don't think it's something that people are.
That wasn't my intention. If it was, if that's how it came off, that's not my intention. I was bringing that up simply during the part of the conversation with Ethan and I, and like expressing
I'm
what
getting
him
bored
and I
now.
were.
I'm genuinely getting bored now. I need give me something. Give me something.
So
I need the
that's my
glue.
bad
I need the
if
glue.
that
I need the glue.
Came off that way.
Give me the glue.
And it's
What's
just
the
like,
systems?
Hey, like,
what's the
hey,
systems?
I mean, if we want to talk about even more, you know, like Asians got beat up during COVID, right, for something that they didn't do, right? So it's just.
I still don't know what it means. Saint's fine. He's doing great, but I can't believe I'm saying this. Exactly. You know, I want Saint to push a little bit here. Like,
Ethan is getting D threats, right? Ethan is getting D threats, but it's not because he's like white, or it's not because of like those things. It's because
right.
He's
that's,
making critiques.
That's where I
about
think
the
we got off
game.
topic a little bit when I started explaining more in depth than I needed to. But if we go back to that, the death threat part about what you agree with, what you don't agree with, in a very civil manner.
Fucking low tier
Twitter is
God,
not
you
the
know.
place for that, which is why I try to have as few conversations as possible on Twitter, because they've shown me that that's not what they want to have, right? It's why I open the floor with all of you guys. If you want to have a convo with me, just call me up.
They do get to the
DM
glue
me,
part,
whatever.
do they?
Right,
Let's get through these. We can always see if we've gone too far because he's writing it down, isn't he? Okay, figureheads, responsibilities. Okay, I'm curious about this.
You could have stopped this fire to grow until it becomes too big. Once your community that is rampant and you're not doing anything about it, you're perpetuating the problem. You're allowing this fire to grow until
Is he saying silence is violence?
Once it gets too big, now you're looking for the fire
nah.
extinguisher. Oh snap! The house is on fire. How do we put it out? You could have stopped this
Call the fire
a long
brigade.
time ago, you know. And so it's not a specific who though, AJ. It's just in general. That's why it's so vague. I'm speaking in a general sense that more of what Saint does, so to speak, for his chat and his audience should happen throughout the entire community.
I guess.
Because
what? He's just contradicting himself there because he's saying criticism is not your enemy, and then more content creators need to be like Saint. But let's not pretend that Saint isn't a person who's been highly critical of criticism, and some people have, let's say, been shunned a little bit for criticizing. So I don't understand how we can then use this here to relate to Saints in regards to policing and shaming your community. I feel like this is attached to this statement and we should be shaming the community to accept criticism. But that's not what Saint does, though. In fact, I think he does the opposite. Dude's speaking in circles here and he's just contradicting himself, I feel.
One little bit of clarification that I wanted to put in is that I don't feel like there are a lot of Wuthering Waves streamers in the first place. I think that I might be actually genuinely the biggest person in the category right now, and I only started regularly streaming like 2 weeks ago. And so I guess when you're explicitly called
2 weeks ago and all the drama he's been in. Dude, he's diabolical.
Calling out Wuthering Waves, and then you're making a critique like this, it almost doesn't really seem applicable to Wuthering Waves as a whole. But like this is
IO has made a critique of Wuthering Waves here, which is going to get rallied against by Saint, which I'm not necessarily against the critique. I just don't understand the critique because it was so vague. Again, like I say, it feels like he wants criticism, but he wants people to be like Saint. It's, again, it feels like word salad, doesn't it?
This is the game that you're talking about, right? Just right off of the rip.
Yeah, and there's more to the community than just the streamers.
Yeah.
And this would happen with, like, I guess this would go hand in hand with what you're saying now would also go against what everyone else would tell me. Hey,
who are the figureheads outside of content creators and streamers, though? The devs? Should the devs be out here shaming the community? That's not going to go down well.
There's not enough content. You need more content creators. Well, actually, and then they'll tell you like 50 different people that you've never heard of, but they know about them. So you can't have it both ways. Not specifically you, but you see why I would be in a conflicting standstill there. On one end, I'm being told that you don't have a lot of creators. On another end, I'm being told there are plenty of creators. I'm just not looking hard enough. So there has to be some form of like, it's clearly there or it's not there.
I think what happened in terms of like the WuWa creators is that there used to be a lot of them when the game first launched. And then we kind of had like the whole like tourism thing going on. A lot of them quit the game. A lot of them kind of like disappeared. And
well, I think what it is a lot of people who are creators are creators of a game that's trending and they cycle from game to game because that works for the channel, doesn't it? I feel like there's a lot of WuWa creators out there, but most of them are like more sort of size in regards to maybe how many viewers they get on stream and how many people watch the videos. I think there's a lot of those very small to small content creators on Wuthering Waves, but there isn't very many big ones. Saint is probably the only big, like, specific WuWa creator, isn't he? When I say me, I don't even add myself in there, actually, because I do other stuff as well.
It kind of like
I'm
ended
not
up in
like
a
a
situation
WuWa
where it
only
felt
channel.
like the game had like a lot of people playing it, a lot of streamers playing it, blah, 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 a lot of communities focused around it. And then those sort of just like disappeared as the months went on. And not necessarily due to like the game like being bad or like the game not being good. There's been like a theory that's been spread by some of the people in my YouTube comments that I think makes a lot of sense, right? It's the skill floor or like the skill investment or time investment to play the game got too high relative to the reward that streamers would be getting.
People too casual. People are too casual. That's what it is.
Content creators would be getting for actually playing.
Casuals detected,
So
opinion
we're even seeing
rejected.
it right now, where like even some people that are like the bigger creators in the space, they kind of don't know how to play the game still. And it's
Because they'll
been
probably
like
stop playing the
7
game
months,
because
right?
it doesn't
Like,
bring
we
in
have people
views.
with like 23 out of 30 on the tower.
I think that's what it
obviously
is.
not clearing
I
it,
don't
maybe
think it's at
Overdrive
least
Zone isn't
people.
even
What is
unlocked
going
for
on
them
with
yet.
YouTube, man?
And then they're
Pause.
trying to say what's wrong with the game mode.
How much YouTube's lagging for me? I clicked pause ages ago. What the hell? I think for YouTube creators who get a lot of views or a decent amount of views, I think it's probably because they sort of drop off in the views and then they stop playing the game. Because at the end of the day, if they was getting consistently good views, they'd continue playing the game. Swear to God, this piece of shit. I'm going to be
And we're
live
able to-
now. Like, are you kidding me? YouTube's so broke at the moment. So broke at the moment. Yeah, I just don't agree with it. I don't think that most people in the content space are bad at the game because the skill ceiling's too high in reward. I think it's probably the game just didn't bring in views, so they moved on to other things that bring in views. That's content creation 101 for most people. The people who are more fans of the game who don't really get views, whatever they do, will stick to it because they enjoy it and they'd rather have no views on a game they enjoy rather than no views on a game they're not so into. Where a content creator that's paying their mortgage is obviously going to get to the game that's paying them more, really. That's just simple.
Skill floor or like the skill investment or time investment to play the game.
Oh, YouTube's
got
so broke
too
recently.
high relative to the reward that streamers would be getting or content creators would be getting for actually playing it. And so we're even seeing it right now where like
I think
even
it's a bit of
some
an
people that are,
elitist
like,
mindset.
the bigger creators in the space, they kind of don't know how to play the game still. And it's been like 7 months, right? Like we have people with like 23 out of 30 on the tower, obviously not clearing it. Maybe Overdrive Zone isn't even unlocked for them yet. And then they're trying to say what's wrong with the game mode.
I think that's fair, though. Do you know what, as well? I'd take the criticism more from that person than I would the person who's really good at the game and clears it, because their experience is more general to everybody's experience. And if you want to improve the game, you need to look at the wider audience. Why look at the person who's got like such a small experience relative to the community because they're able to do everything? You know what I mean? So I think it's totally fair for somebody to criticize the Terror of Adversity if they just don't find it enjoyable, because it might not even be relative to that they can't clear it. They just don't find it enjoyable. You know, I don't think you have to be good at something to understand that you're not a fan of it.
You know what I mean?
I'd rally against
Kind
that.
of like going back to that
I
whole
rally
point
against
of like
that
criticism
personally.
is not y'all's enemy. I mean, hey guys, a lot of people, they want to see proof that you've actually been playing the game before making like.
That's fair. You need to show that you've been playing the game, because I think it's hard. You know, you can't really make a well created opinion on something if you if you haven't been playing it. But I don't think you have to be good at something or to have cleared the higher echelons of the content to have an opinion on it, though.
Critiques.
Yeah.
Want to see people like playing or understanding the game first before you're like telling people what to change. Because this is like, you know, hey, just imagine like Zenless Zone Zero, right? I don't get past chapter 1, or, you know, I don't even do a single stage of Shiyu defense, and then I'm telling people what's wrong with the mode.
Yeah, that's a different argument you've just made there, though. That's saying I haven't even done a single stage of Shield defense. And whereas you said people who can't clear the tower, you know? So like one's attempted it, played the mode, has an opinion on the mode. The other one's just not bothered. There's two different situations there. One's somebody who's got a problem with something they haven't even tried. One's somebody who's got a problem with something they have tried, might not be the best at it, but still have a feeling to it regardless.
But I've never cleared it before. And I'm trying to tell people what's wrong with it. That would be like kind of annoying to see, right? As somebody that, you know, I believe you play a shit ton
I feel
of
that was a bit of a
right?
false
You enjoy the
equivalency
game.
there.
I go into it, I don't attempt to clear anything, and then I'm just telling people, hey, there's something deeply wrong with this game mode. And
well, I think
you
if
ask
you
me how to
attempted
fix it, and I say, hey, not my job. There's something wrong with it, but I'm not going to tell you how to fix it.
Yeah, I think if you attempted it, that's a little different versus you not doing it. And this is from me specifically, because now it opens the floor for a conversation. And now we can actually get into the nitty gritty of like, okay, what, as you said, what don't you like about it? Or how can you fix it? You know, this, that, and the third, whatever.
And then I show
kind of
like a lack of understanding about the game's mechanics. I don't know how like disorders or anomalies work. I don't understand like how to like transfer buffs over with Sokaku, like things like that. Like I show that in my gameplay, and then I'm saying that there are big problems with ZZZ's combat at the same time.
So like, by that very factor then, most people couldn't have had an issue with the TV systems in the game then, could they? If they just didn't fundamentally understand why the TV systems are in there and get the most out of the TV system and the rest of the game. Like, this is where I say, like, I don't feel like somebody has to understand all the intricacies of a video game to understand something just feels a bit off to them. They might be a unique case and everybody doesn't feel like that. But I feel like the casual audience is incredibly important to listen to, you know, because if you lose a casual audience, the 1% isn't going to keep the game afloat. You know, I just always disagree with that, because I feel like it's like running any kind of business. If you've got 1% of your customers who, like, you know, might use your business more often than the other 99%, but the 99% are paying the bills, you know, you're gonna try to cater to the 1%. But if you cater just to specifically to them because they're more less of a tourist, shall we say, as a term. And this is a bad analogy, but it kind of works in the same way. Is that you kind of fuck yourself then, you know, because the rest of the consumer base doesn't get it because they're not like here all the time. Now it's a pretty poor analogy because I understand we're talking about criticizing the gameplay itself and from a lack of understanding, which I understand. And sometimes somebody understanding the intricacies, it might change the mind. But I also think there's a lot of people where it just won't change the facts. Like, I am not the best Wuthering Waves player. I don't know how to do perfect everything in the game. Fact. I just don't find the Tower of Adversity that fun. I just think it's kind of mid. It's just a little bit mid. You know what I mean? And I think if you only listen to the person who knows the game perfectly, which, let's face it, that's the minority, you're not going to set yourself up for good business, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can see that. That's a little different then.
Yeah.
Now it's further stretching it, so I get it.
Yeah. So that's a lot of the stuff that's been going around in Wuthering Waves, where people are clearly expressing a lack of understanding for how the game mechanics work, and then trying to paint the image that there are problems with it. And so when the community, in my opinion, shuts down those critiques by digging into where those critiques were founded from, that to me isn't a problem. That is.
So this is where I say it goes back to where I feel like I was kind of making a bad point here in saying that criticism isn't your enemy, and then using Saint as an example of figureheads needing to do this because Saint rallies against that. You know what I mean? So it literally like using Saint as an example of this writes this out totally, and it's like contradictory.
People who understand the game, who love the game, who mesh with the game's mechanics, speaking from the perspective of, okay, we know what's going on, you clearly don't, and you're trying to say that there's something wrong. And when that sort of like filtering happens, I think that's extremely healthy for the community, right? You're having people that aren't putting in the effort to actually learn the game or, you know, actually understand how anything works, telling people that it needs to be changed. And that's an unfortunate situation, right? You would just assume that.
So I think what Saint's idea is, you have to understand the game 100% and be actually really good at the game to be able to have a critique of the game, right? Or you might just got lucky and fluked it and made a critique from a misunderstanding and just got it right. I disagree with that. I just disagree with that. I'm not saying that Saint isn't right in regards to somebody might understand something better and their critique might come from a place of higher skill, higher understanding, all of that stuff. That's not the casual audience, though. It's just not. It's just not. So you have to listen to the casual audience, even if you can't stand it. It doesn't understand the game, but not the 99% of the other people think exactly like that person. And if you want your game to grow and continue to succeed, you're gonna have to listen to them to some degree. That's where Kuro need to find a balance of providing content for those people, but also providing content for the casual player as well, and listening to their opinion on the matters.
Like, hey,
because if they only listen to players like Saint, they're going to chase away most of their audience.
Going to solve a problem that doesn't
you know what I mean?
And potentially make the game work.
At the end of the day, like if you feel a certain way about some certain content in a video game, it doesn't matter what the objective issues are that you might be misunderstanding or whatever. It's a subjective feeling, isn't it? You know, of like, oh, this just doesn't feel that great to play. You know, like take Neo. I tried to get Neo into CS:GO, but he couldn't get down with the movement. He didn't, not that he didn't understand it. It was just too slow for him. You know. Now, like, there could be the argument that, oh, no, dude, you can't have that criticism, man. You need to learn how to counter strafe. You know what I mean? You got to learn your spray patterns. You got to learn how the movement works in the game. You need to learn positioning. You need to learn lines of sight. You need to learn how to counter peek. You know what I mean? All this sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, that person can say, yeah, but the game just feels too slow for me. You know what I mean? And that doesn't mean that isn't a fair criticism. The game's just not designed for that. You know what I mean? But I feel like that's still a criticism that's fair. It's just like, okay, this game isn't for you. And I feel like this is obviously a little bit not a great comparison, but you understand what I'm saying is if you have that attitude towards something like Wuthering Waves that is, you know, designed to be more casual than something like CS, which is a more competitive game. It's designed to be more casual. Catering to the competitive people isn't going to be good for the community, in my opinion. It's a gacha game, man. It's not CSGO. It's not Valorant. It's not League of Legends. You know, you're going into those games with the expectation that you need to get good or you're going to get fucked, basically. That's why you have ranking systems, so you can always be against people who are your sort of level. You know what I mean? Where a game like this, if you're going to turn your back on the greater community because they maybe don't understand what they're talking about, I feel like you're going to shut yourself out of a lot of freaking money.
Worse, right? So let's dig into why these critiques are being made in the first place.
I think it's tricky, really. The answer is way in between. That's it, isn't it? It's about balance. It's about balance. It's about listening to the really good players who understand the game, because they're going to be able to give you valuable, critical opinions on the game's mechanics, where potentially things are fucking up. You know what I mean? Fair. But again, like you say, you've got to listen to the casuals as well, haven't you? The vast majority of the people, because without them, what's going to happen to that 1% of a hyper-focused hardcore players? Once a game dies or starts to die, they'll just bounce and go and find something else. I feel like, you know, you'll ruin the experience for the majority by listening to the minority. But you do have to listen to the minority as well and find that balance in between.
If it turns out those critiques are coming
feedback from all types of players, yeah.
Hey,
this is why we shouldn't shut
call it
down
stinky, and we can say don't listen to this
casual
guy.
criticism
And I don't
of the
think
game.
that there's a problem with that.
I ain't saying you can't question
I don't
it,
think there's a problem
but don't
with that
shun
either.
it.
I think that you send me the Seth build next. Yeah, I got you. What was I saying? I got ADHD. Anyway, yeah, I agree with you on that. But I don't think that would result in everybody not being able to critique the game in any any way, shape, or form.
Oh,
Because at that point,
you
it does.
definitely can still critique the game, and I think Ryu
Yeah.
Kusan's video, right, where a lot of WuWa, it has like an 80-something% like ratio, and this is coming right off of people saying that WuWa is stinking of toxic positivity. But what he did was he brought all of his critiques with the ammo, with the backing. He brought empirical evidence. He brought real examples. He showed that he understood how the game was working, and so people were able to see his critique.
But Saints still rallied against Ryuku's opinions, didn't he? Especially on the Echo system, the Echo experience. I feel like a lot of people agreed with that as well. Anecdotally, in my chat earlier, most people seem to agree to some degree to variations like.
And realize, he has a leg to stand on here. He actually knows what he's talking about. And what that means
Yeah,
is
100%.
it's a lot easier to understand that, resonate with it, and agree with it. And that's just like, that should be the bare minimum coming into a critique. Point out what's wrong, why it's wrong, and how it could be better. Versus, hey,
I don't always think when you're critiquing something, you have to explain how and why it could be better. You know, it's like the XP system for me. I have mentioned on things that I think potentially, you know, being able to consume naked echoes, unbuilt echoes to consume them into XP, potentially seeing substats, potential rerolls, all that sort of stuff. But as a gamer, you know, I don't think we have to find the solution, but we should be able to question or, you know, point out the problem. Because I think unless you've got the solution, don't talk to me unless you got you got a way to fix it. Well, you know, I just don't feel like that's fair. But anyway, what's the glue?
Don't know what's actually wrong, say something is wrong, and then don't give a solution. There's a big difference between the two, and when you have bigger CCs doing the latter, it can be an extremely frustrating situation. Because these are the CCs who are supposed to represent this game, who are continually making content on this game.
I don't think they're supposed to represent the game either. I think that's where Saint gets a little bit hooked on that. Look, I play Wuthering Waves. I make videos on Wuthering Waves. I am not representing Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves don't pay me. Now, I know some people get paid by Wuthering Waves, but even then, you're not a representative of the company unless it's written in the contract that you are. Most of the time, it's just make some videos on this game for us, will ya? And maybe stay away from particular things. Don't bring in the China. Don't bring in politics. Don't bring in China. Don't bring in this. Just make a video. You know what I mean? That's typically, you know, some contracts are a little bit more strict. They don't want you to talk about certain things. But for the most part, it's just like we want you to make content. I don't think I am not a representative of any corporation on my live streams or my videos. I just make content and that's it. I'm not here to spew the company line. You know what I mean? I don't represent Kuro. I don't represent Huyo. I don't represent any game company that I've ever played their game. I just play the fucking game. I just happen to click a button on my computer and turn my camera on and stream it sometimes. You know what I mean? I just saw Foxhole in here. Dude's really been cozying up to a Saint recently, hasn't he?
Right, getting 10, 20, 30k views on their videos.
You had to disagree. That's different from objectively speaking. Yeah. We're gamers. Not, and look, I haven't got an issue with Saints disagreeing with these things. Honestly, I'm here for that. We need it. It's previously how he's acted before. Like, this is all fine. These conversations are totally fine. I am never going to try and tell somebody that can't have that opinion. He can have an opinion that only some opinions matter. It's just my opinion that I don't agree with that opinion. We're gamers, not devs. It's just it's not on us to come up with the solutions. It's on us to point out the things we think are the problems, and on Kuro to decide if something needs to be changed and how to change it. Exactly, I agree with that. You know, if you go out to a restaurant and the food tastes like shit, is it your job to find a solution on how the food can be improved? It's not. You're not the chef. You're paying to enjoy a nice, tasty, succulent meal. You know, what does that feel? I was just trying to enjoy a tasty, succulent meal. Unhand me, man. That's my penis. He's touching my penis. My limp, flaccid penis. But yeah, it's not my job to say, like, well, let me explain to you how this could have been fixed. It's my job to say, I didn't enjoy my meal. What we're going to do, Betty? You know what I mean?
And then they're just coming off like the biggest tourist in gacha gaming.
Well, I mean, at this point, though, haven't we, a little off topic, but on topic to what you said, haven't we?
I don't know, man. I feel if you want something to be fixed, it's counterintuitive to not point out what the issue was. You can argue that. And I'm not going to say that's wrong. But if I like, you know, it's like you can get down into technical things with a game. You can point out things that are wrong technically in a game, can't you? I don't know the solution for those. I don't exactly know the solution to make. Well, I've got ideas what I think would be cool, but there's plenty of things in games that I'm like, I don't know what would make this better, but I know that I'm not enjoying this. Should you just not say anything then? Like, should you just keep stum? Just don't play the game? I feel like you're allowed to point out that I don't like this. I do it all the time anyway, so. I'm guessing he just doesn't want CCs to spread info that could potentially be false and viewers later complain about it despite not being as big of an issue. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. And I think that's what he's getting at. I think the thing is, all I'll say with Saint is I think he misunderstands that he's a very small percentage of Wuthering Waves player base. Do you know what I mean? And I think if you only listen to that part of the player base, it's not good for the games. In business, you don't listen to the minority of your customers. You listen to the majority. Even if the minority might know best for them, but it's not going to make you money at the end of the day, is it? But like, I don't disagree with what you're saying there.
We establish who's like which ones are tourists and which ones aren't.
Establishing tourists versus like non-tourists when it comes to this sort of thing.
Yeah,
it's like, I think sometimes you should listen to the tourists as well, because what you're going to turn them into not being a tourist. Again, these are all the things that, like, I think you'd have less tourists if you listen to the tourists sometimes. But anyway, that's
dedicated. And I mean,
on topic, but
I know it's the whole meme of like they don't have a me in the community, but what I said in there is proven to this day. Like you guys didn't have a dedicated weathering creator at that time, and now you guys have more dedicated weathering creators. So it's way more appropriate to say it that like, hey, this is our weathering creator, boom, and we can look at it from this perspective. We can take that opinion, you know, with validity behind it, versus, as you mentioned, having a tourist.
I think people in general have just forgotten how much of a minority we are. There is no way EN community makes up most of the play. Exactly,
all
yeah.
the feelings behind it, whatever the case may be.
And then like the high skill players as well.
I would say
you
that
know?
the WuWa community
It's
right
like
now is in
Call of Duty got itself into a bit of a rough spot for a time. Like, I know Call of Duty's always got issues in the community. Everybody's got a different idea of what they think about the game. But it had a problem for a couple of years because, like, they genuinely, they wanted to compete with things like CSGO. Now, I know they still have an esports scene, but they were so focused on that they really tried to cater a lot of systems in the game towards that high 1% of the player base, you know? And they started ignoring the casual player, which is the drastic majority. And obviously, Call of Duty's still around because it's a successful franchise. But for a while, they were like heading in the wrong direction. And if they'd have continued to lean into that and somebody to come along, that's why, you know, that's one of the reasons, like, why they did introduce skill-based matchmaking. It's a thing that people dislike, but it's one of the factors why it was brought in to try and balance everybody out. So higher elite players were playing against, and guess what happened? They hated it because they couldn't farm people in noob lobbies. But yeah, like you gotta get the balance right, didn't you? You just gotta get the balance
a much
right.
better position to be sort of handing out those critiques. I think that we are kind of a lot safer in actually labeling people as tourists based off the takes that they're having. At this point, it's 7 months into the game. And, you know, if we're still having misconceptions that would have been cleared after, like, you know, one month or a week or, you know, 2 months.
So if you
of,
just
like,
clear the
dedicated
tower,
play,
you'll like it.
and those realizations are not being had, yeah, I think we can
Sorry
start
about
calling
that.
people tourists. And I think it's a very fair thing to do because there has been enough time.
It's like that old argument. Well, the game gets good after 100 hours. It's like you know. So okay.
Shit together at this point. And if it's not happening, maybe we shouldn't be making like critical critiques about the game. We're kind of just playing it for fun.
Yeah. And that's totally fine, right? Like admitting that.
See that there's a problem. See, that there is exactly what IO said was a problem with the Wuthering Waves community. And then he went on to say, this is what you need, and Saint plays that role. It totally contradicts what he wanted from this statement. So to agree with Saint here is showing that this, you know, he either doesn't mean this or he doesn't mean this, or he's just playing to be nice to Saint to stop him, like, you know, going after him, I guess, maybe.
Because that's how I look at weathering is that way. And that's only because for me, and this might answer the core thing or the glue and the purpose of stuff, but we can
Oh,
talk
here we
about
go.
that whenever
The
we get to
glue.
those points.
Oh
To just
God.
briefly
Get me to the
mention this
glue.
here,
I need to know what it
what I
is.
look for in a game is fluidity.
He said the
and,
word.
a
He said the
solid
word, guys.
function to the game
He said the
system
thing.
itself. A good example of this would be Monster Hunter. Love Monster Hunter.
Okay.
Monster Hunter is almost a flawless game. It's so almost flawless that I can't think of a real flaw for it. And I've been playing that game since what, the PS2. So it's like the system mechanics behind Monster Hunter. The key thing is that the player interacts with the enemy, and the enemy interacts with the player. So you have a very large positive and negative feedback to the game. What that means is, in the event you have, for instance, Tigrex. I gave this example yesterday with Red. The Tigrex is, it rushes at you, whatever, and it has a charge attack.
Fox up in here, man. Fox really wants to be friends with Saint, doesn't he? Now I think, which I ain't judging. But...
It's very strong, kills you in a couple hits, probably one hit depending on what it is, and you can pretty much stop it. Smash it in the head, it stops the thing. It rages out, goes into rage mode, flash it, crack its head open, whatever. There's a lot of positive feedback to you controlling the back and forth, right? A good interaction. What I don't receive in a number of gacha games, but specifically Wuthering, and let me clarify this, the reason that I'm very critical about Wuthering and Zenless is because I like those games the most. People think I hate Wuthering because I don't talk about it all the time. I don't hate the game.
I agree with that as well. I think you should be more critical about things you like, and I think it shows that you want it to just get better. Again, this is why you don't see me being hypercritical about Genshin, because I don't care if it gets better.
But outside of that, you showed off Fallacy with Brax. I believe that was yesterday.
Or that was on 2 days ago.
2 days ago. There we go. 2 days ago. The Fallacy boss design is a very good positive and negative feedback. If you don't do this thing before I go into Gundam mode, you're cooked. If you do this thing, you might save yourself, some time. Boom. Awesome. No other boss in the game, from what I've experienced, has that same positive and negative feedback. They don't interact with you having an intro and an outro skill, or even a forte to that degree. And so you don't have a lot of that reception. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Yeah.
I kind of see the perspective that you're talking about. You're kind of saying, I guess from the glue, more of a direct relationship between some of the mechanics built into characters' kits, or even just the baseline game itself, like with intro outro skills, and having more bosses that directly interact with them.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. So,
because like a hologram fight, it feels like a Soulsborne game.
All right, Wonga, nobody's buddy. I'll catch you later.
That goes into the whole team.
Dream of the glue.
I don't need a team to clear a hologram fight. You just beat it, right? You get so skilled at the game, you just beat it. Very similar to in Dark Souls, where you have the naked runs, or you have a club run, or a no-hit run, whatever the case may be.
So I think that you brought up an interesting point about no other bosses actually having this loop. I actually mentioned this. I think we were on this topic in Red News Call. Inferno Rider.
I think you said somebody's motorcycle.
Yeah, he
stays
has
on the
this
ground.
loop because Inferno Rider is one of the most unique bosses in the game, been in there since 1.0, in that it doesn't actually get broken or staggered until you break it 2 times.
Right.
And you know what happens when things are staggered, right? You have a much larger DPS window, the boss can't dodge anything, it's a lot easier to inflict damage to them, and they take more when they're staggered.
Right.
And the thing is, Inferno Rider, because the first time you break them, they go off their motorcycle. They're taken off their motorcycle the first time you break them, and then they regenerate a whole new stagger bar.
Okay.
Then, when you break them a second time, they're broken for real, and then at the end of that second break state, they go back onto the motorcycle. And then you have to do 2 more.
Yeah.
I need to get that string master.
I need it. Has like,
dude, is it 8 o'clock?
Like less than half of like the vulnerability windows of other bosses. And so having more of that concerto, having more of those intro skills, maybe even slotting a Yan Wu on the team, is one of the key ways to make that fight a lot easier and make that fight a lot more manageable. Much like how in the Fallacy,
Nah,
right,
I get what he's saying now when he's talking about the glue.
Like the most annoying enemy in gacha gaming. If you have a pistol character that obviously can just bypass all of the stuff that he's doing in the sky and, still shoot at him, that is a quote-unquote like soft counter to that fight that doesn't involve like the massive concerto damage or the breaking that you typically would use with a more melee-oriented team. And so there are like, in my opinion, multiple routes to like, defeating these bosses, multiple routes to handling these encounters. A lot of people talking about how Chisha can just solo it.
They're talking about IO's opinion that the game mechanics of Wuthering Waves don't interact enough with the enemies you're fighting, and specifically the bosses. And Saint's countering that now with another boss that does. But I can understand. Now I know what he's specifically talking about here. I can kind of see what he's saying.
That to me is where I think this whole like glue point,
This is where for me, again, it's almost a different explanation of why I think the tower could be better. Or we could just have something else for the end game, because I don't think the tower represents those mechanics the best. They still work very well within the tower, but I think they could be exemplified in a different kind of combat. And I feel like the holograms do that. And I know, like, we're talking about the fallacy here and how he does it more, and I suppose the other bosses don't, but it feels like they matter more. And obviously the skills are a factor there. Like, things like your dodging and parrying is incredibly important, which for me, I feel like it's a mechanic of the game that is a little bit ignored sometimes without the tower. Like, because some people just go tanky on with the tower. They don't in the fallacy, but they tend to do that, where with the holograms, you can't really do that. Because it feels like, for me, a big factor, obviously the concerto, intros, outros, forte, all that sort of stuff's a very important factor to the way the game's designed. But parrying and dodging is also a major factor to the game, isn't it? And that's one thing I really like about holograms. And I think that's why I prefer hologram fights, because of the one taps left, right, and center, rather than it just being like a stat check and you got to get through it as fast as possible. Otherwise, and I'm okay with having to get through things as fast as possible and having a second stage to a fight where it's like, if you haven't got to there, you're going to get punished now. But I'm talking about the tower in general. I think the fallacy doesn't make up for the rest of it.
Whole like interaction with the enemy. Now that you specified it, it's a lot more clear what's going on. I think that there are examples of that in the game currently.
I kind of want to go on to see what Tectone and that thought about it, if I'm honest.
Clearing the mode in the first
so I feel like, again, we're just talking about the minutia, and this sort of minutia for me, it's interesting, but at the same time, I don't think it matters to the game overall. I'm not saying it shouldn't be there, because obviously the top 1% are going to want it. The average person isn't going to be thinking about the game like this when they're playing it. I think that's fair to say, isn't it? I think it sounds like I wants its bosses to be more interactive and responsive to what you do to him in combat. Yeah, I think so. The glue. That's what he wants. He wants the glue.
So
the glue kind of makes sense now.
When it comes to other bosses, things like the Impermanent Terran, things like the Mephis, maybe other enemies like the Ikes, there's definitely a lot of different moves, a lot of different mechanics. For example, the Impermanent Terran, right? I don't think it does this in the tower. It might do it in the hologram fights, but it has like this one.
I want to see Techie's perspective too. Should we have a look at that? We might come back to this, because like I say, I feel like this is a conversation that it's not that interesting to me, because it doesn't represent the majority of the game. I feel like Tectone definitely talks about the game a little bit more not in a casual manner, but from like probably like how most of us play the game, where I feel we're competent at the game, but we're not at that point where like we're like breaking the game down into all these like different fundamental parts and trying to like eke out that extra 1%. You know what I mean? Just want to see what he's got to say.
Make sure to follow me, and also go follow Genocide Mods. Give him a shout out. All right, cool.
Okay. So it was starting to hurt my brain a bit, that conversation was.
Had a banger convo with some amazing creators. Who? Right. Who is he referring to? We don't know. First big point. About the current roster of gacha games, but primarily Wuthering Waves potential. A couple of key takeaways without digging into too much detail. Okay. So some creators got together to talk about Wuthering Waves.
This is why, sorry, going back to that, I feel like Afflictions, what I was talking about, I want to make a video about that, where I feel like that could maybe improve things for IO, maybe, potentially. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking the wrong thing there, but I feel like they could.
Okay. WuWa's downfall will be that of the community public
Let me know if the
perception
volume level's okay.
if they continue down this path. What path?
You see, that's the thing. It sounds from this that he's literally referencing, like, you know, all the stupid drama that's been going on. I almost feel like he's subtweeting somehow at St. Tontas, but he's literally on his side. So
Yeah, there's
Agree. It feels like here he's referencing Saint Tontas, but in the video, he literally says here that Saint Tontas is doing the right thing in regards to the figurehead thing. Then, like, it's just contradictory. Like, I feel like it was just contradictory. All this was definitely.
There's
doesn't make any sense.
There is
Like,
no definitive. This is up to interpretation. Every single one is up to interpretation.
if he hated St. Tontas, I would be like, okay, I think he's talking about him because, like, just all the stuff that's been happening is kind of centered around him.
Yes.
But otherwise, I don't get it.
Yes. Nothing is said here. And then he says criticism is not y'all's enemy. But the Wuthering Waves community knows criticism is not their enemy because the developers themselves have said, we want constructive criticism. Dong has said that.
Yep.
That the constructive.
So this is why I say I feel like sometimes, you know, when Saint says you have to, like, fundamentally get the game and you need to be doing things like clearing the tower and to start to be having a voice that's worth hearing in the community. Do we think that Dong feels like that? I don't think Dong feels like that. I feel like if you put that to Dong, I feel like he'd be like, that criticism is valuable to us because we want to know what the 1% think. But I feel like obviously I'm assuming what he's thinking here, but if I was running the company, I'd want to know what the vast majority thinks as well.
Constructive criticism that the players have given us have helped us build the game. That's why they rewrote the entire story thanks to player feedback. This is already established. Nothing. Yeah, what's up?
No, I feel like this first sentence, I don't know. I feel like he is talking about Santontas because Santontas and, like, his chat, they were very, very defensive with, like, criticism in general. I'm not talking about, like, players submitted feedback criticism, but like that VAR's video basically.
Did you notice how you said you feel like it and not
I feel like
know
it.
that he is?
I don't know here. I feel like it, as well as the call with God just meant, like, all those. I feel.
I get what Tecton's saying there. You know, you feel like it. It's subjective, but it's all you can. I think. Well, most people will feel because the perspective is that, isn't he? And he literally says it himself. You know, I definitely do think criticism is shunned in that community unless you are the 1%.
You like it? Like, they are not that.
Like, the thing is,
heavy with
like,
criticism?
he doesn't specify anything, so it's up to interpretation. He did not say.
It's just super
anything.
vague.
I feel like it could be, but we don't know, right?
Right.
Let's
Yeah, I
go
agree.
let's go
Yeah,
with
he
another.
wasn't.
I feel like
That's why it's such a weird post, wasn't he?
figureheads of these spaces. Who?
You see, that's the thing. That's why I think he's talking about St. Tontas, because, like, who's the figureheads of the Wuthering Waves community? Like, who can you really?
So,
name off the top of your head?
do you think he backed down in this conversation here? That he mentioned that he wants figureheads to be like saints? Because, like, when he makes it a plural, who is he talking about? Like, because I feel like most other content creators are quite open to generalized criticism, aren't they? I think most people in the space are not of the attitude that Saint has, where it's like, well, unless you know everything, you know, you don't get to criticize it. So it's like, it's weird that he says he wasn't talking about Saint, but he does craft it as if he's kind of subtweeting Saint. This is what I say. The tweet, well, he says it wasn't general, but vague, but it was vague, like, you know, I just think he did a terrible job at writing this tweet, and that's kind of like what's created a bit of this, it should have just been specific. He should have just put people's names out there. I mean, that's a problem sometimes. You know, when you do these passive-aggressive statements, that's why, like, when I made the video that I made yesterday, I wanted to be specific about who I was talking about, whether people disliked it or liked it. Even though I'm not part of the drama, I wanted to comment on it. But I feel like if I'd have, you know, talked in vague comments, made passive-aggressive statements and not spoke about the specifics, it just leaves so much up to interpretation. And then when he comes in to fill in the blanks, it feels almost like, well, is that what you meant? It doesn't feel like that's what you meant. But obviously, we can only go off what he's saying because we're just assuming then. But he's left it up to assumption so much, hasn't he?
He's kind of like one of the main guys that's like down in the trenches.
They need to hold more accountability, acceptance in their position of power, and police and shame the community together. Police
That's a
and
wild
shame
statement
them
to me.
For what?
Yeah, that doesn't really make any sense to me.
So we don't know.
He's talking
who
about
he's
you, bro. You need to start scolding. You need to start scolding Santonjas and his viewers.
He says random people, of which I won't name, need to police and shame people for acts I will not say.
Exactly. Yeah. Hold up. I just gotta go to the loo. Fuck me. It's crazy. I did not realize how late it was, man. Maybe Fox. Nah, he's not talking about Fox.
So once again, he has said nothing in 3 paragraphs.
Okay,
I'm
but
going to
the
go
next
again.
thing is totally right. S tier content isn't reaction guides.
Yeah, so he says the Wuthering Wave, Wuthering Waves community needs S tier content that isn't reaction guides. Like what?
I don't know, but I think it's very ironic since he just makes guides. Like, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's just kind of funny to be like, you guys should be making good content. It's like,
yep.
Okay, well, I mean, like, you're just making guides, bro. Like,
yep. So here's another one. Kuro
He is him though. He's allowed to do that.
Needs to get
He
more.
is him.
He said Kuro needs to get more directly involved with benefiting their creators. No, they
this
don't.
all, by the way, is going back to originally EO's thing where he said they need a creator server and like I don't have enough time to play the games and all that stuff. I think that's kind of what he's referencing.
Yeah, they
Basically, what he's talking about there is, I believe this is what I said. I think it is as well. Getting involved, which benefits creators, other than paying creators to make content. It is creating like a creator server, which I said is that's what he wanted before. For what? For guides. You want less guides. But the only benefit to getting involved in that sort of stuff earlier would be to create guides, because that was his problem. What he said before with Wuthering Waves is there is no creator server, so I can't create guides. So it's like, we need less guides. We also could do something that could maybe, even though he's being vague here, that's the only thing I can get from that when they get involved with creators, other than giving them money to make content, is you know, something to benefit them in getting to content earlier. Which what's going to come out of that? Guides.
They don't need that at all. Hundreds of companies do not work with their creators at all.
Yep, I agree.
The creator space, and I hate to blow everybody's ego, creators are not as important as people make them out to be. They're really not.
Oh, I've been treated by like absolute shit, even in.
No, I agree that creators are important. I don't agree that creators are not important. I agree that I think they're important over the life cycle of a game, but I don't think you necessarily need them in this regard, in getting in early to do that sort of stuff. You know, it's just free marketing at the end of the day. And I don't think guides are necessarily marketing because that's for people who are already playing your game. You know, I think just content creators doing content in general and just playing games is a good way to market your game.
In Epic 7, like sometimes
Guides are for people playing the game, aren't they?
You literally said companies need to value creators because they have so much influence and like it affects so many people watching them. I swear you said that verbatim.
When?
I don't know, but you said it. Stop this fucking shit, bro.
No, was it recent?
Like I think it was.
I have said that.
Recent,
I have said that 3 years ago.
I
for
swear
Genshin
you
Impact.
said that.
No, I didn't. For Genshin
I think
Impact?
yesterday. Wait, I think yesterday when you were talking about how powerful advertisement is for content creators. I believe you were saying that like how valuable a content creator's stream is and how like worthwhile it is and how powerful they are for games, that they should be treated better. But I don't know verbatim.
Did I say this?
I believe so. I believe yesterday when you were talking about, I think it was yesterday. Or the day
I've
before.
absolutely said this. Also, by the way, is somebody BMX? I think it's 5 tier 3s. Holy fuck!
Yeah,
thank
holy
you, dude.
shit.
Like CC need to value their power more. Yeah, with spending money getting whales from streaming communities is huge. CC's exposure.
Chat cool.
I know what you're referring to now. What I said is creators need to understand their worth. That is
of
what
how
I said.
valuable they are,
right?
Rather than
Creators need to
how
understand how
valuable
valuable they are, is what I said. Because then
Yeah, but if a content creator needs to understand how valuable they are in relation to what they bring to the corporation, it shows that they are important. If that's what he's referencing.
I said when people offer lower rates for what they do, it's just wrong, right? Because creators can do a sufficient amount of advertising, but they're being underpaid for that same job where they would pay advertisers, like real advertisers, way more.
Yeah, I
agree.
agree.
Creators need to understand they're worth more. Yes, I did say that. However, I did not say what you said, which is creators are all powerful beings.
Yeah. No, I didn't really mean something along those lines.
Basically
but,
along
like,
those lines. Yeah.
I think creators need to understand how much they need to be paid, 100%. But yeah, I don't think creators are like, without creators, the game's dead. It's just not true. Kuro is going to fail at their vision if they don't quickly establish WuWa as its own thing, not a Genshin plus XYZ identity. This is one of the stupidest points I have ever heard in my entire life.
Why? Because it's Genshin?
No, because there is a physical impossibility. There is no way to do that.
Because it's so similar to Genshin, do you mean? That it's impossible?
There is no reality where Wuthering Waves stands on its own 2 feet and says, yep, I'm Wuthering Waves and they're Genshin.
Ooh. What do we reckon to that? What do you reckon to that, boys and girls? I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think it's always going to be compared, even if it's not vocally spoke about, because, you know, the game it is. It's like, you know, when you had a lot of games that come out that was like, you know, like your Saints Rows, well, a Saints Row went, well, then again, no, Saints Row did get its identity in the end, and it went a little bit wild. You know, when Saints Row 2 was out, everybody was just like, you know, it's a dollar store GTA, but they did go down their own identity. Whether it was for the good or bad is a different question, because Saints Row 2 was sick. I suppose it's always going to be considered the Genshin copy in a sense. But I feel like it can do things to separate itself in the future, and that if we look at 3 or 4 years down the line, it will have its own identity. I don't think you're ever going to get away from the fact that Genshin came first. That's just a fact, isn't it? But yeah, I don't know. I think I disagree with that. I think it can be its own thing. I do. Disagree. It's already its own thing. There's an open world. There's an open world and combat. They will be compared. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I think even though that's a thing, that doesn't mean it can't have its own identity. Because, like, look, man, people compare Wuthering Waves to Genshin. Zenless Zone Zero all the time, which to me, I always feel like I don't understand why people always compare those games, because other than having a combat in the game, they're totally different games. You know what I mean? I feel like the Genshin Wuthering Waves is a valid comparison because they are similar. They just are, aren't they? There's no denying that. But whether in the future they can do enough to separate them, you know? Because it's like, look at that Arknight's Enfield. I wouldn't compare that. I wouldn't say that would live in the shadow of Genshin, but maybe it's enough blocks over that it's separating itself, maybe with all those systems that they've got in there. It's a hypothetical anyway, because we're not there. I think that's something that we can look back in a few years. What isn't it really? We can't. It's a hypothetical, really.
It's too similar.
Yeah, that's why a game like Ananta is such a big
Because
deal.
you just go ahead and join one of those calls at this point.
Breaking that
These
into
guys
being
wouldn't want
its
me, dude.
own thing,
I'm
even
a
though
fucking
it's an
tiny
open
channel.
world, I guess similar to Genshin, it's a completely divorced thing that isn't just copying.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I agree to it. Yeah, I agree,
Fob, are
Charlie.
you
I
live?
think they can separate themselves, but
Fob, are you
people
live?
are always
Or
going to
no?
make the comparisons.
Hold up, real quick. Yo, Fob, are you live?
Not playing PoE 2? Says who, Fob?
No, I'm playing PoE 2. Yo, Fob, go live and get in here. I'm trying to abuse the viewer count bug. Yo, Fob, hit go live. Fob, hit go live and play PoE. It doesn't matter. It'll say you have fucking 9,000 viewers. Just go live, play PoE.
Wait, he could be the king of the PoE community.
Straight up.
Get him
Fuck
with people
no.
in.
I just got back from the airport. I'm taking a nap in a bit. Bro, you're such a bitch. It's insane. I fucking hate you and I hate your chat. All right, cool. Yes,
Oh
there's
my
no
God.
way. There's no way that Genshin ever, or that WuWa ever separates itself from Genshin. There's just
People seem to forget that Genshin was inspired by Breath of the Wild. Well, that's the point, isn't it? It managed to separate itself enough that quite a lot of people don't really compare Genshin anymore to Breath of the Wild, even though there is some that do. I think if Wuthering Waves can do enough, maybe enough people will stop comparing them. It just depends where Genshin's at then. If Genshin's set off into the sun and, you know, isn't the monster it still is now, maybe those comparisons might stop. I think they need to develop more content that isn't as close like Elusive Realm. It really is. Yes, I agree. You know, having things like the Terror of Adversity, similar to the Spiral Abyss, isn't it? You know, they are throwing stuff in there that's like, well, if you're trying to get away from the allegations, maybe not do that sort of stuff. Not saying that that's what Kuro were trying to do, but, you know?
there's no way.
Well, I think the big thing is it can't separate itself in how people perceive it.
Yeah.
But I do think that it should try to be its own game in terms of what people expected the game to be.
Agree.
Remember how everyone kind of wanted it to be a much more
Darker Genshin?
hardcore, like a lot more end game, all that stuff. And you could say it is more hardcore, absolutely, and it does have more end game, absolutely. But I think it doesn't have as much as what some people expected, I guess.
Sure.
At least that's
True.
my view of
Hey,
it.
Janice, I want to ask you, do you prefer or would you like it if Kuro Games make hologram their endgame instead of Tower of Adversity?
Yes, I would. I know I was watching you a tiny bit earlier when you
Right.
were talking.
I would like resettable. I would like holograms at reset. I don't know if it necessarily has to be the core of the end game, but I would definitely prefer that to be a weekly reset over the Terror of Adversity. Yeah. Both would be good. And then something extra, like an infinite terror mode.
Talking about that I saw that on the video. Saint Tontas prefers the tower.
We're comparing live service games to our regular games. It's different. It's different in the sense of the business model, but the game itself, in what it is, or its inspiration is the same. It's just that obviously in a single player game, that's kind of gone off into people's memories. So Genshin was able to continue on. Obviously, it's a live service game. The service itself, the selling point is different. So like it's different in that regard. But I feel that, you know, the comparisons are going to be there, aren't they? But yeah, agree. It's easier for it to be its own thing when it's a different business model, isn't it? But again, I still think Wuthering Waves can do the same. I think Wuthering Waves can do the same. It can separate itself from Genshin, even though they're both live service games. Just because they're live service games, they don't have to, you know, in 3 years' time, WuWa still kind of looks like Genshin. It's up to them to add stuff to the game that's like, okay, other than it being open world and anime, this isn't Genshin anymore. You know what I mean?
Or over the hologram bosses. I
Yeah,
much
so
prefer
I
the
was like, it's
hologram
kind of
bosses.
crazy
It's not
because
even-
like he doesn't even like the actual hard content, so he just wants a TOA, which is
Well, how I see it is the tower is all about perfecting your rotations of your characters and being really good at that, while the holograms are more about reacting to the enemy. That's really dangerous and will kill you instantly. I much prefer that. It's much more of a like, you know, Elden Ring or something. It's like I'm not doing combos, I'm just learning the enemy. And I prefer that.
So
yeah.
here's, and I want to
Yeah, I like
break
that.
this down and pull the
Like
curtain
learning the
back to
patterns of
everybody here. Kuro is going to fill their own vision if they don't quickly establish WuWa as its own thing and not again its XYZ identity. Chat, do you want to know why he didn't say the changes that they should make to actually do that? Because he can't, because he knows they don't exist. There is not a single change you make in this game without completely retconning the game that would get it out of Genshin's shadow. There's no way.
Unless it was just better in every possible way, like every theoretical way, and no one could justify playing Genshin.
And then even still, you know what they would say? Oh, it's just better Genshin. It would still be in Genshin's identity.
I think that's fair, but I feel like if it was at that point, people had kind of, like say, you'd be at the point as well when Genshin would be sunsetting that it'd be forgotten about. So I feel like the perception would slowly change then. You know, like we're saying, like say, fast forward 4 years' time, Wuthering Waves has hit its peak. Maybe it's, you know, in Genshin's position now, and Genshin is done. You know, I don't know how long's left on Genshin now, and Genshin's done. I feel like at that particular point it could be out, but whether that's something that they can do themselves, or it's just the fact that the game's run its cycle and you know there's something else out now to compare it to, and something's being compared to Wuthering Waves. You know, it's just a cycle at the end of the day. This is how games go, isn't it?
It's Genshin.
Well, I guess if you well, think about this.
I agree. I can see what Tecton's saying now.
Now everyone's saying games are Path of Exile like than D4 like, because D4 shit the bed so hard compared to Path of Exile that now it's king. So if you can be so much better than the competition, you can overtake them and make the other ones look like a bitch.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. I 100% agree with you. But
it's just kind of impossible to do. It's like so hard.
It is fucking impossible for this.
It's like 1 in a million.
Yeah,
I
PoE
agree with
too.
that.
It's like, now I will admit,
That's the thing, no.
I prefer the loot in Diablo.
That's where maybe the problem comes in. Is Wuthering Waves that much better that it can do what PoE's done in that regards? You know, it is a lot better in a lot of ways, but is it that much better? And the thing is, though, PoE does a lot of things that Diablo doesn't. No, that's the case. That's where maybe that's where you've got to start doing a lot of these other things, which I just don't know if you're going to get out of a gacha game, if I'm honest.
Because you're getting way more, right?
Yeah, like, bro, I be getting fucking nothing in PoE too. It's like a
you'll get more at mapping, dude. If you get to mapping, you definitely are going to be getting a lot more.
Oh,
you know, like seasons are just done so much better in Path of Exile for years, haven't they, compared to like the way they do things in Diablo.
I'm glad you're still playing though, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I use my level 16 crossbow all the way up until level 40. Yeah,
dude, I know that. I was using level 14 chest piece up until like level 50 something.
Yeah, and I'm like, bro, what the fuck is going on, man?
Yeah, its story does it? Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Chat, love you guys. Let's go over to the next piece here.
Story's just there, isn't it?
Most of the systems in WuWa
just exists.
Have, hey, Fob, get in the call and stop typing. All right, let's continue here. Most of the systems in WuWa have no real purpose relative to the game itself, which further separates the identity, i.e. multiple features inspired from other mediums, but not fleshed out enough to be their own game. Now, I want anybody here to tell me, what the fuck is he talking about?
Okay, I think I know what he's talking about.
I think.
But he should have just said the example. Yeah, you see, from what he's alluding to, this sounds completely correct in my head. But I think he's talking about the element system as an example, and maybe Tower of Adversity as an example. Because, like, the element system, realistically, has no purpose in Wuthering Waves.
True.
Like, what is really the difference other than enemies have a resist, so you can't use your same character against every enemy, just 1/5 of the enemies, or like 1/6.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So
it just seems
everything that you're saying makes sense, Shinazan. Unfortunately, that's just not what he said. What
yeah,
he said
I'm putting
was,
words into it.
I'm the Riddler! Figure
Oh shit. Oh yeah, it's true though. That shit was fucking riddle me this, wasn't it, man? Riddle me this. Fucking hell. Obviously I know we got a little bit more context to what EO was talking about there. Dude, that caught me, what's it, man? It's kind of knocked me off what we're talking about. That was it, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I think, you know, the attributes, whatever you want to call them, the element system in Wuthering Waves isn't really that easy. It's just, there's one set of character, you got an enemy that you're not going to be able to use a character against because you got a resistance. This is why I don't want elemental reactions. I don't want to be combining my elements to make them more powerful and whatever. But I would like some kind of attribute system where the attribute itself, a affliction system, has the potential to proc something. You know what I mean? Whether that's chaining from something like thunder, you know, you can chain lightning between enemies. You can get like dot damage on fusion, where it's almost like it's fire on the floor, like, and the floor burns and you have a dot on an enemy. You know, like I was saying, in my eyes, you know, like Havoc could potentially inflict blindness on an enemy, and then there's a percentage chance that they could miss an attack, something like that. You know, like a confusion state or something like that. You know, Glacio slows enemies and potentially freezes small mobs. And then, like, the way you could have it is like that when you've inflicted one of those afflictions on an enemy, if it's stacked with another enemy that's using the same attribute, you could buff damage. So actually having resonators that like rely on the attribute damage, you know, part of the damage is not just basic or heavy, it's havoc damage or it's glacio damage. It stacks on top of the, so you let's say glacio, you hit an enemy with a glacio attack and they're slowed, right? And then you get a buff increase then on glacio attacks. And I just feel like it could maybe change the meta and rotations a little bit. So support characters could be more on field in regards. It's, you know, it's something that, like, obviously I'm just throwing it out there. And if something like that was ever implemented into the game, it doesn't have to be, you know, thought through like a lot. But I feel like that would definitely give more reason to attributes person. There's probably a million other ways you could do it as well. Because like they just feel like it's just a different way of doing damage, isn't it? You know, it's just a different way of doing damage. You know, like something like Aero could actually like have a juggle element to it, where you hit an enemy with a, you know, you've got a percentage chance to maybe juggle an enemy. So then you could go into juggling them in the air then kind of thing. I don't know. Spectral Light, also blind candidate. Yeah, something like that. Like, you know, like potential like to inflict a debuff basically on an enemy. And then like say, it'd make you run teams that are not just, you could have a team like, I don't know, let's say like you got Sanhua buffing Kami, but then you could run somebody else with Kami who's Havoc based, and then you could potentially build a different team entirely, use different echoes to really run into the attribute and build a really powerful high DPS team that's Havoc based, where then you like, you know, you could run Kami with Sanhua and it's just all about just going in and just fucking, you know, spinny. And I think it'd be kind of interesting. Maybe I'm just talking shit, you know.
Figure out my rhymes and riddles, and then maybe you'll figure out what it is I'm talking about. Hee ha ha. He said nothing, right? He's leaving it up to you guys to do the real work and actually supply what is actually considered good constructive feedback.
Honestly, I'm doing the work for him because I'm coming up with the thing.
Yes, because you're like, oh yeah, EO.
That's what this tweet did, though, didn't it? Really, it did. Like Charlie said, it's leaving you to think, to interpret it, to fill in the blanks.
Game, not the concept of better than Genshin, which actually, Genesad, goes against everything that we just talked about, where the only way it gets out of the Genshin is by being the better Genshin, but then he says, no, don't be better than Genshin. So the only point that we feel that he could have made is now completely disestablished in the second line after.
I think you're right, but one way that I look at it, which maybe isn't correct since we don't really know, right? Because it doesn't really explain much, is I think it's more everyone has to talk about how Wuthering Waves is better than Genshin rather than just knowing it. You know how people have to always say like this is better than Genshin, this aspect's better than Genshin, this aspect, rather than just letting it stand on.
That's a fair point, because I think sometimes this idea of it being in Genshin's shadow, if you will, is kind of perpetuated sometimes more by the Wuthering Waves community than the Genshin community, isn't it? Because there's always that comparison. So you're never going to get out of the shadow of the thing that you want to get out of the shadow of if you're always comparing it to that thing when you're talking about positives of the game. I do it all the time. I'm not bothered about Wuthering Waves getting at the shadow of Genshin. I don't care. I'm not one of them. I don't want WuWa to be a Genshin bit killer or to be better than Genshin. I just want the game to be fun to play personally, you know?
On its own 2 feet.
I think people do get too wrapped up in that. Like this fight between them two games, in my opinion.
Hone in on that.
And it doesn't need to be. It just needs to be a good game.
When the place across the street has gas for 229.
Consider these certain characters
Their
also
place
only
has
boost certain attributes. Yeah, yeah.
So you
Like
look
I
better
feel
than
like
your
it could.
competition,
Because I feel like if you had something like that in the game, personally, I feel like because at the minute, like there's not much. Well, this is how I feel. Of course, I might be wrong. I feel like, you know, there's really not much variety in how you compose your teams, you know? Now, you can compose your teams differently, but there's just good ways and the bad ways, where I'd rather have different ways, so I can compose a team with the same characters potentially, but you know, I'm using them in a different way to get the same amount of damage, but we're like, say, we're going around the attribute, rather than just raw DPS and using everybody to just get the DPS on field and they go ham. It's more about the rotation of the characters and everybody kind of having a little bit more on-field time, and it's less of a hyper carry team and more of a let's work our attributes together to just get this insane stacking buff for the team potentially. And you know, it could lead to like say, really building different sets of echoes for how you want to play the game regarding a character. And I know you can kind of do that a little bit in the game, but it doesn't feel like there's much freedom and variety to it. Because I am a person who, I don't know, we've got sort of skill trees. I like branching skill trees in games. I do. I like to be able to have this particular character built for this. And I know you can kind of do it with supports and stuff. You know, you can have them going in as being like straight up healer, buffer, whatever. But like, I like that for the entire team. You know, I like to be able to like have, oh, do I want to take my team down this route or do I want to take them down this route? Both will end up with having lots of DPS, but I've got lots of different ways to go about it, maybe. You know, am I going to be like a dot DPS team that takes time to spin up where I'm going into it? Am I just going to be pure raw damage, physical damage? Am I going to be heavy in chaining stuff? Is it all going to be about stacking the attribute up to some big burst or something? I don't know. Maybe it's a terrible idea. Yeah, I think there's also a lack of another damage archetype right now. I think this was Fob's basic point. All characters are just hit stuff to do damage. There's no sort of inflicting attributes. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Because really all it comes down to then is just rotation. And it's pretty much, isn't it? It's all about rotation. Obviously, you know, you can go into it a little bit more in regards to like, you know, timing in your dodges and all that sort of stuff, and having your well, it's all rotation. It's what it is. The game's all about rotation, isn't it, really? Which is not a bad thing. I just think it's quite restrictive in a sense, I feel. Maybe I'm wrong in that. It feels a little bit restrictive. Technically, team attribute combos, but not the combined reaction part can do something, but not be a full copy like a fusion and arrow simply on the same team, ups damage. Yeah, yeah. So, like, I wouldn't want the elemental reaction system at all. Like, I wouldn't want that. But I feel like elements should do something more. Like, actually have, because they're just they're just damage, aren't they? It's just named differently. And again, you might have a resistance on a character for it. Right now, honestly, right now, there's also heavy attacks, normal attacks, ult and liberation. Yeah. Yeah. And then, like, your attribute damage, it's just a different way of doing damage, isn't it? It's just named differently. It does the same thing, really. It doesn't change the combat, so to speak. But it would be cool if it did. I don't know if that'll ever get added because I think it'd be too much of a major change. Zizi, you have anomaly build-up disorder and traditional attack crit, yeah. And I quite like that in Zizi as well, actually. Me personally, I think we will lack a cohesive identity. Really faster paced combat with dodge and parry. There's a big start in identity. Yeah, I agree. Like, I like that. I like that. It's like, it's dodge, parry, rotation. That's like the three fundamentals, isn't it? Obviously, there's more nuance to it, but when you think about it, I just think, you know, like going back to like Souls games and stuff, I feel it like even that's all about dodges and parries, you know, and pattern recognition. But then there's that massive variety in how you can build a character, isn't there? Which I feel like WuWa lacks that. And I was saying this before in regards to potentially moving on to Gen 2 resonators, but doing it right, where there is something that mixes things up, but it's whether it could fuck the game and power creep and just cause all manner of problems. It's a good core. I just don't think it's built upon them as much. Yeah, I definitely think it could get, you know, expansion on to make it better, couldn't he? But it is a great core. Its combat system's fire. From like, you know, from the core mechanics of the combat system.
Yeah.
Mr. Puggy, what do you think?
And right now, the
I think
all
his main
enemies
point
are
is basically
immune to
trying
matching
to
gun
let
element.
Warring
Yes, it's
Waves
instantly.
be
You got Havoc, go up
not
against Havoc
a
enemy, resistance,
Genshin
that's it.
2.0.
You're just
I
going to do
think
less
that's, like,
damage.
so far from every single point combined is like let it be Warring Waves, instead of like Genshin.
Which just feels quite simplified, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right. And now, ready for this? Tell me how it does that.
I mean, they gotta quoting Gacha Spec. Hey, I ain't getting paid by the devs, so they better stop paying. You know, Gacha Spec say that verbatim. You know, I ain't gonna do that job, so it is what it is.
Yeah, so here's the thing. This whole post can be summarized by kindergartners arguing over who's stronger. Yeah, well, I throw poison in your face. Yeah, well, I'm immune to poison because I've been drinking poison since I was a little kid. Yeah, well, I'm infinity strong. Yeah, well, I'm infinity +1 strong. It's like, bro, you're not saying anything. Like, this tells you nothing.
Remember them conversations, man.
I want the game to be better. How? I don't know. It's like, what's the point?
Well, it's not even that he doesn't
but is
know.
it
It's that he
wrong?
just didn't tell us, but
I feel like it's not wrong though to say that he want the game to be better.
Sure, but just don't
It's
go
just
about
that
it.
he
Just don't
can't.
go about it in this, like, here you go.
Ultra vague, yeah. Like, if you're going to make a tweet like this, you should at least follow it with like some potential improvements. Even if the potential improvements are a little bit vague, at least kind of like put them there. He just didn't, did he? He's like, his problems are just super vague in general, weren't they? Like, I know obviously he got into a little bit here and he started talking about this, and I'm saying I'm not against what he was saying actually. Like, it kind of makes sense what he's saying. But yeah, it wasn't a great way to put it across, was it?
Man, I wish WuWa was better. That's all this whole post. That post in 6 words has the same amount of takeaways as this post does in 500.
Kind of true.
That's crazy.
Right? WuWa is missing the quote. Break this down for me. Break this down for me. WuWa is missing glue to the system. Top 3 most important to the game's problems.
yeah, I don't even understand that one. That one actually
It's
makes no
missing
sense.
a him.
Like legit, what in the fuck is that? Bob, you're out of the call. What in the fuck is that even supposed to say?
So,
it's a him.
Dude, you know what's crazy?
So we get into the part now which you're kind of talking about, isn't he?
But the attack is parryable.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and
I know the only human on Earth who knows what EO's talking about.
What?
The Riddler.
Oh.
I'll solve his
Riddle me
riddles.
this.
I know what the glue is. Man, bro. Man. EO is the Riddler, bro. He is the fucking Riddler, bro.
Whoa.
It's fucking insane. Yo, Chad, somebody fix this artwork. Man.
Oh my god, that's
Dude, Chad, somebody fix this artwork so I can make it an emote. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. This post just drove me nuts, bro. The diddler?
Would you say you're
okay,
being-
don't call him the diddler. Don't call the Riddler, guys. Don't make it weird. But
Would
yeah.
you say I'm being aggressive to EO right now?
Absolutely. 100%. Absolutely.
Oh man, okay.
He wanted to add in you being passive aggressive, yeah.
This post was fucking dog shit.
Yeah, I lost brain cells reading this post.
Oh my god, it's
That's
Bob.
what I'm saying.
The feet guy.
Yeah, like it is. What is this?
This is Elon Musk.
Okay.
Tesla's co-founder.
I need to stop. Okay. Stop.
You need to get distracted then by
I
that.
cannot believe this.
That almost pulled him in.
Breathes pretentiousness and like I am better than thou. Look at all of these great things that I alone have solved, and it's like there's just nothing written here. But yeah, I made like a 13-minute video on this take, Mr. Pokey. This shit drove me nuts.
No, when I was reading this post, it was like, I think it comes from a good place.
Absolutely.
Like he wants the game to get better,
Yeah.
but like, so he says in the post that he had he had talked with some amazing creators.
That's diabolical.
Nobody knows who those creators are, and like,
That's fucking diabolical.
my issue with a lot of people when they like, okay, I'll say this, like Poke is
It's fucking diabolical.
And if
oh
shit, three or four times.
All right, let's just get rid of this a little bit, and then I'm getting off, guys. All right, I kind of want to
fighting,
kind of see what the crack is,
and basic attacks or skills.
But
I'm still missing the intro outros or the fortes.
But that's the thing. We can say that parrying is a core mechanic of the game. In that some characters excel a lot more in certain core mechanics. Like, to me, I view the core mechanics of the game as dodging, parrying, concerto, intro outro skills are bundled into concerto. That to me is like where a lot of those core mechanics are, because they're available across pretty much every single character. And some characters are a lot better at others.
Yo, bro, how long's Foxhole been in fucking Science Chat, man?
For example, Verena is one of the best concerto-focused characters in the game. She shits out outro skills for free, and intro skills for other characters.
Saint needs to get Fox in a call. He needs to make it happen. He's desperate for it to happen. I want to see it. It'll be funny.
Who's a lot slower.
It'll be funny.
You have other characters like Camellia and Gian who are masters of parrying, because a lot of their attacks have very large parry windows that make it a lot easier. Then you have other characters like Dan, Jin, and Chisha who have a lot of synergy with dodges and dodge counters. They do a massive amount of damage and have much more impact in their kit relative to other characters. And so the way that I view it is that these core mechanics that you're talking about, different characters have different specialized strengths that make them excel in different types of content. If there's an enemy that attacks a lot that isn't parryable, like Scar, Danjin's actually like, okay, well, she's not good against him because he's havoc resistant.
He just had the
but there are, Chisha's good against Scar hypothetically, right? Because he attacks a fuck ton. You can't parry him. You kind of just have to dodge a lot. And then a character with strong dodge counters really is good in a fight against him. Right. But when you have like the one-shot parry moves and then like, the triple dive from the Heron, that's where a character like Gian or Camellia, well, obviously not Camellia against the Heron because it's havoc resistant, that's where they come in and can kind of carry that portion of the fight. And
bro, where is these fucking
Marina's just going to shit out so many outro skills that it makes it so much easier to knock it out of the sky and not get into a disaster in the first place when it goes Gundam mode. So to me, it's like there are a lot of bosses that are intentionally designed to have weaknesses based off of a core mechanic in the game. And there are characters that, excel in those core mechanics. So to me, a lot of like, you said no other boss has this loop, but now we've gotten into like 3, 4, or 5 of them that have this loop where you have to really leverage a core mechanic in the game to deal with them. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
it makes sense what he's saying, but do you really have to leverage those core mechanics to deal with those bosses? Do you? Maybe with the fallacy, and maybe with the Inferno Rider, but the others, I think you can deal with them without leveraging those mechanics, really.
I see where you're coming from here. Because
yeah, straight up, bro. Straight up, man. Number 1 fan.
The way that I'm looking at it is more so the glue, glue, but putting together all of the core mechanics within the basis of the game itself. Like everyone has these options that exist to them.
Yeah.
And I see the way that you're explaining it is more so certain characters are more specialized at using these core mechanics than others. And I can see that. I can definitely see that for sure.
Yeah. So to me,
you can bulldoze a lot of this part. Yeah, you can, can't you? Like, because like I've watched so many people like deal with the terror in that way. Like, that some people do just bulldoze through content. But I suppose this is where like where whaling can come in as well to help you in that regard as well. Like Saint's not wrong. But I also feel like, yeah, I kind of see where EO's coming from. Like, it's took all of this to get this made no fucking sense. But I'm getting what he's cooking, I'm getting what he's cooking. Not saying I agree exactly with what he's saying, but I see where he's coming from, and I'm like, I would like to see, something a bit more myself. I just don't know what it is though. That's the thing again. So I suppose I shouldn't speak on it.
Kind of
Right?
like in line.
If I speak,
not,
I will
I'm not
be in
saying
trouble.
that you're lacking knowledge completely, but when you think about it from this perspective, and even with the
Do you have a link to that other VOD when
I
I want to see what Fob was saying?
That sort of
It's the same. It's the same VOD from earlier. It's just prior to the Gatch era.
Like that kind of like full knowledge of the
This
game, that full
should
understanding of like what's going on, how certain
link
characters,
you, I
bosses,
think,
how all these
to
different things play and interact with
where
each other.
they're talking there.
I think that's where having like that more
Yeah, that'll take you to
cohesive
where they're
perspective
talking
of
there,
the
dude.
game really helps, potentially eliminate some of these critiques in the first place. And so
Let
when
me
I'm able
ask
to,
you-
when I'm able to go in, and then bring up other examples where it's kind of like, hey, the original point you're making isn't quite there. I think that's what was missing from the Red New conversation, right? Because he
Right.
doesn't have that viewpoint or that knowledge that I have. And then now that I brought them, right, we can see, oh, maybe it actually does exist, but just like not within the framing that you had originally thought of, but it does exist.
Yeah, and I agree. I can see where you're coming from for that too.
Mhm.
Let me ask you, how does this? Because now it sounds really close to Zenless. I have a really big issue with Zenless as well, and it's the game's fault. But for Weathering specifically, with so many of these different ways to go about using the core mechanics and specializing in these characters, where is that in the game for us to find out, right? Because we know that there's not many guides out there that explain this stuff. I would love if there were, but there's not a lot of guide content out there that specifically goes over the different ways of combating something and using the core mechanics to your advantage in order to excel as a player. Is this information in the game for like any random player who doesn't, hang around on YouTube or watch streams to be able to just go in there and figure it out and learn it that way? Because
Mhm.
that's one of the things that Zenless has an issue with, is that there's a bunch of quote unquote tech that I know about Zenless and how to play it, rotations, things like that, but the game doesn't teach it to you. So the majority of players have no idea they can do these things. Like I got a comment on one of my videos recently, and they didn't know that you could swap out of a character while that character is still doing something on the field, and then do whatever it is with the new character and repeat the process.
So I've actually done several guides on tower resets, pointing out like what some of the weaknesses of different bosses are and like what types of characters to actually bring in to have the most success in those clears. My first video on that was actually literally titled "The Fallacy of No Rewards," and how if you want to clear this floor or have an easier time with it, you want to leverage characters with a shit ton of concerto efficiency. So I have definitely made content from that point of view just to like help people out. But when it comes to that info being in the game, it is a matter of how much can the game tell you versus how easily can you discover this on your own from understanding the game more. And I think when you play against a boss a single time and you get your cheeks absolutely clapped by the Fallacies Gundam mode, then what you're going to recognize is, if I were to break this guy, what would happen instead of him, flying around? And it's almost like a trial by just playing the game, and then you'll find out, well, intro skills do a shit ton of damage to the stagger bar. And this thing, unless it's staggered, is a complete pain in the ass.
Again, no, for me, this all just comes back down to rotations again, doesn't it? It all comes down to efficiency of rotation, really. Which isn't a bad thing.
And so it's almost like experimentation from the player's end. If I just break this guy faster, I'm probably going to have an easier time. And so a lot of it is going in, playing the boss once or twice, getting clapped by it, and then realizing, it's actually weak to XYZ thing. But it's also a matter of like, hey, how much of that do we want almost like spoon-fed or like told to the player versus how much do we want them to figure, stuff out on their own?
But again, though, like, the bosses don't work in a different way in regards to... Oh, fucking God, YouTube, man. I think that's sign for me to fuck off. I'm having this major issue with YouTube recently. But for me, like, I'll just end with this. That doesn't change across bosses, though, does it really? In regards to the way the intro skills work and interact with particular bosses. So it would be kind of cool if different, it did in different ways. So it brought a different style of play to particular... Well, I know there is, but you understand what I'm saying? So that you use your rotation slightly different, and then your concerto energy would used in a bit of a different way, because this would be optimal in this regard. Now, other than switching out characters and going for faster rotations, I don't know. I think it all just comes down to the same thing. It all just comes down to the same thing, really. If I'm honest, that's the crux of it, isn't it? It all comes down to the same thing. But guys, I'm gonna get off, man. It's 9 o'clock nearly. I've been on for like 6 hours, and I've had no dinner or tea, and I'm starving. I'm absolutely starving. I know we've seen him in the chat. He's all friendly now, isn't he? He's all friendly now. But anyway, guys, I will catch you tomorrow. Normal stream back tomorrow. Normal. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Back to normal tomorrow. Normal times. I will be live around about noon UK time. I'll hope to have a video up tomorrow. I don't know if I've really got anything to upload, if I'm honest. I really don't. But yeah, guys, I do appreciate you coming through, man. It's been an absolute pleasure. I will be back tomorrow, and we will be playing games tomorrow. I've had enough of doing this. We'll obviously still be reacting stuff, but we won't be spending the entire stream reacting to all of this stuff. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, man. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe, and I'll catch you all in the morrow. Daniel, all right, buddy. No worries. Everybody else, guys, shout out to you, Zinthos, Just a Guy, Charlie, Yo, Cheese, and everybody else who's in chat lurking away. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Drop a like, all that good stuff, and I'll see you later. Cheers. Check out the video uploaded today as well. Bye.